Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه اركي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر بالاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه، القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
Hello and welcome to Gamers8. It's day 3 and just 4 teams remain in our Rainbow Six Siege competition. It really is going to heat up and every moment matters from here on out. My name is Banks and I'm your host and I'm joined by my fabulous co-host on the main stage, Fancy.
حياكم الله من جديد اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور في اليوم الثالث من بطوله جيمرز 8 رينبو 6 سيج. زي ما احنا عارفين وصلنا الى يوم البلاي اوفز، وصلنا الى اليوم اللي ما عاد صار في عوده. عندنا 4 فرق تاهلوا من اصل 8 والان راح يتنافسون على مين اللي منهم راح ياخذ المقعد في الجراند فاينل.
Yes, the pressure of the main stage is forever increasing, and what we've learned over the past few days is the key to success in this esport is preparation. Many of our teams arrived here this week with an achievement, a clear vision on what they wanted to achieve this week, and many of them are backstage right now, pacing the halls, waiting to get their hands on the lion's share of that $1.2 million prize pool by the end of this week.
زي ما احنا عارفين الجائزة اللي موجودة معنا في البطولة $1,200,000 وكل الفرق اللي موجودين معنا من أنحاء العالم جايين وما راح يرضون إلا في المراكز العليا منها، وكنا ودنا نشوف من الفرق اللي بتكون تاخذ المقاعد الأولى في الجراند فاينل، لكن لا ننسى أن كل الفرق اللي معنا منافساتهم كانت جدا شديدة، كل المباريات اللي مرينا فيها في الجروب الأول والجروب الثاني كانت غير متوقعة نتائجها، وعندنا فرق يعتبرون من الأفضل في أنحاء العالم، خصوصا أنه حتى بطل العالم ما قدر أنه يكمل معنا في البطولة وما راح يكون متواجد معنا في البلاي أوفس اليوم.
We will have just 2 best of 3s today, and that one win will guarantee you an additional $100,000 to your prize money. No pressure then, just one best of 3 win. Fancy, it's going to be easy. So let's head back over to the desk where they can break everything down before we dive into our first semi-final of the day.
فريق PDS وايضا فريق وايلد، وعندنا ايضا فريق داموان، وايضا لا ننسى انه عندنا فريق فالكونز اللي اثبت نفسه بشكل جدا جدير بالامس. زياده على كذا باقي الفرق زي فريق TSM وزي فريق ليكويد ما راح يكونون متواجدين معنا اليوم، ما راح يقدرون يكملون البطوله، فحرفيا يعني كل النتائج اللي كلنا تكلمنا عنها مع الجمهور وايضا مع اللاعبين كانت غير متوقعه، كانت مفاجاه، فودنا نعرف مين اللي بياخذ المقعد الاول. وعندنا اليوم مباريتين كلها بتكون بس اوف 3، فخلونا نروح على طول عند الاستديو التحليلي نسمعهم يتكلمون على المباراة الأولى ونعرف إيش ممكن يصير فيها، ونبدأ على طول المباراة الأولى على طول عند الاستديو التحليلي.
Thank you so very much, Barney and Fancy. We are back in, and it's the penultimate day here live from Riyadh. It's Gamers8 and our top 4, the playoffs, the semifinals, whatever you want to call them. They're the best that we have here. And there's been some surprises. So how about we walk you through all of it here on our pre-show. I'm Muslim, your host of the show. With me are Twister and Fresh. Gentlemen, feeling refreshed today?
Feeling really good. Thank you for having me here today. Really excited about the semis.
I'm nice and refreshed, Milosh. I spent about 5 hours in the pool between last night and this morning. I've, got a lot of sleep. I've obviously done my prep as well, but I can't wait for today.
All right, well, you know what? Let's get into today. First of all, talking about what these top 4 teams are playing for, price pool-wise, of course. And, well, if you're knocked out already in the group stage, means you're 5th to 8th, you've made $40,000 or $80,000. Not too shabby. Plus, of course, the participation part of the prize pool. $155,000 is what you get in the top 4 as a team. Not too bad, but then a bump up, $95K between this and just winning one best of 3, getting to that grand final minimum. Winner gets $400,000 to end it all. I gotta say, not bad for a few days of playing Siege.
Not bad considering some of the teams that we've got in as well that aren't even used to competing, in $20,000 tournaments, and we're talking about if they win, there's another $95,000 added to their prize pool today.
It would be a pretty good match, a pretty good prize pool, even if you just staying here for the first days. I would say that it's a lot of money.
Yeah, for Damwon Kia, I mean, that's something for them to work with after the knockout. That at least be sitting back and scrimming in preparation for the major. That's something they can be very much happy with. Our bracket, let's feed you in on everything that's happened between Group A and Group B. We talked about the format, so we won't bore you with the details again, but we're in. WYLDE and Team Liquid make it out of Group A. Guess who's eliminated? Damwon Kia and Space Station Gaming. Yeah, you know these names, you know who they are, and these are the 2 squads that made it through. Team Liquid from Brazil and WYLDE, a basically tier 3 German national team that made it through. We'll talk about them later on today in their matchup. Group B at BDS and the Falcons, which is a local team here from Riyadh. They moved through into the semifinals. TSM, the world champions, knocked out by Falcons, and MIBR knocked out by the Falcons as well. Not too shabby if you ask me, and got some highlights playing over all the action. Twister, any surprises for you looking at the top 4?
Actually, we were expecting to see some other teams in this playoff. So last night we got two unexpected teams to play in the semis today, and we probably will see one of them in the grand final.
And I think it's not just two unexpected teams as well. It's two teams that people thought would be the first two teams out of this tournament on day one, and they've managed to get all the way to the semi-final. Those two teams, of course, being WYLDE and Team Falcons. And I think, you know, regionally as well, NA not done too well. I know the two teams were playing with subs, SSG and TSM. Obviously, Snake also wasn't playing with TSM yesterday, so they get even further disrupted. But, you know, I think, I don't know, I'm just happy that we've got more international competition. Seeing a tier 3 team go up against former world champions and beating them, like, who doesn't want to see that, right?
And WYLDE are coming in with a substitute also. This is not their full roster. And also Falcons are coming in with their coach that's playing with them, not their full roster. So if anything, this is a trial in many ways. And to be fair, all the teams are on an equal playing field. It can't really get closer than this, of course, unless they had their full rosters. But given the situation, not too bad.
And do you know what the thing is about the situation as well is we've had teams play with subs and coaches and whatever else. The quality of Siege has actually been absolutely excellent across the board from most of the teams. There's not many teams where we've stood on this desk and gone, what are you doing? That doesn't make logical sense. It's just been high quality Siege. Teams are obviously at different levels, different processes, and, you know, in terms of their preparation for the next stage, but it's still been very high quality Siege. It's still been very exciting and enjoyable to watch.
Actually, we saw a lot of these players that just got their first LAN experience. So with that, we saw a lot of them getting really good results, even with this being their first LAN. So I would say that probably we will see a lot more of them in other tournaments. I hope so.
Definitely hope so for, well, the sake of the competition itself and the experience of them all. Here's how our playoffs bracket looks like now with the top 4 teams. It's actually incredibly simple. The 2 teams at the top, they play, winner makes it through. 2 teams at the bottom play, the winner makes it through to the grand final, and of course the winning team makes it on and, well, grabs $400,000. Simple as that, really. BDS versus Team Liquid will be our first matchup, starting off in around 15 minutes or so. We'll break things down about that in just a moment. And then WYLDE versus Team Falcons, the 2 T3 teams going up against one another, and I cannot wait for that later on today. We are guaranteed a kind of banger of a story, no matter how you cut it, for that final.
We will have, anyways, underdog, pretty good match, and favorite, a very good match as well. So for this final, I would say that don't matter what match we will have there, which teams we will have there, we'll probably see incredible story with a team playing with a sub in the final as well.
And I think we're already giving those teams motivation as well. We're saying there's favorites going into this, that will be the winner of BDS and Liquid, and we expect them to go and win it, which means whoever goes through out of WYLDE and Falcons, they've got that motivation that they will still, even though they'll be in the grand final, they will still be the underdog.
Well, since you're mentioning Liquid and BDS, how about we kick things off with these 2 teams, starting off with Team Liquid and what they would have to bring today. Now, we're fortunate enough to have Twister, who is a coach within the Brazilian scene, who knows everything there is to know about Brazil. Looking at Liquid, speaking to their staff and all, how do you think their chances are for today?
I think Liquid had a kind of a Cinderella story yesterday. They just got a comeback from a 6-1. This is very important for their confidence in this game. So I would say that right now they already got their objective achieved. They achieved what they came to get. They wanted the playoffs. So I would say that right now they will put this confidence in the pocket, and they will just try to have more fun with the tournament.
For me, the scariest thing about Liquid is they could and maybe should be out of this tournament. They should be in they should have lost that game against SSG yesterday, that first fixture, and a much more competitive game. And I think if you look at that, that's Liquid that haven't even got going yet. They're just starting and are in the semi-finals of this competition. You talk about teams, other teams, they're performing above and beyond expectations. Liquid are still performing below expectations. If they start raising it up to the level they know they're capable of, they are one scary team, Milos.
But if you compare Liquid to BDS, you see that there's a lot of similarities in the way that they play, but also their performance over the past few years, actually, with how things have gone. The only difference is BDS has not had any physical roster changes in the meantime. So what are Liquid's kind of power position or power, I guess, strengths for this game against BDS?
Is both of the teams are very structured teams, but Liquid, I believe they do this for more time.
Yes.
So using this amount of experience, this amount of situations that they went through, they will be able to formulate different ways of maybe countering what BDS will be doing in this match. Maybe countering the Shaiko aggressiveness, maybe countering the capacity of LMs to get that clutches, and maybe surprise them.
If you think all the way back to literally the very first map, the first 4 rounds of this tournament, when Liquid went up against WYLDE, and you thought, WYLDE, they're just rushing, they're not going to rush again, we don't need to adapt, and then they rush again, right? Liquid aren't going to have that problem against BDS today, because BDS themselves very structured, and that kind of plays into Liquid's hands. We know they like to be a little bit slower, we know that they like to, you know, set themselves up in the right positions, and be a little bit less crazy. And BDS aren't crazy either, so it'll be a very, I would say, default game of Siege, and that plays into Liquid's hands.
Oh, there it is. We talked about Liquid's roster, but one person that actually does quite a bit of work in the background is their coach. So Barney sat down, asked some questions. Take a look at what was said.
Welcome to the main stage, where I am joined by Hugzord from Team Liquid. Now, you didn't really start off the competition the way you would have wanted to, but now it seems like you found a rhythm. So I just wanted to ask you, what happened between Game 1 and Game 2? What have you prepared?
Bom, primeiramente, bom dia a todo mundo, boa tarde. A verdade, do primeiro para o segundo jogo, a gente sofreu bastante com o estilo de jogo da WYLDE, que é um jogo que eles agressivam bastante no bomb e tal. Então a gente tentou entrar um pouco mais atento para o segundo jogo e não houve tanta mudança na parte da estratégia, do primeiro para o segundo jogo. A gente conseguiu só redobrar a atenção e isso foi o suficiente.
They found that they suffered a lot between the first and the second game. It was a tough game. The style of the game of the opponent team was much more aggressive. So now they just paid more attention to some details and keep pushing forward.
Well, let's look to your match today, okay? You're going to be in the semi-finals against BDS, okay? We have some very strong opponents on the other team. We've got Shaiko and LMs. They're both playing extremely well right now. Do you have anything specifically prepared for those two players that you guys have prepped before this match?
Bom, LMs e Shaiko são dois grandes jogadores, mas a gente não preparou nada especificamente para eles. A gente preparou para o estilo de jogo da BDS, que é um estilo de jogo também agressivo, e entrar com atenção redobrada para a gente não tomar as mesmas coisas que aconteceram com a WYLDE, por exemplo.
Well, they are two very good players. They didn't have any specific strategy for them. They do prepared strategy according to the opponent team, so they need to pay more attention to some details, and they'll keep pushing forward as always, and keep even more attention to those details that he talked about.
Well, I know you guys are going to do incredibly well today. Good luck in your match, and you know what? We could see you in the finals tomorrow, so we're very excited to see what you do. Good luck. Throwing it back over to the desk, Milos, take us into the next game.
Thank you very much, Barney, for the interview, and of course, Hugzord for giving us a bit of kind of a piece of his mind on how things that go down with Team Liquid. Of course, Hugzord having had a big career competing in the past in Brazil. Twister, what do you think about what he said?
Hugzord is a very well-known coach in Brazil, so probably he will be the best person to put Liquid on tracks to how they could counter, how they could react to the BDS game today, just like they're so slow, and probably they were adapting around that.
I think he said that they'll do their preparations, but they're not going to make specific exemptions for Shaiko and LMs. Obviously, it comes into it because, you know, those two players have been on a heater this tournament. So, you know, he might not have said it in the interview, but they will have something in mind for how they're going to deal with Shaiko, even if he's not going to publicly say it.
I certainly hope so. Nesk versus Shaiko, who doesn't love to see it? And actually, since we're mentioning Shaiko, let's talk about BDS and what they would have to bring for this game, because they were able to make it through. You know, this is a team that, of course, much like Liquid, has been having some rough times in some places, but they still show on the server that they got what it takes, yeah.
Yeah, and I've been racking my brains, Milos. I'll be honest with you. I've been racking my brains as to what's gone wrong at BDS, and then what have they done right this tournament. And I think they've really reverted to type. I think they've gone back to about a year ago, their playstyle. Not necessarily playing the meta, but how their team functioned. It all seems to be around pushing and making sure Shaiko's in the right position with the right utility invested into him, the drones into him, and put him in the positions where he's going to excel. And that's what he will do. And I think that's good. It's because they'd moved on from that and they'd tried a few new things. It's clearly not worked, so go back a couple of steps and reset themselves.
They have a pretty old school play style, and they stands for a lot of their group power. They use and abuse on that group power that probably will make the team even more comfortable in the total of the matches. Playing maps like Oregon, Villa, or the more default maps, this is what they want to.
Do you think, no matter the map, Liquid will keep the Valkyrie open and just play it themselves?
They can't.
Because Nesk on Valk does quite a bit, not just the highlight 1v5, but Shaiko does the same also on the other side, Twister.
I would say that probably using the Valkyrie, if they start with the defensive side, they probably will have to use this advantage to get the most amount of defensive rounds that they can get, and probably getting the IQ advantage for the attack and countering this entrance of Shaiko in the map. Like he's being very impactful.
We've seen Shaiko have, you know, the highest KD, he's plus 29 in the tournament. Like he is going nuclear, and that specifically, one of those reasons is because he's been allowed to play the Valkyrie. So unless you have a very specific reason that you want to leave the Valkyrie open, i.e. you want to play it, then I'd be banning the Valkyrie out.
Well, let's see what maps they're going to have to worry about here. First up is Oregon, picked out by Team Liquid, BDS picking Bank, and finally our decider, Theme Park. Just your overall thoughts of all of this?
I would say that probably on these first two maps, what we would see, it will be a game around the Ink and Mira ban from the BDS side. They were banning it a lot on during the first stage of these groups.
Yep.
And we saw Liquid banning a lot of Thatcher and Maverick. They don't want these operators open in any of the maps that they are playing in it. And we see as well a lot of amount of bans in Kaid.
Yep.
So Oregon and Bank are perfectly to have these bans.
I think stylistically both of these teams have picked into a weak map for the opposition. Obviously Bank, we know Liquid is like their knife preference map. They'd really rather not play it, but they left it open, so BDS picked it. The other way around for Liquid is, you know, Liquid have picked into Oregon, BDS got rid of Villa Chalet, which is their low preference map. Liquid have just picked the lowest preference. The curious thing for me is actually the decider map, because BDS, they had the option between Skyscraper or Theme Park. They've chose to ban out Skyscraper, which is a favorite of theirs. They love to play it. They'll play anybody on it, choosing to go to Theme Park.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's time to introduce our team, so let's put them up on the stage.
Welcome back to the main stage, where our first two semi-finalists are pacing backstage right now, eagerly awaiting to win this first best of three. Oh, it's going to be exciting. Our first competitor that is going to take to the stage, they have not dropped a single map yet. So they're going to have their eyes on that final tomorrow, you can rest assured. Please, welcome to the stage, all the way from Europe, BDS. Sorry, not BTS, BDS.
فريق BDS وصل للمسرح، ولا ننسى انهم هو الفريق الوحيد اللي الى الان ما خسر ولا ما من بدايه البطوله. كل المباريات اللي لعبوها في جروب ستيج كان ادائهم فيها مره متميز، لكن خصمهم بدا بدايه صعبه شوي في البطوله، خسر مباراته الاولى، نزل اللور براكت، لكن قدر انه يرجع يسوي كومباك جدا عظيم، والان وصل هو من التوب فور معنا في البطوله. اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بتيم ليكويد.
Tensions are building here on the main stage. One team will advance to tomorrow's final and one team will be sent packing. Say no more. Let's go back over to the desk so they can break everything down before we dive into this match.
نقطة جدا مهمة أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، لا ننسى أن كل المباريات اللي بتكون معنا بتكون سنجل إليمينيشن، معناته إذا خسر فريق ما راح يقدر يكمل البطولة، ما عاد صار في فرصة ثانية، يا أما أنك الآن بتكون من التوب 4 أو أنك تكون من التوب 2، فمين الفريق اللي بياخذ المقعد الأول؟ هل تيم ليكويد يقدر يستمر؟ هل فريق BDS يقدر يستمر أيضا على أدائه؟ كلنا ما ندري، بس على طول نتكلم عن المباراة عند الرصيد التحليلي.
Thank you very much. And we saw LMs and PSK looking at one another. It's a stare down on the stage between the two teams that, you know, they're fairly well decorated and they've had a lot of experience in their own regions. Finding them now against one another at the Gamers8 stage, something that I'm very much looking forward to. Nesk versus Shaiko. When is that not something you want to watch? But let's talk about Oregon. A first map picked up by Team Liquid. BDS is starting on the defensive side. Jack, how are you seeing BDS's chances here?
I think BDS, you know, it's a low preference map, and I keep talking about preference and maps. It's a low preference map for BDS, but they still love to play it. There's still a spot named after Shaiko on the map. Do you know what I mean? They are happy defending it. We saw them play it against Falcons in this tournament, and they went almost flawless on their defenses. And I think one of the big things, I'm going to say it again, is that Valkyrie. I think Liquid just have to get rid of the Valkyrie because they're starting on the attack. Unless they've got a specific plan to use it, they're going to endure 6 rounds of Shaiko on Valkyrie, and I would not want that myself.
We are used to see Shaiko and LMs playing really well in any map that they play.
Yes.
But I would say that for this match, they need Rafal to perform. They need Rafal to do in their position really, really good in this game. They need him to be this pillar for the team to get ready for whatever Liquid has prepared for them.
And who has to do that for Liquid?
Oh, I mean, it's one of them. Liquid are actually putting in quite a big team performance. You know, we're not just talking about, sure, Nesk and Palu are the top 2 rated players for this roster. They are always going to be the top 2 rated players. But even Ask and Resets, they've been stepping up themselves, particularly Resets, particularly in the kills department. You know, he's been doing very well. So I really see this as 2 teams that are used to getting to this stage of the competition, but also used to going out at this stage of the competition in the semi-finals, that both operate as team units. And I can't wait to watch it because the 2 teams, there's going to be not much change in either of their playstyles for each other. So it's just 2 teams going at it.
We talked about the Valkyrie ban then. What could Liquid use to their advantage? Banning something else, maybe that would help them out. Come the side switch, maybe when BDS are on the attack, because BDS's attacks are pretty good too.
I think that probably Liquid will be banning Kite for this map. They don't want to have this problem in the laundry attack. They just want to open all the hatches and try to secure one of these important winning rounds for them. So I just would say that if Liquid wants to keep their straight line of victories in this map, they will need to keep these vetoes without trying to be so creative on that.
We talk about Oregon as the game of the third bomb site, right? Because Laundry Supply, you're expected to win on the defense. Kids' dorms, you're expected to win on the defense. It's always about that meeting kitchen or kitchen dining bomb site as to if the attack can win it out or not. Obviously, I think that's where the big battle will come. Genuinely, you know, I would not be surprised to see in Oregon where we get a 4-2 defense split where the primary bomb site is won by the defenders, the tertiary bomb site is won by the attackers, and the same vice versa, and then we have to see it out in overtime.
It's something you talked about quite a bit, Twister, that 3rd bomb site. How will teams perform on it? Do you see any kind of secret strategies Liquid have in store for us here?
Yesterday we saw Liquid had plenty of good rounds on this 3rd bomb site. We saw them winning a lot of retakes actually with SSG trying to do some plants. So I would say that probably in this match we will see them trying to be a little bit more aggressive, using that eco and yokai drones to do this aggression on tower or mini tower advances, and maybe not let BDS go into the execution, because if they do, they probably will not be doing that retakes.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. our game is pretty much ready. So how about we say hello to our casters on the other side. It's our wonderful Blue and X. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty good, Milos. It's a pleasure to be here once again as we move into our playoff bracket. Not only with X, of course, for this match once again. Liquid going up against BDS. Only one of these Titans can move forward into the grand finals. We've had the stunning results show up inside of the group. We've had two new challengers show up at the other end of this bracket. More on that later, however, as it's time to focus up on Oregon. Bit of a double-edged sword here at the event so far from Team Liquid. They lost it once in kind of stunning fashion, but they were able to crush SSG on it towards the end of the group. So we'll have to wait and see how they'll fare on it today versus BDS.
Two Titans going up against each other here tonight, Blue. You've got Liquid, you have got BDS, both incredible teams in their own right and region, and both good teams internationally, although as Fresh said, they have never gone the whole way. One of them is going to at least get to the finals here now. Just a quick history lesson before we jump into this one. They've played each other a couple of times, and by a couple I literally mean two. The only real one of note is going to be in 2021 at SI, where the map was Oregon, and the map was won very convincingly by BDS. Obviously, that is a heck of a long time ago. A lot of things have changed, but it'd be nice for Liquid to be able to level that up to one apiece.
No surprises really on the bans so far. Liquid not wanting to deal with the countercade pressure coming in, especially on basement hatch play. A few other areas where it could become problematic as well, so they'll be knocking him out. And then finally, again, a pretty standard ban here with Mira being the last one to be removed from play. That'll take us into the first round. If you didn't catch it on the top of your screen, it's now in the middle, as well as Team Liquid starting on the attack, BDS on the defense. More than likely expect that basement start for BDS here as we get ready to jump into the first round.
No one wants to deal with Ying these days, do they? Ying is fastly becoming one of the most banned attackers. And I think at least inside of Gamers8, Ying has seen some of the most bans attracted throughout the entire attacking pool. And of course, one of the reasons for that is these aggressive and coordinated pushes, especially onto somewhere like the basement. It could be just a little too much to deal with. Now, obviously, with the Thatcher and the Cade ban, it does make life a tad easier for the attackers. Although, if Breeday's just going to open the hatch for you, then, I mean, I guess it's a moot point, right?
Not too much of an issue there, as clearly BDS want to bait their opponents into that a little bit. Liquid would be able to get that open eventually anyway, and with Cade banned out, there's not really anything they could use to prevent it. So as you said, just make it a bit more easy for the players on the attacking side. Away from that, though, no huge surprises, especially when it comes to our defensive lineup. No repicks either, as Liquid will be satisfied with what they bring. Interesting that we'll see a Lion here for PSK specifically. Have to see how that's going to be used, either to suss out some of these early extensions from BDS, such as into the small tower, as well as Yellow that we're seeing now, or if it's going to be saved more so to confuse on the execute.
I think Fresh is probably mauling right now because Shaiko has been allowed to get the Valkyrie again. It's been a hot topic of conversation throughout the course so far. Palu, though, storms his way in, immediately taking down Renshiro. Renshi was getting caught in full sprint animation then. Unfortunate timing indeed, as Liquid, they've not wasted any time getting themselves established upstairs.
But indeed, coming in with a booming start to this one, knocking out Renshiro. That'll remove the mute. Obviously, not the end of the world, leaving the mute out of it, as his utility will have been deployed in the prep phase, but still gonna hurt here in the long run, as Liquid will certainly have a lot of confidence to clear out the rest of the upstairs, as well as probably the first floor here. I'll just pull land hammer for him. Quick adjustment, though. He's able to knock that down and establish this angle to possibly knock out the next target. Alem's actually going to be sticking around the challenge. This explains the reason why we had the electrical hatch left open. So Alem's can still play this safely and nicely done. Remains stable despite the first shot coming out against him, and he's able to return fire with a clean headshot to knock out Palu.
Great play by Alem's, a real big playmaker so far for BDS inside of the tournament. He steps up there again, managed to get the fadeaway shot. May have given up the control of meeting, but he's got a very important kill back onto Palu, removing a couple of the nades. Only two left now in the hands of Resets. And of course, you want that fragging power that Palu brings at the later point inside of the round. Liquid now just looking to stabilize. They can see, obviously, that the meeting hatch is open. And Alems is going to be throwing as many keeper barricades down as he can on that basement level just to assist some of these angles. BDS have a good hold currently on that back stair. They've actually used one of the keeper barriers to block up the electrical door as well. We're going to see the wall get open now just to give a little bit of a line of sight onto the back stairs. And it looks as though Nesk is going to be tasked with the difficult job of pushing down Freezer, excuse me.
The Keeper Barricade going to come out for Alems as well to allow more extended play to the depths of Freezer. Hot nade coming out from Resets as well, but it's not going to find a target, and he gets baited into thinking there'd be one in Laundry. That'll lead to his elimination, but Liquid already making up for it. Nest can now ask for a second one. Able to bring it all down to Shaiko here in a 1v3. No way to deny the plan either. He's got a hot ping onto at least one member of the opposing squad, but it's going to end up being bad intel as he moves himself out. Won't be able to find the lineup for it this far back. Has to adventure a bit further forward to be able to knock one of these players out. The longer he waits, the more secure the members of Team Liquid will be. Already moving the planter way upstairs to play a hatch position. This is going to be rough for Shaiko, and more than likely, we're going to be looking at round one going into the pocket of Team Liquid.
Got another Lion Scanner coming out there just to seal the deal here. Liquid aren't peeking onto this one little bit. Nesk, he knows he's got the heads up in this gunfight. He knows he's got the advantage. Still doesn't want to take it. Shaiko, full white flash, 12 seconds left. Gets a glimpse at someone at the bottom of main stairs, but look at Liquid, patience of saints. They are not looking to move at all. Nesk finally hits him with a little bit of a swing as the time was already ticking too low. A difficult job to push through that freezer, but Liquid made it look easy.
Definitely the case. Liquid really giving themselves off to a booming start in that round as well, finding the first kill on the second floor inside, I believe, the first 30 or 40 seconds, so beautifully done. Liquid never taking a foot off the gas pedal. Good attempts from Alems and some of the other members on BDS to resist it, but the entry power just far too strong, as well as the plan to actually clear out the interior of the site. BDS just could not contend against it, and as we see, Shaiko as well did not stand a chance in the 1v3.
Got a couple of great shots there of Nest picking up a couple of those kills inside of the freezer. Not going to be able to do that this round, though. BDS are going to stick to a rotation. They're not going to re-attempt downstairs, and instead they're going to take us up to Kids Dorms. Not too much of a change in terms of the lineup, other than Alems bringing Oryx. Speaks to a little bit more flexibility there, getting himself in and around. He's going to be opening up a couple of hatches, giving himself some options for later on into the round. Liquid with a couple of little six picks of their own. Nothing too drastic. Swapping operators between Resets and Nesk. Palu just going to 6 off. In fact, it's almost it's a full 4-way switch, that, isn't it, really? They're going for a heck of a different lineup. PSK on the nook. Excuse me, what's going on here? PSK is usually flank watch, dirty work. He doesn't get the glamorous jobs.
He's going to take charge a little bit on this round here. Liquid switching things up, maybe expecting to see that basement play repeat itself, but surprise as BDS moves themselves on to the second floor instead. Either way, this lineup the Liquid have is going to work perfectly fine for the assault of the second floor. You also have that active resistance that's going to show up all across the second floor here, even extending into Arsenal, which could be a little bit dangerous from time to time for our defenders just because of the angles the attackers will have access to right at the beginning of the round. But as you can see here on Shiro, he has options specifically to get himself across the hall into Master. So this plan is not without its own merit. Resets and the rest of Liquid, though, just be getting their initial clear, as you can see over here towards Small Tower. They want to deal with some jump out at the midpoint of this round from that Small Tower. It's more like I can expect some contention towards the big window to try and play into these two sites.
Renshiro there, ready to replace the Kiba barricade. He's got a couple knocking around there inside of bedroom, one inside of armory as well. Just cutting off these angles and giving Liquid a little bit less to play with. Looks like PSK is going to go for a little bit of a drone here. It's a drone position that you can certainly take into your ranked games if you wish, but he gets a bit of info, knows that somebody's going to be inside of Kids. It's fairly obvious that somebody will be playing in there, but it allows Nesk now to do the same and just check out that dorms area.
Already making progress in opening up the angle to access the attic for themselves. That'll lead directly into the site once they're ready to go for it here. The rest of the squad not able to make progress on a secondary angle just as of yet, though, but they have the presence, as you can see, once again, near that big window that we discussed earlier. Going to be focusing on the drone play now, as they still have the threat of a fall from down below, and that's going to be problematic if they try to boost forward through attic and take direct control of the second floor. Going to need to keep a constant flank watch if that'll be the case due to this player downstairs, and that's assuming, of course, the Liquid have actually caught them. I believe that is the case, and indeed, we'll see it now, as Ask has a direct drone on top of that, but still, first kill of the round ends up going to BDS. Lem's extended position works out well for him. He'll be able to frag out Palu. That's going to eliminate the Yana as well, so that extra intel that would have come in for the clone now gone. Nesk as well, directly challenging Rafal, but almost doesn't seem ready for the fight when he's thrust into it. So he goes down. Ask will be able to correct slightly, and now even the numbers out as he gets 2 on his entry into games.
Reset's just having a little bit of a hard time there with the lifeline. Is going to get himself caught here. Takes a lot of damage, but he's got the LMG and he can continue to take this engagement. But look at the team play. BDS are there ready to collect as one turns tail and runs the other way. Another appears out of the shadows.
BDS keep themselves tricky inside of that round, constantly shifting the positions around and constantly keeping Team Liquid guessing, always forcing them to try and make up for deficits with kills, as we saw there in the midpoint of that round when they went for the entry on games, but it proved to not be enough. The refrags and the re-entry into the site from BDS holds true, and they tie it up now at 1-1, moving us into round 3 here. We'll have to see who takes charge. Obviously, BDS not really going to be wanting to go for the tertiary site just yet. There is going to be a slight change up to the strategy, though, at least, as we move back down to the basement, as at least they'll bring a Thunderbird into this one to give them a little bit more fighting capability as we get towards the later portion of the round.
I think the Thunderbird's a bit of a strange one because I don't recall lots of nades being prevalent. Palu sure lost his life first, so wouldn't have been there to use the nades, and you know, he lost 2 essentially as soon as he fell. There was another 2 in the hands of resets, I believe it was, but we didn't see them really come through. Obviously, Thunderbird is there to give you a little bit of a juice up, give you that little bit of a stim, but you don't really want to be relying on taking a gunfight and then running back to it. It's more just a nice to have. Usually you're looking to try and burn some utility with that and tank a few nades, get yourself into a bit of a riskier situation, then run back and juice back up. We'll have to see if Liquid have that same success on the entry, though, as that was really what you could credit round number 1-2 for.
Just the usual opening of those first few windows and doors here for Liquids. Nothing crazy going to be going on inside of this first minute. BDS does have that extension deployed out a little bit more, as we can see on both the first and second floor. Definitely wanting to play around with this, especially considering they have the Thunderbird, as now they are able to gain a little bit of that HP back if things go awry and they lose a portion of their health before they are able to get themselves back into the basement. Away from that, though, are going to see some earlier retreats, especially from players like Lems. Just wanted to poke out from the top freezer stairs and see if he could maybe get lucky with the pick there. Not going to be able to find it. You can see that Liquid has taken full control of the kitchen as well as dining area. So that'll more than likely move them to the hatch breaching phase of the round, which then they can begin to focus on how they'll make their descent into the basement.
Clearing the way.
A little bit of a rejuggle of some utility here as Rafal replaces an ADS, realizing that a push is coming in from that direction now. Nesk looking to take his stand inside of Freezer, somewhere that he was very successful previously, and this is almost a full utility switch around here from BDS. They're making rotations, they've moved the deployable shield off the 90 elbow inside of Blue, and instead they're going to play it the other way, looking into Laundry. They've got the time to do so, and they also have that utility still there, because Liquid haven't directly pressured, they haven't been interested in pushing in through bunker, and they haven't really been too interested in those back stairs. Obviously, knowing that Shaiko is going to be in and around that area, it's somewhere that you're worth steering clear of.
Players starting to begin poking down into the basement here, and the first volley from BDS is not going to ring true here. Adrenal Surge to boost the play from Liquid as well. We're not seeing them boom into the site just as of yet. Need to try and get that first entry, which will activate the rest of the team more than likely, give them the confidence they need to move forward. Thankfully, BDS has been saving their delay utility here. The first of the 3 Toxic Babes, only just now going to come out from Bride over at the 90 wrap inside of Freezer here. He can extend that probably to right around the 20-second marker on this round, but there is going to be breaching charges moving in from the Zofia now as the team attempts to work their way forward. It'll work out for Liquid too as PSK strikes first, resets with the second pickup, and they're going to swarm in, completely surrounding the BDS roster. Lems will get 1 exchange, but otherwise it's perfect from Liquid as they once again take control of the basement defense.
We had a great overhead view of that as well. It was like wolves circling some prey, you know. Team Liquid were just firing themselves through. Very well timed, very well coordinated. BDS, they're just getting caught flat-footed. What can you do? If someone's willing to tank a little bit of Toxic Babe damage because you know that you've got someone pushing in from the other side and you have to be in position at all costs, and the kills start flying like that, those LMGs, there's not a great deal that you can do to stop it. Not only did we have resets, but we also had Nesk, 2 of the best LMGs in the game right now. They can take multiple engagements, no sweat whatsoever. Basement, so far, is something that BDS are struggling to keep a hold of, and that doesn't usually bode well for an Oregon.
Even worse as well, they don't really seem too confident in potentially trying out their tertiary site on the first floor, so this is going to start to look a little bit rough for them if Liquid continue to take control. Obviously, they realized that the Thunderbird in the last round wasn't really a great idea. I agree with that. They weren't really able to use it too much for their roam game as they got killed pretty much instantly, and inside of the site, the execute from Liquid was just far too quick to realistically make use out of any of those Kona stations, so without that delay, BDS is not going to find a use from those healing stations, and they'll get ready for go to a much more traditional setup to try and hold basement. And again, I think they're going to try to do it in that bunker-style way here that could work a little bit better for them, but overall still a very one-sided round for Liquid.
They're bringing the catches this time, aren't they? They've doubled down. They've got the Jaeger and the Wamai. They've got rid of the Thunderbird, as you say. It speaks to, right, we're just going to try and do this a little bit better. Still send Alems to play loose on the Malusi at the start of the round and see if there's anyone that he can pick up for free. Even if he just denies a couple of drones and gets himself back alive, it'd be a job well done, but instead gets a freebie. That's a real big miss drone from Liquid, as Nesk is going to fall here.
Alems perfectly free to get himself back downstairs, as well as Nesk was very much proceeding on his lonesome. Zero support for him in that avenue, so no chance of a trade to show up anytime soon to get revenge for Nesk's death. The rest of the team now just going to safely tuck themselves away here in the basement. No further extensions, so Liquid will have full control over the first and second floors. It'll take them a moment to realize that, but as we spoke about last round, just move on to the hatch breaching phase and then try to clear things out from there. And you can see that they don't necessarily know that these players have fallen back yet. Just a few pre-fires coming out from Liquid as they try to move into security. But other than that, things are going to go quiet for the next minute or so here as Liquid starts to postulate how they'll be able to work themselves into the basement now without their Sophia.
It's a really big operator to lose as well. Think about the role that Nesk has been playing. He's been so consistent inside of Freezer. He might be sat at 4 and 3, but he's had some very impactful kills. And without that now, someone's going to have to plug that gap. And that means that you're going to have to look to someone like PSK or Palu to go and do that job. And neither of those two operators, no one really is going to do it as well as a Zofia could or would. And couple into that, you're going to lose the LMG as well, which Liquid have been relying on, as do many attacking teams inside of the current meta. And you do just fear that without that alternate angle, without that third-pronged push, Liquid might look to go for something a little bit different here.
Statistically, they could try to put Ask in the front of this. He's had some good results on entry, specifically for the second floor clear, but obviously he's playing a much more pivotal role right now, and he's got limited ammo to work with. There we go, the resets in Palu, able to hold on, but Ask will be lost in the process, so somebody's gonna have to put that case down on the ground regardless. Numbers are even, and there's a good amount of excess time still for Liquid as well, but they're in a bit of an awkward position now. Resets only just barely able to get himself down that back staircase. A little bit worried about someone potentially peeking out from the hall doorway as well, so I'm gonna keep constant overwatch on that Palu when I'll move in to check the angle and gets a swinging headshot against the Alems as well. So Liquid with some great control, finally able to stabilize a plant position for themselves. They'll go for it. This Toxic Babe is going to show up too late, and oh, great pickup as well from Resets, but the shotgun shell went out and it denied the plant, but it won't matter as the trades come in too strong from Liquid and they win it on the TDM.
Resets is built differently. That is not the first time he's had a huge round here in Gamers8. The fearlessness from Palu to plant. I was looking at it, I was going, oh, that looks so risky. Man, that looks so risky. But he knows that he's got his teammates covering his back. And sure, he gets swung. He gets the shotgun blast to the face, but the trade, bam, it's immediately there. Liquid did an incredible job of salvaging that round. And it was all down to a really ballsy play. They dropped E-Box. Dropping the electrical hatch very rarely works. Usually you are dropping into an absolute meat grinder. And it's crossfires galore. There's Toxic Babe canisters. You maybe throw a C4 into the mix. And somehow they had managed to pre-drone enough and gather enough information. We saw as Palu dropped the hatch. He was already trained onto one of the members of BDS. He knew exactly where they were. He had the red ping, and it's a pre-fire at that point, and he wins it out. And that was just the start of what came to be a bit of an avalanche there for Liquid. BDS really struggling on that ground floor, even when things look like they're going their way.
Great adjustment coming in from Team Liquid as well, immediately making up for the mistake that happened at the beginning of the round with regards to how they lost Nesk on the Zofia, but thankfully was able to group themselves up and play a strong buddy system, even with that risky plant too. We saw how quickly the player that took down the planter goes down. So Liquid realizing that potential issue is going to maybe stop them from closing it out, and they are able to win now a third round on the basement attack. BDS breathing a sigh of relief as obviously they've now unlocked the second floor for play again, but this is going to be the only site they've locked down so far, and obviously they win this one, they can't play it on the 6th, so what do? Do they try to go for basement for a 4th time, or do they finally bring out one of their kitchen sites and attempt to win a third round there? And that's still assuming they're able to get this second, of course.
I can't recall the last time I've seen a 2-4 split for attackers on Oregon. It's not something that happens all the time, especially when you're dealing with two teams at this sort of a level. It might be something that happens occasionally with some of the tier 3 teams that we've got inside of the competition in their home region, but realistically you shouldn't be dealing with that kind of a scoreline when you've got a team like BDS facing off against Liquid. Liquid really are just one step ahead today. They look incredibly sharp. maybe sharp enough to make it 5-1. We'll have to see. They didn't do fantastically in the early part of the round. I think there was a lot of bad information that got exchanged last time they attacked onto the top floor, and there was a really aggressive roam again coming from Alems, particularly playing on the Oryx. Is going to be doing the same here and now. One of the biggest problems was the hatch inside of Attic. Sure, you can get Attic wall open, but if there's going to be defenders playing in Meeting, there's no real point in going through there. You need to clear out Meeting as well.
So with already half the round gone, a relatively quiet one so far, BDS have to start getting a little bit worried considering how Liquid was able to come in with a booming execute on the last basement round, especially with the one before that as well. Know that they're going to be building up an intel bank, and it's already wasted, not wasted, but used half their drone count in the process of trying to pick up this information. Finally going to start to see them venture forward a little bit. Obviously, they have the attic hatch access, but there is going to be someone else from BDS on the other side of it. Alems will start to try and pick this off, and he was able to get one on the previous defense too. Led into the reasoning as to how BDS was able to at least start to fend off some of this pressure from Liquid, and it's that same puzzle again that they'll have to solve here on round number 5. Liquid doesn't necessarily seem to have an easy solution to it either. Still just postulating, waiting for a mistake maybe to come out from BDS, but it's not happening. BDS's setup is going to remain stable as a rock. It's up to Liquid to change up that fate, and finally Paulo will do so, catching it off-screen kill. Alems will be able to quickly trade that back though, so we go immediately into a 4v4. Rest of the team attempts to swing at action, but Reset has been held up at the big window because of a toxic base. That's going to stall probably the rest of this as well. Shaiko with one, Alems with a second from down below underneath of the attic hatch, and that's going to leave Liquid, unfortunately, without really the capability to force their way into it. They'll just have to try and brute force the issue. Ask, will they be able to find the back of Alems, taking him down at least, but Shaiko immediately handles the exchange. And for PSK, nicely done in this first fight, but look at his HP. One bullet away from going down, 3 seconds away from the round ending. Also, it's just not going to happen. And finally, BDS will piece together a second round now.
Liquid really can't seem to crack that, can they? It seems very difficult for them to understand that there are two players inside of Meeting, Rafal backing up Alems, and they played it fantastically. Sure, you might lose Rafal, but if Alems is there, then it doesn't really matter. It is a one-for-one trade, and especially with Alems having the capability to hop up through the hatch on the old Oryx. Sure got traded out, but the damage at that point was done. And you've got a question. PSK on the Nook again. It just doesn't seem to do anything. We've obviously not got to see the intention behind that pick, but it just doesn't seem to have that same sort of bite that you would expect if you're going to have someone on a Nook, maybe crouch walking in. So maybe we get to see it at some point here, but at least it isn't going to be now. BDS are finally risking it, Blue. They are finally going to something that isn't downstairs.
You would think that'd be great for trying to sneak through like the small tower areas that looked relatively undefended, and maybe trying to take out someone like Alems who had been waiting out at meeting, using the attack utility to maybe use that, but just never ends up happening. So unfortunate for Team Liquid, but I doubt they're losing too much sleep over that round, considering how they've been able to handle at least the rest of these basement attacks. Now, this is the big question we were asking at the beginning of the last round as well. Is BDS going to have a strong showing here on their first floor hold, considering they avoided it despite 3 consecutive losses on the basement up until this very point? And obviously, this will be the very last round they have here on this half, so they have to hope they can make that impact and bring things to an even keel here at 3-3.
I think the Liquid are looking at this stunned, like, oh, I thought these guys were giving it to us. I thought we were just going to go rinse and repeat downstairs in basement again. We've got to actually try now. We've got to deal with the tertiary site. Right, get yourself in gear, guys. What are we going to do? Well, for the meantime, we've seen PSK pick onto the Nomad, so they're finally starting to address this roam game that BDS have been playing and the aggressive nature that Alems is bringing to this matchup. How much impact it will have does remain to be seen. The top floor is usually a pretty good place to start. Top floor clear is going to start to be put into action here, as we see the generator wall opened up there by Ask. Not looking to poke his head into it just yet, though, as there are plenty of heads here from BDS. They've got a real heavy top floor here, and they've got a lot of utility to chew through. Nesk, though, could have a little bit of an opportunity here up wide stairs. Nobody knows he's here. I'm not sure how he's managed to sneak his way into this position, but if he's patient enough, he might be rewarded.
Rest of Liquid here. Gonna build up the confidence to move themselves in. Nesk as well, deploying that utility to deal with the extensions. Using a lot of utility to box these players out. The good news is once they have the upstairs access, it will be a pivotal key to moving themselves downstairs as well here. Rafal could keep barricade. I believe the secondary breach on the Selma, though, is going to take it out before it can fully spread. So unfortunate. Lems won't be able to use that as much as he would have liked there. Away from that, we'll see him and a few of these other players start to fall back or fall. Good thing he moves back too. He's nearly roasted by a frag grenade, down to about 20 HP now. They'll reconfirm his position, won't be able to contend from it though, as Ask quickly clips him off with the one bullet needed to finish him off. That's Liquid on the right foot forward, but time is quickly ticking down, so they have to move quickly from this point forward with only a minute remaining.
Bomb located by
this is where Palu's going to get in and work his magic. Lems still with the option for a rotation here. Ask, meanwhile, takes down Renshiro, but Lems could cause all the damage required here. Freebie over onto Ask. His spidey senses were tingling. Ask was looking the right way, but he just got caught entirely off guard. Need now to retrieve that diffuser. Palu going to try and throw a nade in deep, and he does, but it doesn't deal the finishing blow. Lems instead going to scurry away with just less than half HP.
Resets as well, not with the confidence to move forward. Can't really sound out the Geminis. I'm pretty sure he's alone as well. So it'd be too risky to try and put himself into that state without someone to make sure he doesn't get refragged here. Away from that, Shaiko now paying attention as the floor is quickly coming down from above him. Speaking of which, we've got players coming down as well. Shaiko ready for the initial challenge from Ness, but PSK will use that as a bait to trade it back out. Resets, confirms the rotation coming in from Lems and knocks him out as well, leaving it all on to Bride here in the 1v3. Bride will confirm the planter by finishing him off at least with the Toxic Babe, but he's still got 2 players to go. One's above him as well. He's got one of his own Toxic Babes sitting over the top of the case. Knows he won't have to worry about much in that department, but where exactly is this upstairs player going to be? He can truly only guess here. There's going to be a real lack for intel. I like to play again with the Babe here. It is going to hopefully fend off a winning angle, which could stop him from counter-defusing from up on top, but still, he's struggling to find this second player. Not going to be able to make it happen. Palu shuts it down, and it's indeed that 4-2 attacker-sided scoreline coming in for Liquid at the halfway mark.
Liquid are going to be pleased with themselves. That was a really good example of how they were able to adapt on the fly. Not the most straightforward of upstairs holds to crack there. You've got the keeper barriers, you've got a Lems playing out there on the roam. One of the gunfights I really want to go back and see, and I hope we catch it in this, is I want to know how Nesk loses to Shaiko here. That was a scrappy gunfight from 2 of the best gunners that we've got in the entire game. You don't often see them going head-to-head like that, and both of them whiffing shots. Shaiko came off the better, but PSK was there for that all-important trade and to get the plant down, which ultimately was Liquid's win condition. Down to the basement we go here for Liquid's turn on the defense. Surely we've got to see a defending team win down here, Blue.
This has to be the lowest basement win rate in any game I've ever seen, at least. So we're going to have to hope that Liquid can be able to pick at least a 1 up and start to change it. Would move us up to a 25% defensive win rate on this site for this map, as currently it's sitting at a fat 0. 3 attempts from BDS over the course of the previous half, not one of them being successful despite multiple strategy and operator lineup changes as well. Just could not get it to work, only able to find that success on the second floor site, and of course the repeat of that later on in the game. Let's see how Liquid fares for it though, as they've got BDS out and about here. Double hard breach for them, just a little bit of a backup in the event that Bride should go down earlier on in the round, and away from that, you're expecting utility. We are going to get that Nook once again for the Lems to see if he could sneak anything in from construction or any other parts of the map here, potentially to help with clearing out the roam game as well, as we do have quite a bit of it from Liquid. Nesk extended all the way up to the second floor. Currently only 1 player from Liquid actually in the basement.
Fortunately, they've got a couple of hatches open to work with, so they can have a reasonably quick drop down in. Lem's already getting himself into flags. He does have a drone working at his feet. You can hear that much is clear. The hatch and meeting will be closed. But look at the ground that he's been able to take here. Now, obviously his team isn't necessarily with him. He does have a drone knocking around, so he's going to have an idea of what's going on. Shaiko maybe now trying to jump in and just confirm that kitchen is indeed clear as well, as Lems really is on the hunt here. With the hatch open upstairs, he could do worse than just sit and watch that for a few seconds. But as we can see, Liquid, they have managed to sneak past, and they have retreated back down to the site.
Liquid quite elusive, not really able to obviously get in the way of BDS's clear here by taking out any of their players, but obviously not losing anything on their own regard either. So just gaining some intel, wasting out some time with postulating positions, but once more not wanting to take those risks on losing themselves entirely. They fall back. Nice clutch magnet here. Eats up Shaiko's nade as he was trying to bank it into the corner. Don't believe we had any presence from Team Liquid there at that point. The second one as well. Also going to get gobbled up here. So no luck, and the utility will be pretty minimal in terms of what it's taking out as well.
You hope Shaiko hasn't got a Gon 6 in his back pocket. We've got plenty of nades on the side of BDS. There's the Gon 6. I mean, why wouldn't you use it then? At least he knows that he's dealt everything he could possibly deal now, and he has eaten up a few of those magnets, ready for either Renshiro or Rafale or Alems to use any of their frag grenades on the problem, and that's what we're going to see now. Rafale is going to make his way on down. Another magnet. PSK's been a busy
three frags now.
He's been a busy guy with those magnets. Now we start with the Kiba barricades and the engagement. It's going to be Resets credited with the kill, but it could have been Nesk equally as easily as he was there taking the head-to-head fight as well. Alem's now got himself to the top of Electrical Hatch. He's going to be able to destroy one Kiba barrier, but very easily will that be replaced. The nade comes in now to 90. Ask gets dealt half damage, but the Toxic Babes are cutting BDS off, and their time has disappeared in this round.
Probably going to play on the understairs position. We'll wait to directly contest against anyone who tries to move forward here. But Lems, what an insertion! Just dashes in for Hatch and steals 2 kills away. This is off the back of Rafale's pick as well, but a good stoppage now coming in. However, Ask, he gets too aggressive, ventures too far out, leaves it open. Palu does the same thing, and that'll seal the round for BDS off the back of that beautiful play from the Nook.
We have still not seen a defending side win Basement Blue. Have we woken up in an alternate reality?
It's very weird in this game right now.
It's feeling a little bit strange, I'm going to be honest with you. Had it not been for a huge play from Alems, and look at what that means to him, by the way, that round would have been in the dust for BDS. They had no chance whatsoever. The fact that they came away with it is fantastic. Liquid needs to do a little bit of soul searching there. They need to figure out just how they allowed that to happen. I believe that one of the players that Alems was able to take out there was actually in cameras at that last stage. At least they were stood very still, maybe looking to play on some utility, but just caught entirely flat-footed. A quick drop was all it took, and with nobody keeping their eyes on that electrical hatch, it was very easy for Alems to come through. It isn't a play to rest your hat on, though. You can't rely on that every single round, but that's all that BDS needed to become one round closer to Team Liquid here.
So BDS start to bring themselves back into the fold, and quite quickly off the back of yet another, as you mentioned, attacking win on the basement site here. Still sitting at a 0% win rate for both teams on this potential bottom floor site. We'll see if Liquid has better luck on the retry, as they're finally going to throw a little bit more of a curveball at this one, bringing out the Clash to maybe add a direct obstacle for members of BDS to have to play against, one that'll certainly be quite annoying to deal with here. Looking at BDS, though, still with 8 frag grenades. We'll have to see how well the defensive utility is lined up. Obviously, we saw Liquid get the utility gold star as they nearly gobbled up half of those nades in the previous round just off of the Wamai magnets, but it's going to have to certainly do the same thing again here. As, yeah, Alems walking all the way down to the bottom. We haven't seen the full fallback from Liquid yet. Nesk is still at the back of top stairs. So Lems is realizing this. Obviously, he doesn't want to fully push into the site, as he could just as easily get himself picked off from a counter angle, but this is a very dangerous position to hold, especially if Liquid hasn't realized it yet.
I don't think that Liquid know. Lems has got himself into the Viper's nest. It's got a great angle through. Palu, please, you cannot make this mistake. You've got to check the angle, gets the glimpse. I think Palu's seen this. He knows exactly what's going on, and the call will now come through. Alems, your job now is to get out of there alive. Starting to see this utility get chewed up once again, as a magnet will be there to eat up the nade. Alems does get dealt a good chunk of damage, and deservedly so. You cannot play that cheeky and repeatedly get away with it. Shago nearly dishes himself a little bit of damage with his nade, as PSK is doing a great job of chewing this utility up. And now that Alems has shifted, he can make that rotation back.
Half the nades are gone again, and once more, 0 damage has been done to any of the defenders here. So the utility is rough at the moment for BDS. Obviously, we got the caveat that some of those may have been used to knock out utility, but oftentimes we have seen them be deployed, specifically at PSK here, with 0 results landing on top of him so far because of the great support coming in from those Wamai magnets, as of course the other forms of utility coming into play here from Palu as well. Rest of BDS now starting to work their way down, getting into an execute position. We've got just over a minute left here, as they know they need to force the problem, specifically in Freezer against PSK, but directly contesting against this could end up being a Formula 4 disaster if they don't have a true way to end up getting past him. Mind you, not really any stuns to play into, not any that would severely affect PSK, like coming off of a Zofia lifeline charge or anything, so it's going to be a rough task to try and work themselves in through Freezer while PSK continues to stand in the way.
Renshiro's got a very difficult job here as well, solo pushing it in through bunker. Alem's looking to make a hatch drop again. Surely Liquid cannot fall for that 2 rounds in a row. Toxic Babes to try and stem the attacking push coming in through Laundry, as Rafal and Brede are going to be lined up there. Brede just going to go for a little bit of a double check or rotation now. He's only got 25 seconds, might be looking to buddy up with Alems here and try and get a plant down on the threshold. Still BDS waiting for the opportune moment. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 execute, 15 seconds and Alems hits the drop, gets down free as Ask shuts Shaiko down, knocking him to the floor. This time Nesk is there to collect. Resets jumps into the party as well. Rafal caught inside the barbed wire, goes for the revive. There's 4 seconds left. He ain't getting you up, my friend. Final couple of kills come through. Liquid, patience pays off. They win it out on time.
We'll see our first defensive win there on basement for either team, as Liquid is able to surge forward with that. Some rough start to this one, but is able to quickly correct. Now more than likely see them move up to their second floor defense next. The Clash works pretty much brilliantly, does exactly what they expect it to do, builds on top of already the great utility mitigation they had coming in the last round, and stops that angle from cutting off the rest of the defenders into the site. Gives them the clarity they need to focus fully on denying those Laundry backstairs and E-hatch drops, excuse me, to be able to cleanly close out on that round for Liquid.
Liquid have done something that BDS were not able to do. But they've done something that every defending team should be able to do here on Oregon. And at least we can now say that we have a round on the basement for the defenders. For BDS's sake, this is not looking too great. They need to start picking up some rounds and they need to start picking them up quickly. I'm surprised we haven't seen a timeout yet. I feel like coming into round number 9, it probably would have been a good time for BDS to have a little bit of a conversation and a think about how they're choosing to approach things, because this one trick, Alem's crouch walking into sight, it's worked once and then it hasn't worked. How many times can you use that same party trick in the same game?
It's definitely going to end up being a bit of an over-reliance on a bit of a gimmick, as we saw it used in the first round quite successfully, but as you noted, they had Overwatch with 2 different players established against it there. Had the one at Pillars gone down, there was another player in the site that could have easily shut that down as well. So they were more than ready for it on the second go-around. BDS needs to be more innovative than that if they want to find success on these repeated sites. Could, on the pause mark, just be waiting to see how this second site plays out as well before they potentially go for that. But obviously, if we see Liquid close this one down, the pause, in my opinion, is going to come in too late, as Liquid will already be at 6 rounds, and then BDS are going to need to look at a full rotation perfectly, as they'll need to pick up 3 in a row just to be able to send it to overtime.
Shaiko getting droned in here to bedroom, catches out a little bit of utility, as does the shock drone at his feet. Alems looking to make his crouch walk play through. We do have Ask inside of meeting, so could be looking to make some sort of a rotation, although he needs to be mindful he doesn't get pinched here. Alems could be chasing shadows there in the basement, as we can see that there are no Liquid defenders in there. And instead, they're just going to use this time to gather a little bit more info. Brede waiting to try and get this exothermic charge off, but it's most likely going to get tricked off. This is something that Liquid did a lot yesterday against SSG. They were very consistent on that impact trick.
Can't immediately throw down the second one either. They're actually going to double stack the Kiba barricades. Lems continuing to be dirty as ever. Then waltzes right into the back of meeting room and is going to find Ask. I'm pretty sure with his phone out as well, so pops his head right off. Early kill for BDS, but now will they continue to build upon this? They are having trouble getting open that walk-in hatch, which once again is a core part of the execution strategy here. So will they continue to try and play into that, or are they going to back up and look for other options, especially now that they've got the sentry towards meeting, opening up the back end a little bit more cleanly for themselves?
The amount of space that Alems is finding here for his team is incredible. Looking now to get a little bit of a depth charge from below, and that will be successful. Picks himself up a second as he's just getting fed here. The wall can now be opened as the threat of impact tricking has gone, but PSK, how long can you survive? 1 versus 5, a flawless for BDS.
Absolutely beautiful from Alems as the hero in pretty much every single aspect of that round. Opens up the execute route with that depth charge from below, and then the 2 kills on top of it, of course, to make it 3 on the round overall. But it was that nade kill that left the room of opportunity open for the rest of his squad to thrust themselves directly into the site without any further delay, especially with the 5v2 it had already put down to at that point. Shaiko, as we see here, one more player able to clean that up quite nicely to put another round on the board for BDS, putting them only 1 round behind Team Liquid here at 5-4.
Much needed round for BDS. If they're able to level things up now, things could start to get very competitive indeed. We do go to a tertiary site. Liquid not wanting to mess around on that Kidstorm defense any longer, and instead are going to switch things up and take us down into meeting. I think it's probably a good play because they didn't really hold on too well there, and BDS had a lot of problem-solving capability in that last round. Someone that you've got to look to try and shut down early, though, is going to be Lems. You need to try and get some sort of a handle on that. Liquid aren't really bringing anything too specific just because of how wide he's entering in onto the map. There's a lot of places he can just sneak in for free. You can't defend everything. But I think it's something that Liquid needs to be a lot more mindful of moving forward, because that little solo play that Lems is pulling off is really starting to hurt.
It is leading to a bit of a top-heavy factor for BDS as well. You can see this Lems obviously leading at 12-7. The next highest teammate, at least in terms of fragging capability, is Rafal, sitting down at 6-6. And it continues to go further down from that as we look at the rest of the team as well. So the team really almost relying on Lems to some extent to be able to pick up these opening kills, and as we saw in the last round, open up pathways for the team to actually get into the site. If he goes down early on, that's going to cause a massive delay and will more than likely be a much easier time for Liquid to close out the rest of the elements inside of that round.
Liquid are going to be spreading themselves fairly thinly here. We've got a presence on that top floor. Nesk's just going to drop himself down. Opted to play the Warden this time, feeling that the threat of the flash grenades is going to be substantial enough to warrant it. And of course, the potential for the smokes as well, although none have been brought. Oh, sorry, 2 have been brought here by Renshiro on the Ossa, so could really come in to be quite a hit that. So we're going to start to get this back wall open, however. BREED8 is just going to give himself a little bit of an option to dip out there if the going gets a little bit too tough. And with the Lems playing below, you can be rest assured that there's no Nitro Cell going to hop up through that hatch.
Got BDS starting to put pressure into this. At the same time, you can see Ask over here looking to try and resist it. He's not going to be able to shoot at that Rotero drone. That sends him back behind one of his Keepa barricades, but also directly on top of a nade as well. Won't fully knock him out, though, and he does have a little bit of cover to play. He's going to try to back up into the kitchen, though, where the res will be a lot less risky, but still, Renshiro picking up yet another kill, and there's the confirmation via Rotero drone as well onto Ask. That takes him out of the play entirely. Renshiro gets a second pickup here, finally putting some numbers on the board for him as well, as BDS are thrusting through this defensive lineup from Liquid without too much of an issue. PSK and Palu, the only two left. Palu finally with the counter for the Lems, but it's not really going to matter here. BREED8 immediately picks up the trade. The plant will go down. An attempt from PSK to get into the Lion's nest there, but it won't work out. And we see BDS find another round that'll tie us up at 5-all.
Best thing about that round is that the actual execute of opening the wall and really starting to put pressure on Meetin didn't have a lot to do with Lems. Lems was below and he was making sure it was clear, so he was a part of it, but he wasn't there sneaking in, getting kills. It wasn't that reliance on that solo play. He was able to grab one, but ultimately that was a very small part in what was a much bigger round and a much more team play oriented round from BDS. Now they've managed to gain level, and that's huge considering the first split that they had here being so unsuccessful on their defensive half. The question is, can they continue from here on out? Looks as though we're hitting a little bit of a timeout for BDS, so they have waited until drawing level here to use that tactical timeout.
Is going to help out Team Liquid quite a bit now too, as have run into some issues, but at the same time have been able to exercise their strength on both of the other sites they'd like to play into, as well as they've seen the full breadth of their strategy, shown it as well to the out-of-game leadership sitting behind them, and now is going to leave the room open for all the input on all 3 sites so they can hopefully course correct on the second go-around here as they try to close out on at least 2 of these remaining rounds. Will have to be a perfect streak for either team, though, if they want to close it down in regulation at this point. Otherwise, if we go 1-1, obviously that'll take us into overtime here. So Liquid, the pressure is certainly on. Had that booming start from the attacking side, but it seems BDS has quite a bit of fuel in the tank for their own attack. That's going to make this matchup a lot more competitive than it may have first appeared at the end of the first half.
Let's see how Liquid choose to approach this one then. They're going to opt for the clash again. It is something that worked for them back in round number 7. Round number 8, I think, actually. So the clash is going to be brought out there again by PSK, and they're going to go for the 2 catchers. They're going to go for the Wamai and they're going to go for the Jaeger. There's no reason not to. The magnets have been so good from Liquid. I don't think we've seen many nades, if any, really get in and get through that initial defensive utility that Liquid are placing out there. And obviously for BDS, that's something to be more mindful of moving forward. But they're going to be coming out with some choice picks of their own. Rafal's actually locked in the Cali.
should be interesting to see. Obviously, we don't see Cali played in too often. It is occasionally brought in as kind of a desperate attempt to replace a Thatcher, especially with the sight lines that'll be played out here inside of the basement. Not necessarily going to get a whole lot of use out of that sniper rifle due to just how slow it can be to utilize, but she's got a pretty decent secondary SMG to play into as well, so not going to be completely out of her element. Obviously, we're going to be bringing her in to use those thumpers, though, to try and knock out Utility sitting on the other side of the wall and allow for them to have better sight lines going into this site, hopefully being able to avoid the problem of the clash. To start it out, though, I'm dead wrong about the snipers. They get a winning angle against Ass, get the leg shot against him, and he goes right down into the grave here. Should still be able to be revived potentially, but that's going to rely on some of the other members of Liquid not being preoccupied here. PSK getting the stun off, holding the Finka back, but quickly losing control over this construction side hall as well. Liquid are going to need to be careful as we are quickly seeing BDS gain more and more ground, and it's too much of a distraction as Lem is allowed to insert himself on the back stairs. No one is watching it. That's going to be Pandora's box opened up, but hold on now, Liquid, they're fighting back. Nesk with 3 out of nowhere. Alems is going to have to fight for his life here as he's the only one remaining. And Liquid once again shut out a defensive round here in the basement. Great correction from Nesk and the rest of Liquid to bring it back, as things were looking a bit dodgy on that construction push.
Nesk has just slammed a door in BDS's face right there. He has gone, you might have all these fancy Flores drones and this fancy sniper rifle that you've been able to down my teammate with. But guess what? I'm still here and I am still fighting. A little quick rush strategy is not going to work against us here today. Liquid, they get put onto a map point here in our first map of this best of 3.
We said before, that needs to be a consecutive run for Liquid, and the good news is they have started that sequence of unlocking the sites they've already won, meaning that they'll now be able to return to the upstairs holder. Actually, I think that might still be... It's going to be interesting here, as I recall correctly now, and that was actually picked up by BDS, was never locked away in the first place.
I'm not sure why they're going here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by this decision too. You heard me.
They've got a clear idea of what they want to do differently. I mean, I guess the wall got open last time and it was very straightforward. Even BDS shot, look, they're making changes. They're like, guys, panic. We need to abort the top floor plan. These crazy guys have gone to meeting.
So BDS is going to be thrown off by this one a little bit. That may be part of the plan for Liquid here, subvert the expectations slightly. Obviously, attacker repick is going to get in the way of messing up their operator selections. Still, we've seen the expected picks come through here. The OSI shield specifically going to be hugely crucial for ensuring the rest of BDS to establish positioning further into meeting room. Once they are able to get that back wall open, we still don't have any active resistance coming in onto that wall either from Liquid, so not going to be easy for them to potentially stem the tide of the execute happening in the same exact way that it did just a few rounds back.
Riyadh was obviously a big part of the previous attack onto here and getting that wall open and really focusing on getting that plant down. There was a good little bit of nade play as well, in and amongst the Flores Rotero drones. File doing a great job to reposition defenders that were still hanging around inside of meeting. Aside from that, Liquid weren't really too close to this round. They had that little bit of an extension. We're gonna have a little bit more here. Shaiko already getting himself into the action. Shuts Nest down, picks himself up a second as Ask is gonna be the next to fall. That's the wall now gonna be open. Resets, grabs one back. It may be a little bit too late though, as the breach already has been open. Palu forced to now start taking some really extended gunfights here. He's only got the MX4 Storm to deal with. BDS have that advantage.
Just giving over way too much to Shaiko there, but still BDS not necessarily with the confidence to play it forward just yet. Shaiko himself is still going to be a little bit low. Should still have 2, I'm assuming, Adrenal Surges ready to go, though, once he gets himself off drones. Indeed, he'll be able to bring his HP back up to around 75%, assuming he delays it all the way to the point where he can use that second surge, but you see the execute boil through at some point, too. Gets a little bit panicked about someone flanking down the long haul, so he's going to chuck out both of his nades to stem the tide on that. And I believe because of his low HP, he's just going to be left to establish Overwatch here, while the rest of the team worries about pushing back in. Lems waiting for an opportunity. We saw him go for this back flank last time as well, but you can see Resets already in position to counter this and not being too adventurous about it either. Palu very much looking towards the same thing here, so Lems is going to have a tough task making his own impact. The good news, though, is that this distraction of a Lems on the back end is leaving the site itself quite vulnerable. Save for the one player in Kitchen, we could see a pretty clean push be made right now by the members of BDS, but they are going to want to use their Rotero drones to get a little bit of extra intel as well as clear out the utility. What a dash in there from Palu, though. Picks up the one, resets, tries to contend against Alems, but he can't land the shot, and Palu is lost as the peek comes through. The nade against resets will also down him. PSK trades out for one, but he hasn't been able to deny this plant. Only has taken down the player moving in from the front end. Needs to try and get the planter here and now, otherwise it's going to be such a tough retake. Won't pull it off, though. Bride escapes. Rafal's also worked himself up to the top of the stairs, and in a moment, we'll have access to that hatch here, so it's a rough one for PSK, but if they want to end the game, he's got to clutch this one out here and now. Has access to that diffuser, can try and bait out some of the presence by tapping it real quick, but he's focused too much on the fragging. Goes right out into a flash. Plenty of time, still repositions, just guessing as to where these players could be right now as he's lost the plot entirely. Trying to lock one of them down, but just can't get it done. Maybe able to get the first, and there we go. There's the pickup, but he only has 3 seconds to get onto the case and stick it here. Will be going for it, but I'm pretty sure he got onto it too late, and you still have Bride moving in to shut things down. BDS will trigger overtime.
Great round from BDS. They did exactly the same attack as we saw previously, and it worked in exactly the same manner. Albeit a lot closer that round than previous, but a round is still a round regardless of how close it is. Alems is doing such a good job of distracting so much attention. Paolo and Resets, they knew that he was going to be pushing. They knew exactly that he was going to be pushing through that side. Now, Paolo assumed main door, and quite rightly so. It's one of the first angles you can check. Don't think they were anticipating the garage. Obviously, that's what Resets was there for. And I think Resets just missed a couple of shots. A little bit unfortunate there. But had that kill come through a lot earlier, it would have been very easy then for Liquid to reinforce the site and throw a few more bodies at the problem. Now, they have been given defense first on the overtime, and they are going to go downstairs. But statistically, Blue, this isn't a fantastic site for the defenders, but I'm sure that Liquid are relaxed enough knowing that they can get the job done down here.
Liquid do at least have a winning record on this one, with 2 winning attempts and 1 losing attempt so far, and this has been mainly off of the back of the clash that unfortunately the members of BDS have not really been able to successfully deal with just as of yet. It's been like a Zofia may be able to help out, but the problem is, again, the utility from Liquid with regard to their nade mitigation, specifically from Ness Swamai, has just been way too strong here, so I don't think they want to take a risk on that, potentially leave some of those getting eaten up. So BDS will still stick with generally the same lineup as before. Going to see 6 nades coming in this time, so they lower that amount just a tad. But overall, it is going to bring the expected roster needed to try and assault this site. Still will need to find a way to get past PSK, though, as that has been the thorn in their side for both of the losing basement attacks so far.
It's kind of strange because usually you'd really want to get defense on Oregon in an overtime, but BDS are probably quite happy on the attack. They've performed much better on the attack so far today. So they're probably feeling that they got a pretty good deal out of this all as well. Of course, it all remains to be seen as to how they choose to play their hand. Alems isn't going to be on the Nook this time. He's instead going to be on the Iana, so you're looking for a little bit more utility. Still bring the 2 nades, but you do bring those Gemini clones that you can use to gather a little bit more information at some points inside the round. And in some cases used to burn up some laser gates, but we don't have any of those here for the defense on Liquid. They are instead sticking to what has worked previously, and that has been the catchers, namely the magnets from YMI. They've done a fantastic job of eating up a lot of this utility that BDS throw on in, and of course they have the clash as well.
Quite across the map as BDS look for the appropriate path to move forward. PSK almost gets caught on the timing here. He moves himself a little bit deeper into Freezer to avoid getting picked off at the back end of the hatch. Chiro has completed clearing out the 2nd floor, and I believe the rest of the team has already scouted things out for the main floor, so you can begin focusing up on the descent. But again, that brings up the glaring issue that we already talked about towards the beginning of this round. How do they get past the clash? How do they properly leverage their utility to push themselves into Freezer, as this is held strong at least 2 times in a row, once being positioned here in the same exact spot in Freezer, and once having adjusted it over towards the construction push as well. Changing up the strat is not necessarily going to be the winning formula here for BDS. They have to try and find a way to get past it. So far, they're going to be able to knock out the smoke, which will certainly help out in their time game a bit, removes those toxic babes from the delay. See now how the rest of the team can try to move forward further into E, as this is also going to draw the attention of PSK finally away from that Freezer area.
PSK getting spread a little bit thin here. He feels like he needs to be in the freezer and on blue at the same time. Ness just going to be holding on to those back stairs, but there has been a drop in through the hatch. It doesn't matter. He's going to get taken out from the back stairs as Paolu looks to try and stabilize. Misses his shots. Rafal there to take him out. Shaiko Alem's flawless. BDS storm through the basement.
It's going to be a big win coming in from BDS. They're even better, too, constantly getting the better of Liquid's aggression inside of that final team fight, catching them pushing out on at least 2 to 3 different avenues. And unfortunately, BDS, or rather Liquid in some respects, just getting distracted, as we saw at least for one player there hiding on the outside of the electrical wall, gets tripped up by those X-Kairos that were thrown onto the wall. And as that was happening, a player from the backstairs pushed down, took him down. We saw a few other examples of things similar to that happening. It's led to a quick elimination of that defensive roster, allowing for BDS to take charge here, moving them up 7-6. One more round away now from being able to close out on map number 1.
Where do they go is the question. Where do they take us? They do. They take us downstairs.
No way. Why would you not go for the second floor hold?
I'm pretty gobsmacked at this from BDS. They haven't won downstairs once today on defense. And they think overtime match point, yeah, it's as good a time as any.
And I'm not crazy. They won both of their upstairs defenses.
Yeah, yeah, they won dorms like clean.
Well, clearly BDS has something in the making for the strategy to try and win this one out. Otherwise could have gone for the safe pick upstairs, like we said before, winning both of those inside of regulation, and at least one of them in pretty convincing fashion too, but not feeling it for overtime. They think they've made the adjustments here in the basement, so let's see if that's going to be the case or if the attackers will continue to surge in win rate here on this site.
Team Liquid don't know the look at the minute. They're like, are you sure? Like, do I need to check with my drone as well?
Do we need to rehost this? You sure you guys misclick or something?
Yeah, like PSK, are you absolutely sure that that was the site? PSK's like, yeah, I told you, like, they've gone downstairs. Yeah, I promise. Maybe BDS just defaulted. They're just like, yeah, basement. We'll have to see. They may have a little bit of a strategy. They may have something, a bit of a point to prove potentially that they want to try and do something slightly different. Or they're just realizing that Liquid can't rely on winning that execute every single time. It's a very finely tuned thing, the way that Liquid have been attacking. They've been pushing through freezer, laundry, bunker, backstairs. There's been at least 3 of those areas all involved in the push at every single one. So if one of those doesn't work, if one of those fails, it weakens the entire execute. And maybe BDS are looking to try and take advantage of that.
Slow work either way. Both teams have had their fill of aggression here for these basement holds and have realized that it's not really going to lead to a whole lot. That's all cooled off as of a few rounds back in regulation here, just leading into that standard bunker setup really for both teams. Obviously Liquid having a bit of a variation by bringing the Clash into it, but BDS is going to give us the usual suspects to hold downstairs and hold for pretty much the entire round. Liquid, of course, now realizing this, begin to open up the hatch plane. We'll start to scout things out with their own drone work to look for the appropriate way to try and wriggle themselves into this setup and hopefully be able to take yet another attacking victory down here.
Paolu gathering a lot of important info on the drone. Shaiko playing his spot. Does have a couple of these cameras out there, and that one has a nice line of sight into meeting. You can get a couple of glimpses there if you place it just inside the rim of the hatch. Resets. Looking like he's going to be pushing down these main stairs. He knows he's got quite a bit of utility to burn on through, and he's going to deploy the Gon6 first. A little bit of a drone to back that up as Paolu throws his utility into freezer as well. With that wall open, it's not going to be so straightforward to just walk on down freezer, especially when Rafal is there ready to peek. But under the cover of the flashes, they can get the job done. Bride draws first blood as Rafal's going to be down next and kills Dutre, but BDS are coming up on top. Ask, you've got a lot of work to do here, my friend, as he draws for the bearing, cannot find the next. Alems, the man of the match, has closed things out there for BDS.
BDS proving even us wrong on that final round there, showing us that they can finally close out on one of those basement defenses. The winning strategy apparently is just go out and fight the members of Team Liquid in the halls. Beautifully done either way by BDS as they're able to take control. A great comeback too, considering they started down 2-4 after their initial defensive half had closed out. They're able to take both rounds in overtime here. Don't even need the third one to close it out, and they'll take control of the first map. That'll do it for us here at the casting desk for now. Let's head back down to your analyst to break this game down and get us ready for map number 2.
Thank you very much, friends. Yes, we are back, and BDS are victorious. It got tight, it got close, and Team Liquid almost had it there, but our EU team will grab Oregon Liquid's map pick twister.
Liquid started really, really well on attack. They just put their pressure, tried some different executions, like going on Laundry, going on Freezer, both of the time, and they just didn't care about the Falcon cycle. But after that, when they went to the defense, it was missing something.
I think what we saw is we saw two teams that are just super comfortable with playing default Siege, especially attacking onto that laundry supply basement bomb site. I know we saw the casters say why if BDS gone down there, just about defending it out in the end. And that's what I wanted to say is kind of when you've got two teams that are stylistically very similar, you know, their ideas, they played it very default in terms of that map. It's basically about who turns up better inside of the server, and that's why I said I wasn't surprised that we went to overtime, and we did.
Well, let's bring you up some highlights brought to you by Aramco, one of our many sponsors here at Gamers8 in Riyadh. And if anything, watching this matchup between, as you both described in the pregame, two highly structured team, it really got slow at times, but I guess it went slow for a reason, for many reasons, because both teams were scouting one another and getting into these small positions, power positions, to help them once plans are executed.
This was a very common and default Oregon played by both of them, as Jack said. But it was not usual because we didn't see Nask or Shaiko just fragging out like they did on every game during this tournament. So it came from LMs to just bring this attention and do that hard flank positions and bot BDS some of the important rounds that they won.
I think LMs has actually been given a lot more freedom on the role, or on his role in BDS now. We're seeing him play, you know, he used to be the IGL of this team. We're seeing him play a lot more lurking and, you know, playing off, backstabbing those late flanks that were coming out, particularly on the attack. And it paid off massively today, you know, he top fragged for his team. And I think ultimately, probably just about that was the difference.
Who doesn't like late round Nook flanks, where the Nook is just hiding somewhere in a good position, you got nades in the kit, you're hiding away for all cameras, and you're making as little noise as possible. LMs has really perfected the role of lurking in this game, and probably, like Jacques was saying, pushed BDS over the line against Liquid.
When you have this experienced player like LMs and you use it to create some chaos into the other things, strats, it's very useful because you cannot just execute and just wait that Liquid will not counter it, because they know how to play the default Siege, they know how to counter the entrance in the bomb site, they know how to counter the clean of the resources. So you have to this surprise element from BDS, and with that experience, they were able to do this.
How did Liquid just not able to how were they not able to close the game? They had it all in the bag.
I think both teams suffered from the same problem on their defenses, which was probably that they were a little bit slow. They were a little bit passive, and they allowed the team that was on the attack so much time, so much map control to set up an actual execute. We saw it a few times with BDS, particularly on the basement, and we saw it with Liquid's defenses as well, where, you know, BDS, they had all the time in the world in every single round, even in that very last round there, to actually set up their execute and then execute it. It's not often in Siege, and especially in today's meta, that you see defenses actually allow attacks map control, allow, you know, we saw quite a few 5v5 executes. That's not very common in today's meta.
Besides the pretty common match, we saw both of the teams trying to play some different operators, just like Liquid playing Clash or Shaco playing in his Valk, but none of these operators were able to secure their teams on defense. So we saw a pretty aggressive and structured attack style, and both of the teams being able to just go into the bomb site even slow and just got the important kills that they needed to have pretty clean setups to plant the bomb site and just win in the after plants.
So taking it slow, droning out, getting into flank positions, post-plant positions, and for both of these teams that are highly experienced, a lot of just knowing how the flow of a round usually goes. There's not many things that can equal experience when it and that, how do you call it, the game knowledge, the map knowledge is oh so important here.
Yeah, and that's it, and that's ultimately with these two teams, that's why we saw such a even game, right? That's why we saw it go to overtime. It could have gone all the way to 15 rounds as well. And I'm looking forward, I hope we go all the way to map 3, Milosh.
You think we'll have a map 3, Twister?
For sure, I hope so.
Very excited then to see it. EU versus LATAM Classic, Shaco versus Nesk on the other side. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back to break things down for map 2 and get you in the game. See you in a moment. friends to the desk as we set ourselves up for map number 2 and our first series out of 2 for today. It's all best of 3 here, and it's BDS versus Team Liquid. BDS able to come back on map 1, Oregon, and take it in overtime, 8-6. So very happy for you to join us here. Europe continues on its good run, but don't you worry about it. Liquid have something up their sleeves, and we're expecting a map 3 for the series. Let's guide you through that second map. I'm Medic, your host. With me are Twister and Fresh. Gentlemen, we've had a great map 1, but it's time to talk about our second one. And let's put up that map, Vito. Just a moment to refresh people's minds about how things have gone down. First up, Liquid. That was their pick on Oregon. They lost their pick, unfortunately, and now we go to Bank. BDS's home here, at least in their pick. Twister, how do you feel this going?
As Fresh mentioned it before, we got Oregon picked by Liquid and Bank picked by BDS because they chose to play the maps that the other team doesn't feel comfortable on. So when they had a chance, they tried to pick on it. So I would say that this Bank will be a Bank that we may see a lot of different kind of plays by BDS, just like fast pushes in the open area, big entrance with OZA executions on the server, and things like that.
And that's the thing, is that we said in Oregon it was a very default against default game. We saw from BDS, the last time that BDS played Bank was against Rogue in EUL. And in that game they were doing some strange stuff, to put it bluntly. We saw Shaiko playing Osa, we saw, you know, different people on different roles, with BDS having a really experimental Bank. Now, they were 6-2 down in that game, and they brought it all the way back to overtime. They did lose it out in the end, so they've got a bit of substance about it, and they picked into Liquid's lowest map preference. Now, I've just had a quick look at Liquid on Bank. They've not played it. They've played it a couple of times in BR6 Stage 2, lost it once, and then won it once against NIP. So, you know, they're okay at it, even if it is a low map preference. I say it's their ninth preference, but they do play all 9 maps within BR6.
Final thoughts, we're almost ready to go. Liquid starting on the attack side of Bank. Do you think we'll see a map 3, Twister?
I would like to, but I don't feel like Liquid is very, very comfortable on this map. When you are a team that pretty much have the 9 maps, you have the map preference. So I would say that on this map specifically, we will need to see them shine in the defense.
Map 3, yes, no, no more.
No.
All right, there you go. It might just end. We got disagreements. Well, let's pull up our casters. Gentlemen, please, hey, it's Blue and X. Please take us through Bank.
Thank you very much, Milos. And it is indeed time to head into Bank, a map that neither of these teams have yet to play at this tournament as of yet. We'll have to wait and see which one will fare better. As we heard the analysis desk say, things historically don't look that great for Liquid going on to this one, but they'll certainly have to prep themselves, as if not, they'll be knocked out of the tournament here. BDS is looking for the killing blow in a 2-0 fashion. We'll have to wait and see if they'll be able to get it. X, is it going to happen here, or do you think we'll end up on map number 3?
See, part of me has to say map number 3, because I've got to be a Liquid fan, right? But then I'm also from Europe, so another part of me goes, I'd like to see BDS do it. But we all know what happens when someone says words to the effect of, and BDS takes it. So we really could be looking at something quite unpredictable here. Not just in the fact that we don't have loads of data on both of these, on Liquid for this map. Liquid are more than capable of hiding a map and just bringing it out every now and then. So you never really know what you're going to be going up against, and especially when you throw down something like Bank, which on its best day can be very unpredictable. It's such a big map. The biggest thing for me that I would be concerned about if I was Liquid right now would be the way that BDS have been playing, the way that Alem's found space on Oregon, which is a smaller map. He's going to be a nightmare to keep a track of here.
Absolutely the case. And even worse, BDS start out on defense too, so they're going to be dealing with that right from the very beginning. Even on the attacking side, would not be surprised if we see that Nook make constant reappearances for him, as you can certainly work it on Bank, and obviously not going to be banned out here. The ban's actually a direct mirror so far, and literally going to be a direct mirror of our first map. So same exact bans as we saw before. It seems like both our teams were happy with the state of play. I hope back on Oregon.
I like what you did there. I appreciated that. Liquid kicking things off then on the attack. It looks as though we're going to be going down to lockers to start things off here for BDS. With those bans, it gives a lot of flexibility as well. You've got so much available. We've got let the Valkyrie through again. Now, I know that we saw Liquid use the Valkyrie quite a bit, and they got their own value out of it. But again, a map like Bank, such a good map for Valkyrie. You give Shaiko that space, and especially if you're going to have a Lems out there causing a bit of a nuisance, it could be a bit of a recipe for disaster. At least with what BDS are bringing right right now, it doesn't speak to an incredibly roam-heavy lineup. Alems is going to be on the Azami, so whilst he might get out there and be active in the start of the round, he probably wants to get himself back safe so he can deploy some of those Kiba barriers. But couple that up with the castle, and you're setting up a pretty solid defense here.
Away from that is important to note now what is on the line in this map for BDS, but for both teams overall in this series. If they are able to win this one, that'll send them onwards to the grand finals. They already have guaranteed 3rd and 4th place prizing at $155,000. But if they win for BDS just this last map, they will upgrade that by another $95,000, all the way up to a guaranteed 2nd place, which will take home $250K. So certainly a lot to be playing for. And important to note, too, for players that are still sitting near a top 5 or so of the top kills in this tournament and overall are worthy of an MVP award, there's that to play for as well. 25K for the most kills and 100K to the individual that gets the MVP award at this tournament.
There's a lot of loot on the line, and we have seen it influence the way that players have played. We have seen people going a little bit more frag hungry, and as we open things off here, it is no different. Alems, what did I say? Cause a bit of damage in the early part of the round, get himself back to site. He's already done it. We've only seen 45 seconds.
Hasn't even really needed to use the Kiba barricades to be able to pick it up either. He's stacking 4 of them in his inventory right now. Finally going to be able to start to use some of those, but still. Speaks of the prowess of Alems here that he doesn't even necessarily need to rely on that utility to get the job done. Going to patch one of the poles that were breached there as well to make things a bit more difficult for Liquid. Liquid, in the meanwhile, are going to try and make use of the Nook. It's not going to be the quiet Nook, though, as you see that can opener going down on the castle barricade to allow it to move a little bit further forward towards the main stairs here. Ranchero as well will get stunned out, so he'll be forced back, but there's other players still wanting to play aggressively over by that main staircase, in part to try and attempt to support Shaiko's position, which is still alive and well over here in Staff.
With Nesk falling as well, and with Nook bringing the secondary hard breach gadget, that's all your nade's gone. You haven't got any ability now to nade out players on the site. C4 gets sent out there. It will be shot out mid-air. Shaiko is finished off. Palu credited with the down. Ask finishing it all off. Skeleton key can now be used to make some quick lines of sight and quick rotations here. Got to question why the sledge wasn't brought really for Palu. They've got enough burn, they've got enough flashes, but I really think they could do with another couple of nades here for this execute. There's going to be utility to burn through. We're pinging out things like Banshees, we're pinging out other little bits and bobs. We've got the Kiba barriers as well. Fortunately, we do still have the lifeline of resets available on that Zephyr, so they're going to now start to look to open up this breach.
Here's the X-Kairos there to quickly pop things open. Resets ready to move in as well. Going to start to use some of these lifeline charges to open up the soft breach deeper into the site. Alems trying to block off hatch access here with those Kiba barricades. Looks to get both on either side. It'll work out, but mind you, PSK, these are very easy to take down. Just stand on top of them, they should deteriorate immediately. For Ass, though, having to dodge around the toxic bait, barely survives it. One more tick and he goes down, but it'll come from a bullet instead of a gas grenade. Rafal knocks him out. Bride with another one as the aggression starting to roll out, and yes, you do deteriorate those by standing on them, but it's a bit of a slow process, so Lems, he'll get plenty of a warning before the drop actually comes through. Palu with so far 1 exchange, but he's quickly running out of time. Not realistic for him to get back into this site. Just trying to play to pad the stats a bit, and it will happen. Lems shuts down one more, and it's BDS to strike first here on Bank.
Liquid looked in really good shape there to start burning out utility. I was surprised to see Ask just hightail it straight into the site. The Toxic Babe came out, and I was expecting him to go, okay, this is the time where we just dip back into server. And we chill in server for 25 seconds, then we go in again, and then we bait out some more utility, and so the cycle continues. But oh no, that did not happen at all. He instead said, you know what, I feel like I need to push all the way in here, and BDS had the heads up. No pressure either inside of Garage, and you can only think that with only 4 going into that final execute, having lost Nesk early on, that Liquid were really running on a bit of a plan B there for that attack.
So Liquid continue to look for ways to get themselves on the board. Obviously only the first round drops, so still plenty of opportunities to do so. BDS going to bring the castle now for a second time on the defense, wanting to try and trick up the rotations a little bit here, especially considering that Liquid did not have a whole lot of soft breach coming into that last round. Well, yeah, Palu's going to go onto the Buck. Mind you, the Buck can't actually take those down, so it's not going to be of any use in that respect. The nades will certainly try and help that out a little bit, but still going to be relying mainly on those lifeline charges to be able to get rid of those should they run into problems. And of course, PSK can once again deal with it via the secondary hard breach utility he's going to have in the can openers there too.
Alems back onto that flexible pick of the Oryx. he was active enough on the Azami. You can only think how much of a nightmare he's going to be on Oryx on this map. Plenty of hatches for him to hop up as well. Opportunities to use the burst of speed to make slightly quicker rotations. Liquid need to sharpen up on that opening drone game. We've seen them sloppy a couple of times in the series, a couple of times on Oregon and inside of that last round on that opening drone. And it has caused NESC to fall twice so far, so they need to really dial that in a little bit just so that they're not making very careless mistakes like that. And as such, we are seeing them spend quite a bit of time checking things out in this round. Top floor there going to be called as clear. Bit of utility spotted out inside of main lobby as well. I don't imagine that Valkyrie camera will be long for this world, as it looks as though NESC is just waiting for the cue to call to hop himself into newspapers.
Resets still looking for his own way to try and move forward here, as will the rest of Liquid. Slow progress so far being made by them, but it is still progress nonetheless. He continues to wait for a potential peek to come out from the inside of Tellers. BDS not really wanting to flirt with that at this point in the round, though. They sit nice and steady, tucked away deeper towards the side, and of course, with Alem's exposed elevator position as well. Liquid are not actually going to be able to catch onto the elevator spot too early on here either, so he will potentially be free to make a play at some point later on in the round, but it'll be important to note that he's on the closer to the site elevator, not the further one that has a direct line of sight to areas like spiral stairs. Now we can see Resets and the rest of Liquid starting to establish some of these top downs. As we mentioned before, no sledge. They are going to be able to open these up mainly via breaching charges here. That will give them a somewhat limited window to see downstairs.
NESC priming himself to open up the castle barricade into sight and just being ready for anything that should peek out of the back of it. There's going to be vertical happening above him as well, which is going to help assist move these defenders and relocate them. With the hatch open behind him, though, he does need to be cautious. We've already seen Alems is more than willing to use Oryx's ability to hop through a hatch, and he's probably just waiting for the right time to strike. When there's enough commotion going on elsewhere, he feels as though he's going to get away with it. Still patiently waiting below. We see Parley now starting to rip open the floor with that skeleton key. More breaching happening upstairs as well. Liquid really milking this timer now. 25 seconds left. Alems looks as though he's thought better of the hatch hop up, as PSK is going to be watching back there for NESC, just making sure that no one's going to be there for the flank. But the first kill's going to come in from Shaiko, as Resets is going to be shut down. You see him desperately flicking through cameras there as kills start to fly. But look at NESC making that LMG sing. Liquid do have an advantage here, and PSK finds Renshi under the desk. They're going to get the plan down with 1 second left. Shaiko runs out of ammo and gets swung by Palu.
See Liquid there, able to save the day with the entry coming in from PSK. Obviously the members of BDS wanting to try and play that out on the timer in those dying seconds, with the loss of their second to last player, just not going to be able to maintain positioning. Liquid certainly having to reach to get those kills going, as they were struggling to find ways which they could take down members of BDS earlier on in the round, but they make it happen in the execute. They're able to correct quite quickly now to take control of that open area site and lock in the scoreline at 1-1.
I think Liquid will be really happy with the way that they played that. They didn't overcommit, and they consciously were there for that flank. And Alems felt that pressure. We saw that with the way that he rotated up blue instead of looking to make a flashy hatch play. We had PSK there with that back watch, and NESC was then allowed to just move on through like the Terminator that he often is and pick himself up a couple of nice, easy kills. Nice kill onto Renshiro as well, underneath the desk. It wasn't necessarily something that would be that easy for PSK to get called out to him. The information exchange at that point in the round when there's so little time left, never an easy thing at all, but still a kill that was achieved regardless. We now move things up as BDS decide, you know what, we're going to give it another go down there instead.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
The round goes live, and the opportunity for Liquid to take the lead comes with it. We'll have to see now how they try to move themselves forward, as it is going to be that same execute needed to win this one out again. BDS have gone for the same site downstairs here in open area, and a lot of the same elements to their play as well, including the castle barricades showing up for the third consecutive time now to try and block out these access points for Liquid. Liquid still a little bit of lack for utility to deal with some of that, but thankfully, once again, as we saw in the last round, it didn't end up being too much of an obstacle ultimately by the end of the round. So I doubt they're too worried about it now, seeing that they have to deal with it again. The team will start to move in, but it'll be that slow crawl that we saw back on round number 2. Liquid does not want to overstep themselves here and lose players, especially to ones on BDS like Alems, who has been going crazy here with the roam game over the past 2 rounds, finding a lot of success from it so far. A little bit hit or miss as Liquid has prioritized locking this down and has done a great job of doing it. Resets, there we go, finding a Lems. Unfortunately, not going to allow him to contribute in this round with that early kill.
Liquid have really tightened themselves up, especially after that first round. They've gone, you know what, we are not falling for this again. You might have fooled us in the first, but they have been successful in the third. And in the second, it was a very healthy execute that was being displayed on both sides. The entry kill wasn't really a factor. Liquid just slowly took that ground. They're doing the same here, but with the advantage of a man count. PSK going to be crouch walking his way through. Obviously, with the Valkyrie in play, it kind of nullifies a little bit of that as well. If you're going to be in the silent step, it's much more difficult to see the Nook inside of her ability whenever they are crouching or walking through any sort of cambered area. Nesk now can start to open up a bit of a line of sight in onto Archives, resets at the top of those main stairs. The floor now starts to get open. So we've got attackers, for Liquid, ready to catch some of these rotating players as they look to make their way either back to site or just for a slight reposition as Palu starts to rip open a lot of this soft.
A bomb has been located.
Down to that final minute, and once again, things have remained, except for opening of a few walls and hatches, very, very quiet across the map so far. We've had elimination of Lems for the members of BDS to fall back on, and unfortunately, with that kill coming out against them, they've not been too confident to make any other type of play. They want Liquid to make the next move here, and they'll certainly be doing it. As we've seen, they've established every type of overwatch that they need to be able to work themselves into it, pop and open the copier window as well, just to make Shaiko check with that extra angle and hopefully trip him up when the execute is ready to move forward. For Nesk and the rest of Liquid, though, still no sign of that actual play coming forward, and they are very quickly running out of time to make it happen. Toxic Babes, only the first one has now been deployed here. Might just have to rush past it, and Bride fends off the first defender here coming in. Resets in PSK, though, get the intel they need to move themselves into it. Bride has been the only hope for this squad, and is going to be the only one left alive, but it's not enough. No one else from BDS able to pick up those frags, and Liquid very low on time, but still able to force their way into the open area for a second round in a row.
Liquid proving there that you really don't need a lot of time to make the magic happen. Achieving quite a lot there. Resets, what a position he played as well outside of that copy window. Opened it up, checked electrical, and immediately removed such a long corridor that Shaiko can now no longer play in with any safety. As soon as that kill comes through, bang, it's open. Sure, he gets taken out, but he'd already picked up 2, and that was so important. The confusion at that point for BDS is going to be pretty real when you are literally getting attacked on every single flank. And again, it showcases something that Liquid have done fantastically well throughout the entirety of Gamers8, and that has been their attacking executes. When they say go, when they press that button, everybody is committed.
It's proven very, very difficult to stop them, at least inside of the secondary site for BDS. Not even going to see their extension beyond this, whether it would have been into Tellers or the upstairs hold. They're just going to go right back down to the basement as they at least had success in locking that in back in round number 1. They're going to look to try and tie things up quickly here with another go at it. Where will they go after that? We'll have to wait and see. More importantly, we'll have to see if BDS will be successful on this second attempt, though. But Liquid will make the appropriate adjustments needed here. He's going to bring out the Jackal to try to more actively track down some of the roam game that we'll see BDS deploy into. And away from that, the Nook also back onto PSK yet again. Try and sneak in the backside and see if he can directly knock out any of these extended elements from BDS.
I'm surprised to see Reset switch off the Zephyr. I feel like the Zephyr has been working really well for them. There's no Finker in this lineup either, which you could argue is a bit of a blunder if Finker's available. Resets, unfortunately for you, you are going to get taken out first there as Lems does exactly what he has been best at throughout this series, and that's picking up an opening kill and retreating back to site. On the Vigil this time, and it's the first time we've seen him bring it, so maybe just causing that little bit more confusion there for the drones and the ability to actually search out these roamers. Lems is going to be successful as he was in round number 1. Now, maybe that bodes to a BDS round as it did then as well. But certainly losing resets on a Jackal, it's a lot less utility lost than if he was on the Zephyr, for example. You're looking toward the Inox tracker, you're looking for a couple of smoke canisters, but realistically, I was surprised at the Jackal pick to begin with.
PSK and the rest of the members of Liquid try to make up the difference now, is able to pressure out some of that play from the main stairs, but the drone, of course, will reveal the Vigil. And Alem still is hiding at the midpoint on that staircase here. Lots of cams set up as once again the Valkyrie is through for BDS2. Shaiko going to be able to deploy out towards that and give a horde of information. This is on top of the bulletproof that Renshiro is also able to deploy, I believe, establishing some overwatch for the garage area. Away from this, though, Liquid has been able to move in. There's no resistance from BDS to prevent that server control. Not that they would really need to. They've already hit the 5v4s. So there's no need to extend their hand and play additional risk into trying to bring it down to a 5v3. Hatch will be opened up. The wall breach will allow the members of Liquid to go for the plant, and indeed, going to go for it quite early this round in comparison to the previous two here. Much more direct access point when compared to the previous rounds, but a beautiful tap from Shaiko. Has to go for the second attempt on it, but it does find Ask. It eliminates at least one of the potential carriers of the case here, now putting that pressure on the Palu instead to try and get this case on the ground.
Usually you want Parley with a gun in his hand, not a case, but needs must, and he really needs to try and make some magic happen here. Got the Banshee, got the Black Eye camera, but the Toxic Babe comes flying on over Nesk. You get a glimpse, at least you see the knee. Alems is going to get called out and finished off there, but there's a long way for Palu and Nesk to go here. 24 seconds left as Palu now pushes on through aggressively, but the cover has disappeared. Shaiko picks up his second kill inside of the round, goes for an ambitious C4. It's going to give him a rotate through, and that's all he needs to pick up that final kill.
Bit too one-dimensional, unfortunately, on the push coming into it for Liquid that time. BDS never really had the garage or the locker setup destabilized at any point to it. So while, yeah, we had our one player hiding out behind the softball next to the site go down, it was ultimately a moot point. Good attempt from Ness to try and bring it back. Knew he needed to get aggressive here, get in the face of BDS to make them shake a bit, as that would have also left room for his teammate to get the plant down on the ground, but just too little too late. Unfortunately, BDS already with far too much control over that situation and an easy capability to pinch it out with one trade.
I can't believe we've not seen a knock go through garage. That is like the trademark of a knock.
To be fair, there's been like there's been like two cameras in there almost 3 rounds so far that they played basement, so.
It's difficult as well because Liquid are really struggling against the Valkyrie, and we commented on it at the time. It's been brought up on the desk that if you let leave Valkyrie open on bank, Shaiko is going to play them, and Shaiko is going to get kills off the back of that information. And sometimes we're only seeing those cameras removed in the final 30 seconds, like that last round. There was 2 that got removed in the final 30. They've gathered so much info and done so much harm up until that point. It's all right leaving it in, but you've got to have a willingness to either actively search out that utility or bring the IQ and try and work that into the lineup as well. We're not going to see that. Instead, we're just going to see them look to, deal with it almost and try to find them manually. But it's always going to be a little bit more of a problem when you're giving a team like BDS that much more information.
So tied up, but important to note that BDS has yet to find success outside of that basement. Going to be going to new horizons for this round, however, as we'll see them instead deploy to the second floor hold here. Now, in a lot of ways, this can be even more difficult than the open area for our defenders to play into, mainly because of the repel pressure that can come in from the attackers. So you've seen this from BDS already playing not into that initial room where the site is actually located, but the next one over, such as Janitor, to try and fend off some of that pressure by eliminating its capability here. Obviously, it leaves that window open, but Liquid as well will have their own set of issues because of the setup from BDS. They'll have to take some time, clear out these sight lines, either by forcing the players back or eliminating them outright before they can potentially allow some of their teammates to work their way in through the breaches on that left wall or via other methods, such as a direct swing in or something else.
I'm expecting to see a lot more nade pressure here, given that Liquid are bringing more than they have in any other round. Seeing Resets give himself a couple of options here to throw nades through. Unfortunately, it's going to be fairly close to Brede, but he's on the other side of a hard wall and a solid floor, so no damage to be done. Alems has flipped and flopped from kind of one scale of the way to the other and going on to the Echo. We've seen him be very active throughout the course of this game so far. Resets isn't going to really know his luck there. I don't think he was quite going for that.
I think he just accidentally killed a Yokai Germ with his nade there.
I mean, a Yokai for a nade, it's not terrible. He could have got a kill as well. It would have been wonderful.
Obviously, he was trying to go for a little bit of an under nade there, but did not manage to work it out. I think the intel was way too late on that one. Didn't even really see any silhouettes following up from that nade spot, so not going to lead to a whole lot for Liquid. Still another one being thrown out, another set being deployed against Renshiro. Only about 5 to 10 damage from each of those nades, though, so nothing that he needs to worry about in the long term here. That's just one extra bullet that he'll have to be careful of in the next fight, but still very much in fighting shape for when he is thrust into his next engagement. Not a lot working out for Liquid here inside of the first 2 minutes to clear things out, and we have reached that pivotal 45-second point, but Shaiko, as well as Rafal now, going to be caught. Suddenly, Liquid has every element of this working into their favor, just off of the 2 kills against Shaiko and Rafal. PSK with the clean plant coming from those kills. We see the Toxic Babe come in, but he's got an easy path out the backside here. No real way for BDS to start contesting against this. They're going to have to get aggressive, and Bride now lost as well to resets here. Another pickup coming in from the repel positions as well. Has left Alems all on his lonesome now in a 1 versus 3. Post-plant positions are well established, so he is going to have to get hyper-aggressive to get any of these kills. That may mean jumping out to get one, and that would pretty much remove all of his remaining time bank, so we'll just see him get picked off instead. It's another clean one, surprisingly so, from Liquid as they take the lead yet again at 3-2.
I wouldn't have been surprised to see LMs flying out of a window then. Just trying to get a couple of kills.
Just trying to pad it a bit.
Just trying to pad a couple more kills, because he can't be far away now. If he keeps going in the way that he has, he's going to certainly be up there in kill leader potential. A great execute for Liquid. Twister, our resident LATAM expert on the desk, commented earlier. He said, expect to see a lot of OSA plays here on Bank from Liquid. It's something that they love. Granted, it's something that a lot of teams are very familiar with at this point, but Liquid are very good at it indeed. And they showcased just exactly why they're inside of that round. PSK showed great patience on the repel, using that OSA shield to gather a lot of information without exposing himself, and then was able to move on through, get that plant down, and ultimately win the round and take the lead here ahead of our final round as the sides currently sit.
Back over towards open area for the last offensive bout for BDS. Not going to see any huge change-ups once again, and this could be part of the problem for BDS's defense here. It's just the inability to kind of move on towards new pastures in the strategy department when it's proven that the previous one does not work. But I'll hold my tongue on that for just a moment. See some slight changes, mainly Renshiro going over to the Legion, and a bit more of an extension towards the second floor, it looks like, with those reinforcements as well. So might be trying to play a bit more heavily into that in hopes of slowing down the clear from Team Liquid.
I'm glad to see that Resets has dropped the Jackal. We didn't really get to see what he was going to do with it, but still stand by the fact that the Zafira is a much better choice here, as he's a bit of a demon on the old LMG, and we see him make great use of the lifeline, already looking toward that copy window and looking to put a little bit of pressure onto any defenders that are still hanging around in the side, just hitting a bit of late site prep. I'm unsure if we're going to see something a little bit quick here, as we can see the diffuser is postulated toward that copier window. Alems draws first blood, resets is straight in. The LMG, it's going to sing, he picks up 2. Rafal, can you do anything to try and stop this? We are going to see a trade, but Shaiko left out in the cold. He's hiding out inside of open. Ask has the diffuser in hand and could look to try and put this down and get himself into a position. Shaiko, how much information have you got, my friend? The answer, not enough. Nesk there comes away with the final kill. Liquid pull off a fast one here to close out that first phase.
It's all a moot point now, but we need to see BDS find a way to stem the tide on those all-in executes from Liquid. Just cannot win out any of the gunfights, especially when Liquid full commits to it. I'm not sure if it's confusion in the comms, players getting caught out of position, or just an inability to land their shots, but either way, something is going wrong every single time for BDS when Liquid was able to establish positioning to go for those types of executes, as we saw, I believe, 3 different times over the course of that half here in open area, and at least once for the upstairs clear as well. Like I said, though, all done now. Not anything that BDS can do anything about is obviously they're on the attack now. It's time to make up the difference here, and quite quickly too, as Liquid once again lock in that same 4-2 scoreline that they had back on Oregon.
They had the scoreline on Oregon, they weren't able to convert it. They did end up losing Oregon at 2 BDS. And I think that Liquid have got to feel a little bit of pain because of that. They were well set to take Oregon, and we could have quite easily been sat here saying all Liquid needs to do is win a couple of rounds, and they are going to be going through to our grand final. But the flip side of that is BDS. They need to fight back here to avoid taking us to a 3rd and final map inside of the best 3. I'll be honest with you, Blue, I wouldn't be mad if we got all 3 here. I could watch these 2 play Siege all day long.
Definitely the case. We'll have to see if Liquid can keep their strength going for themselves. 3 more rounds is all they need. But it'll need to be another gargantuan comeback from BDS, just like we saw on Oregon, be able to trigger 2-0 victory for them. Start things out here is going to be a pretty much expected lineup. And we even get a Lems on the Nook, pretty much as we were talking about in the pregame too. So very much going to look for some sneaky plays from him. Just a quick insertion into Copier though to try to clear out any of the mainstairs rotations. Does not look like Liquid have committed too heavily to the upstairs floors. In fact, looks like they're going to play much more actively into the horizontal game here, playing towards the blue stairs as well as server room to try and slow down the pacing there from BDS, where we saw BDS themselves trying to do it on these upper floors.
Nest's going to be playing Pulse here as well, and Pulse is a very classic operator when you start thinking about Bank. There are so many spots downstairs, particularly in the basement, that you can gain a lot of information for free, particularly in the early round, where you are at no danger to anything, particularly inside of Gold Vault is a good one. You can gather a lot of info there, and I'm sure that he's going to look to rotate there at an opportune moment. Currently just hanging around in Vault entrance as he looks to make sure that Tellers is going to be clear and Banana desk. But that's going to give a good idea to Liquid as to where the push is coming from. It's a nice early warning system, and of course you get the benefit of that C4.
Riyadh and Shiro have already worked their way down to the bottom of that blue stairs, and they're going to begin to open up the wall as well to look for opportunities to go for the plant. Pacing is pretty much on par with what we saw from Liquid when they had to go for this style of attack as well. But immediately after we see the wall breach occur, we are going to see that resistance come in via the first Toxic Babe from the defense on Team Liquid. Not that they baited out too, but it's important to note, you have the Pulse in play for Liquid, and they are actively using it to try to swing out against Shaiko. Shaiko's ready for the first challenge, and the second, even mid-Yokai stun as well. Still able to get both of those kills. You see a teammate supporting him, but realistically, he didn't need it as he shuts down both of those players on his lonesome. Now, we have to fall to the Insight players where things are looking a little bit better for Liquid. Ask at least fends off the first challenger with Renshiro going down on the sledge. Will Palu be able to strike, though, as now he's lost the support of his teammate in Ask. Lems already searching for that final blow here, and I believe as well, seeing the final Toxic Babe come out. Indeed, it will be with Ask death. As soon as this fades away, BDS will be clear to move in and start their first plant attempt.
25 seconds left and the hot drop comes in. Palu misses the shots, corrects and finishes, but the plant going down. Shaiko credited with his third on the round, and Lems picking one up in between. You can only call that as what it is, and that was a blunder from Liquid. They were searching for kills. It was brilliant as well because Shaiko had just as much information as Liquid had. Liquid had the Yokai drone, Liquid had the heartbeat scanner, they knew where he was, and what did we see when we flicked onto Shaiko's POV? Yellow pings. He knew exactly who and how many people were coming up those stairs. He's on Finker LMG. Little Yokai stun, it's nothing to Shaiko. He's going to cut you down regardless.
It's nicely played by BDS. Much more solid results coming out from this first attacking round. You need to carry that forward, of course, but already just putting them one round behind the overall scoreline of Team Liquid as they try to lock in another round to take them down. Team Liquid, of course, moving on from the basement hold, not wanting to retry that again. It makes sense when you consider the fairly one-sided nature of how the round played out, but also some quick adjustments to their aggression could have potentially led to a more successful defense. They'll wait that out, though, as it could be a core part of the strategy just to rotate through all three sites, regardless of the outcome. Then if it's gone bad, we can take a pause, especially considering they're in the lead here, figure out what exactly has been going on each individual site inside of that minute that we'll have for the pause, and look to correct it on the next go-around. A lot of other teams have been adapting that strategy, and I generally tend to agree with it, especially for the defense, when you can dictate when those sites are going to come into play.
Brede going to be showcasing a bit of fuse action for us here. Secondary hard breach gadget being brought as well to assist the Habana that Rafal's choosing to bring. Always a great opportunity to showcase a bit of fuse on Bank with how much vertical action we end up getting. Not only is it a great way to dish a little bit of damage out and to reposition some defenders, it's also fantastically useful for destroying utility. If there's anything in the site that you don't like the look of, whether that be a Yokai drone potentially, you'd be a bit lucky to get one of those, but you're looking maybe more in this round toward an ADS if you can knock one offline and then destroy it so that it doesn't regenerate. Bulletproof camera, a couple of different things that you can look to try and target there, and of course more depending on what the defenders bring. It does a great job of repositioning those defenders and can quite often lead to some nice rotation kills.
Quite a bit of a force set up here for Liquid on the upstairs hold, but Shaiko making quick work of at least one of them. 2 more still to go near the janitor and stocks area, though, so it is going to be quite a while before BDS will have the security and potentially leave BREEDE with an option to completely funnel out all the presence towards the stairs side of open area, which would allow for them to get a clean execute that they could easily translate into a plant. That seems to be the plan here, but with the amount of resistance that's been set up on the second floor from Liquid, they may not get the opportunity to deploy towards it. Reset's going to take a lot of heat. At the same time, Alems will also be able to knock out Nesk. It's not looking good on this hold right now for Liquid. Far too spread out. Finally, Ask is able to bring something positive to this round for Liquid as he sneaks up through the main stairs to grab Alems, but Alems' job is more than done at this point. His death will not mean much to the overall round, as they'll be able to still set up BREEDE above stock or somewhere else here to deploy that utility. Speaking of which, I think we're about to see the first of those charges come back down into the site. That will clear out some of the presence here, but they still don't have access to the beepers area, so Ask is going to continue to cause problems from the back end. However, with hatch access, BDS might not worry too much about that, as they, of course, have a direct route into the site as of those X-Kairos blowing up.
PSK and Ask with a lot of weight on their shoulders right now. They are the 2 denial operators that have been brought here, and the Toxic Babes are not going to do enough. Only be able to deploy them at the top of those main stairs. PSK first of all deals a bit of damage to Renshiro, but it's not going to be enough. Ask just playing on the double doorway into office. Plant now starting to go down. He's got a real big mountain to climb here. Going to hit a bit of a rotation and maybe catch a couple of kills off guard, but the chance of him actually getting all 4 and the disable on the diffuser here, it is going to be very slim indeed. Doesn't make it past the first hurdle, and what a hurdle it was. Shaiko there ready to shut him down. Alems giving us a little bit of a cheer as BDS slowly creep themselves back into this one.
2 for 2 so far for BDS on the attack, looking to make it 3 here, and what will more than likely be the tertiary site for Team Liquid if I was correct about their strategy before. We'll obviously have to wait and see on that, but once again, just way too spread out of a setup here for Team Liquid and way too easy for the members of BDS to deteriorate, especially for Shaiko right at the beginning of the round. Got given a duel against the player sitting in the back of CEO, and as a result of that, things continued to roll well for the team as he was able to negotiate more kills with support of his teammates, taking out the rest of that second floor setup, leaving only 1 to 2 players to defend the actual site. And here we go for Liquid, moving on to a third and final site they'll more than likely play into, upstairs on the second floor hold, where they'll hope things will finally come to bear for them here. A few more change-ups to the operator lineup as well, specifically for Paulo, who's going to bring a Warden in to try and stem back some of that flash pressure, if we'll get that from BDS.
Rafal going to choose to bring his signature Cali. Somewhat known for his Cali as well, as we saw over on Oregon. Is he going to 6-pick that away? Looks like he's going to 6-pick it out actually onto the Zephyr, so maybe not as exciting as it once could have been, but at least he's going to be there and ready to go with that LMG. We've got the Rotero drones there on Flores as well. You're going to be trying to chew through at least a couple of those deployable shields. It's almost strange to see Liquid opting for this yokai when you think, we're not really seeing BDS be that plant orientated. BDS are playing very rushy siege. They're not looking to, you know, really take their time and get an execute down. They're often playing for picks. And we're still not seeing the Valkyrie.
No, we are not. Liquid not wanting to play too heavily into that intel game, wanting to rely more so on themselves. They do at least have the yokais on PSK, and that may be their Valkyrie in their heads to play into here, but obviously the way you can hide those cameras out, we've seen it multiple times, how much has contributed to BDS as well. Definitely can be more useful inside of certain scenarios, but Liquid wanting to play heavily into the yokais, he tends to be a bit more popular on this map, with good reason too. Nesk going to be actively defending the outside of stock here. Knocks out at least one of the Rotero drones. Probably not going to be the last he'll have to deal with. And again, we can see PSK using both of those drones right now. Just to keep Overwatch on the usual entry positions for fending off on this site, whether it's going to be front lobby or the back of square here. But not going to be able to spot anything yet, of course, as BDS are biding their time, building up their own info bank right now.
Shaiko throwing a couple of nades from below. Doesn't seem to be too successful in doing so. Renshiro just going to clear out stock as we see utility start to get repositioned now. A little bit of a Kiba barrier there just to keep Ask a little bit safer. Should do something to try and secure that Kiba barrier as well with those ADSs. A couple of magnets kicking around as well. BDS have really struggled to get through that catchy utility that Liquid are bringing. Shaiko entirely unaware. I think PSK knew that the game was up at that point. I think he knew, right, Shaiko's probably heard me here. I'm just going to give him a blast and then just get off the cam because he's going to be able to shoot it out regardless.
Give them the moral victory at least by at least getting the shot off from it, but obviously not going to be any major contribution to the round. This is when Palu's utility will come out hugely though, but BDS not going to find themselves getting baited into it this early on. There's the swing though. Renshiro with the first. The trade is there from Palu though, so the pickup of the Warden works out great, and along with the support coming in from Mask. And Palu again here to defend the main stairs has completely shut down the execute. Even the last player, Rafal, doesn't realize that we have a member of Liquid waiting at the top of square stairs. So that'll be a clean shutdown for them as they finally are able to negotiate around for themselves in this defense on the third and final site that they'll play into.
Palu makes it look so easy on the ward, and he's so effortless in the way that he takes the challenges. Dip him down behind the deployable shield, re-peeking at the right time to catch Renshiro on the hop-in as he's basically unable to do anything. And then great timing onto Alems coming up those main stairs. Really hit every single piece of timing perfectly there in that round. And Liquid needed to. You know, we didn't want to see a similar situation where BDS start clawing round after round after round, and despite the fact that it was a 2-4 split, they end up all things level. So good to see Liquid getting a round under their belt. I feel like they need to work with that momentum now, because we did see them just drop off a little bit toward the latter half of Oregon.
Now Team Liquid still in control of things, but just barely, as they are able to squeak themselves back into a 1-point lead by claiming that result for themselves. Going to have to make some big adjustments to the strategy here on the basement hold if they want to be able to truly push themselves into a map point position where they can now send us to a third and final map. Otherwise, BDS is going to be quickly charging towards a lead themselves by trying to get a second attack, one out here. Here we go, BDS being spawned into it. Mainly able to win out the previous attack on the basement by detaching the members of Liquid. They played a fairly aggressive stance, specifically on the horizontal plane here, but it was all too easy for BDS to pick those players off one by one. Liquid will have to try and keep themselves synced together as a unit a bit more this time if they want to try and find success. But we do still see a little bit of that poke and prod. They'll have to be careful of this. This is, once again, part of the reason as to how they lost it, specifically their aggression against Shaiko on the main stairs. They ended up losing 2 players and left the site defense incredibly weak. We talked about how we were missing this on the last attack, however. Now we're finally going to see it. Lems making a bid for the garage push here on the Nook.
Do you think that Liquid are missing this? Are they sat there going, you know what, guys, I really hope we get pushed from Garage?
No, they've got someone.
Fortunately, PSK on the Echo, it's usually a good place to play your Echo. You're going to want to keep them inside of Garage because it can be seen as relatively safe, especially if you've got eyes in the back of your head, like PSK clearly did there. Took out the drone with a nice little one-shot, and all of a sudden, Alems, he's just not interested anymore.
Rest of the first floor has been cleared out. We will reconfirm the fallback from the member that had been positioned out there from Team Liquid, or at least one of them. We'll have to see if they had the right intel as to who the first player was, as PSK was a bit deeper in Garage there, and we only saw Palu for a split second. Potential room for misplay there on BDS if they try to go back into it, but it does not look like they've tried to take that charge as of yet. Still going to see the heartbeat sensor being used. Unfortunately, won't be all that useful at this point in the round, just keeping tabs on the potential position that we might see BDS try to push into. You'll note that that back hatch is also open. Fairly rarely used still, despite it being added a while ago now. Once again, it can be quite difficult to make your impact. There are not a lot of angles where your other attackers are able to support you from that, so it's oftentimes a Hail Mary. Players will hop down that in the hopes that the defenders are just not watching it.
You're talking about hopping down. It looks as though Resets is getting ready to hop up. He's looking at his teammate's screen. He's figuring out the right time to go, and he said, you know what? I'm going to do it. He's got a yellow ping to work with. Is he going to be able to find the kill? Yes, he does. Immediately traded, though. Look at that team play from BDS. Shaiko there ready to shut him down. Not a bad trade, realistically. Both teams coming off fairly equally there. No real utility left for either one of those two operators to provide into the round, but you've just given Shaiko a taste of blood, and he likes it. First to fall, Renshi, great nade over onto Palu as the pressure starts to build now for Ask. No Toxic Babe canisters left remaining. Shaiko hits the heights drop. Can he find a third? No. PSK there ready to shut him down. 19 seconds left. Bride's been down. Rafal does have the kit, but is struggling in the animation. He gets taken out as well. This is a nightmare. Renshiro with it all to do. Picks one onto PSK, but gets taken out. Liquid, hold on.
Liquid get the carrier down and, more importantly, not killed in probably one of the best positions possible. We see that awkward shuffle because of the fact that the pickup key as well as the res key are the same. Oftentimes players will have a hard time. They're not going to be prioritizing the res in that situation, but that is oftentimes the default thing that the game routes you towards. So we had problem getting the case back in his hand to be able to plant it in another position. And as a result of that, Liquid were able to shut the rest of the force, pushing into that site down. Nicely done from Liquid, as they're also able to make BDS second guess their own attack with that earlier trade that had happened via the push coming up through the Oryx hop on the elevator hatch.
Reset's really made a bit of a play there. I know we only got one onto Alems, but you feel like that was so important because Alems was just chilling out and waiting to either drop tellers and drop into gold, or he was going to go through garage. And he was just going to be a nightmare, just at a horrible time, just playing exactly the way that Alems has played all series. So difficult to deal with. So the fact that Resets goes up, and even though he gets traded 1-for-1, it really worked out quite well there for Liquid. It puts them, more importantly, onto a match point. And this time, they have a buffer round. They have an opportunity to make a mistake on one of these rounds, but they do not have two until we go to an overtime. So they are going to take us into office. BDS probably want to look to try and slow things down a little bit here. We're going to see Alems bringing out the Valkyrie, the IQ in an attempt to counter the Valkyrie that Nesk has brought this time. We do have the Yokai as well. Kind of worried about the stack up here, Blue, I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of people in Electric.
It's going to be quick, and they're going to work their way in off of the back of Alems' opening kill as well. Bride, I believe, has Overwatch to the inside of Copier too, but you'll see it. Liquid has no presence here, more than likely with a top down to potentially be established here, but that'll, oh no, that hatch is reinforced as well. There's no easy way to establish these angles from the top end of it here. Members of Liquid going to be grasping at straws for ways to get back into this round. Now, Bride had even brought the fuse as well to try to play for the top downs, but now a moot point with the entire team being on the inside. Oh no, how did that happen? Alems is going to end up accidentally knocking out Bride. He was finally ready to move in from his exterior position over by the copier window, but he ends up routing by the breaching shards and ends up getting knocked out by it. Nesk with another frag as well has even the player count back into a 3v3. So Liquid, well, they are on a timer now. They aren't out of this round just yet.
Nest needs to try and push himself in here. Shaiko going to be watching onto that double door. This is incredibly difficult here. And you've got to question, how have Liquid not had the information? Nest swings, finds one, immediately taken down by Shaiko, but the trade's there. There's still time here, and Alems has to hold on. Resets and Palu, they need to pull off a masterclass. Alems shuts Palu down. Resets, he's had a fantastic game so far, but it is not going to be enough. Alems there, the star of the show. 3 kills on the round. And maybe, just maybe, the shot caller behind that quick rush.
Well, that hand up from Alems there's like, whoo.
My bad. The pressure was on. He had to clutch that. If he didn't clutch that, Bride, I'm sure would have had a few words afterwards.
Absolutely the case. Not often that you see a team kill from a breaching charge in Siege. In fact, I think that's the first time I've ever seen that. Thankfully, though, able to make up for that slight mistake. Man, just turns his back to it and everything as well. Obviously, a great moment of opportunity for Team Liquid, but they are not able to grasp control over it due to the strength of Alems inside of the 1v2 clutch. And that takes us now to the final round of regulation, where we need to see BDS complete the perfect set of 2 rounds together to send it to yet another overtime, just like we had in map number 1 on Oregon.
I can't believe Nesk brings Valkyrie and Liquid have even fewer pieces of information. Like, they just had no idea what was going on. Like, the time that they bring the most information, they double down on the Echo and the Valk. A site rush happens, and we've got Palu still holding main door. Like, oh, one's got to come through here. This is a freebie. Like, don't worry, guys, I'm going to pick one up for free.
It's like whoever finally convinced them to pick Valkyrie just got screamed at.
Yeah, it was like, I told you we don't pick Valkyrie.
I told you it was pointless.
Let's see how they fare upstairs. Liquid, still a chance to just cleanly take us to a 3rd map. Which really is a possibility here. 3rd map of Theme Park as well, so another I guess map that we don't get to see all too often. Theme Park is more than viable, but it is again one of those maps that does flip and flop quite heavily, as here on Bank. BDS, though, they're going to be looking to get this done straight away in 2. Little Claymore out there just in case of any last-second aggression, as we're seeing the same setup on this door into Janitors. Couple of ADSs, Kiba Barricade. Start of the show last time for me, Palu played great. using the Warden utility, those goggles, activating them, and being able to pop up from behind the deployable shield. Looks as though Lems has gone for a slightly different tact. This is one of my favorite angles on Bank, and I can't believe it's got to this point until we're seeing it. But that really long angle through Kanto wall is fantastic for gaining an idea of what's going on a little bit deeper on towards that janitor's area. Of course, Azami is going to be there to plug up the gap, and it is going to force a little bit more utility usage.
BDS not necessarily going to be sweating a third map too much if they end up going towards it. We did see them play it earlier on in this event in the upper bracket final of their group versus TSM. And they were able to win it quite convincingly, 7-3. Obviously with TSM having their own caveats at this event too, to be noted there. So we'll have to see if Liquid will have the strength to contest it. Moving back into this round though, is of course we need to see the closeout happen from Liquid to get to that point. A lot of utility starting to be deployed, but not going to lead to a whole lot of damage, at least against the members of Liquid. They're remaining consistent, just looking to lock in a secondary victory, as they've already controlled this site for themselves earlier on in the half when they made their first go-around. Obviously still struggling with that open area and basement hold, but this has looked consistent so far. They're going to look to try and lock it in to give them that second round that's needed to push them over the edge.
Breeday's been able to get a lot of lines of sight open there. BDS still don't look too keen on moving. They are waiting for their ducks to line up in a row. A little bit of drone work going on here just to see how the land lays. Shaiko hitting a little reload. Can't start until Shaiko's reloaded, can you? You know that you're going to be at least 15 seconds on the execute, waiting for that LMG to get topped all the way up. Takes a little bit of damage, activates the adrenal surge, but it's going to be Palu onto Renshiro again. Renshiro unsuccessful hopping into stock. We're going to get the Dokubi call now just to put a bit of more panic into these defenders, as Breeday really is framing himself up for a plant here. There is going to be a little bit of denial left. We do still have all 5 players. Question is there a Yokai drone above? I don't think that there is, at least if there is, DSK is not aware of it. It's going to have to be done purely on kills, and Shaiko's going to lead the charge. Picks up 3 along with the Lems, and we're already inside of a post plant. Recess, he's got a mountain to climb, snags 1, upside down repel is no good. Rafal there to close things out. BDS waiting for the opportune moment.
Bit scary as indeed they do eventually find that moment, but it had been avoiding them for the previous 2.5 minutes, struggling very, very heavily to get specifically that first pick, and you could tell they weren't really confident with that play, but thankfully was able to sneak their planter into the site without needing to contest against Liquid. That gave them the confidence they needed to send the rest of the team in, establish positions to crunch out the remaining defensive setup from Team Liquid, and with that, they trigger a second overtime in this series. Now, a second potential comeback still to come from BDS as well, as remember, they're working back from the same exact scoreline they did on Oregon, and they were able to close that one down in clean fashion. Only needed 2 out of 3 of the overtime rounds to do it. Let's see if the same fate will befall them here in our second overtime now.
Well, we are going to stick to our sides as well. BDS staying on the attack, Liquid staying on the defense. You've got to question who that favors, really, because Liquid played exceptionally well on their attacks. BDS have played very well on their attacks as well. So you've got to say that the edge has almost been given over here to BDS. And kind of interestingly, Liquid, they're not going downstairs. They're instead opting to go for open area again. Last time we saw this site, it was a very quick rush attempt. I doubt that we'll see that again. It's certainly not the same lineup that BDS brought for that rush attempt, but they have been successful here in other ways.
It's really the big problem for Liquid when it comes to their site choice. They don't really have a good site they can fall back on, as there's been issues present in pretty much all 3 of the ones they've played out. So really up to personal choice here, and I can't fault them going back to open area. Things obviously a little bit of a fluked victory for BDS being able to find an opening there. Liquid just really not ready for that ultimately. They're not going to be considering that too much in their minds when they go back to it, as they'll be focusing up on a much more solid strategy like we saw back on the first attempt to defend it earlier on in that half. That's really what they're thinking of, and that one was relatively close. They're thinking that they can make the adjustments necessary from that round to be able to control it here in overtime and give them the first of 2 needed.
You have the Valkyrie again here, Shaiko. Getting caught out on the camera and just having a quick duel with Ness. Gets dealt a little bit of damage, but can be easily juiced back up. Looking to command the top of these square stairs and keep a good eye on what's going on inside of archives below. We do have a couple of players from Liquid hanging around in that area, so they do need to be a little bit cautious. Ask and Reset's both going to be occupying this space. C4's primed and ready as they are conscious that there's going to be some sort of a vertical clear coming in here. Alems is flexed this time over onto the sledge as the Lion scan comes in just to root these defenders in position for now. It's a dangerous time in the round because BDS, they're not looking to move too quickly. And when they're not looking to move too quickly, you know that things are getting a little bit dicey because they are really lining themselves up for success.
Makes sense. Still sitting here, waiting for an opportunity to potentially frag up. Doesn't want to expose himself too heavily either. Liquid have oftentimes lost the first player in this defense. They need to try and keep themselves strong. Will still need to be careful though. I believe we have the fuse. Never mind, they get re-picked out. Hadn't initially picked, but went away. Because obviously BDS hadn't gotten a huge amount of use out of that utility, so we can perfectly understand the reason to not bring it into this situation here. But certainly would have been something to bring to bear now to flush out the open area hold that we're seeing from at least a few members of Team Liquid. First stun charge going to work its way in against PSK and Ask. Minimal effectiveness against them though, when Renshiro quickly rotates over towards Copier to see if anybody would have gone for that after getting stunned out. Not going to end up happening. The bait doesn't work, and the rest of BDS, at least up until this point, are struggling to make their entries. But Shaiko, I believe, hops right down through the hatch, gets the first kill against PSK. But now where do they go from here? Only 30 seconds left as well to make their bid and at least start the plant. Nicely done. That adrenal surge just saved Renshiro's life. He had gone down for a split second, but in the process, managed to knock out another member of the squad as well. And now another kill will be brought up, this time by Bride to take down Resets. Nesk and Palu scratch that. Only Palu left in the fray. Palu will get one for free here. In fact, he's already claimed 2 for himself, so it's not impossible. But positionally, he's going to be pushed out of this site quite heavily. The planter, though, revealed to him. They don't know where he's playing from just yet, but he'll take one bullet, a passing glance against him as he now has to hunt. Oh no, he might have made the critical mistake here. He still thinks the player's by beepers, but Bride, he's lost him as well. Finds him now, and he's going to be able to shut him down. The first of 2 locked in for BDS. Only one more needed to give them $95,000 worth of an upgrade in their prize pool, and the first of 2 spots in our grand final tomorrow.
You could almost hear the clown music started to play as Bride let Palu get past him there. The timing was beautiful, and if Palu would have just randomly checked behind him, it would have been very possible indeed. But BDS showing that they do not need to rush these rounds. They are very happy to perform under pressure. Get Shaiko in, let him have a fairly slow start into the round. Just don't make him rush for anything. And as soon as he finds that space, bang, activated. Picks up a couple of kills and makes it look easy. Liquid, it felt like they were sweating on the site because they'd given away that much map control. They weren't able to hold on as hard as maybe they wanted to some of those areas, particularly the top of square stairs. There were soft challenges that were really going in there. I don't think it's any surprise to see, I assume we're in a timeout here for Liquid. Is it too late though, Blue?
That's always the big issue here. Once again, they've taken the timeout, or we even saw this potentially happening back on Oregon too, where they were maybe going to take the timeout when it hit the 6th round. Seems like something that they're willing to play into though, so it's something they have experience with. We've seen it happen in the past. I personally think it's a little bit too late given the fact that, again, they've now got to be perfect for the next 2 rounds, but thankfully it is just that. So better now than never, ultimately, here for Liquid to try and correct onto something, especially considering they're going back onto the attacking side where we had seen a lot of positives for Liquid earlier on in the game.
This is exactly the game that we want this game to be, though. You know, we want the semifinals to be hard fought. We want overtime in every single map. We want to see all 3. We want both teams pushed right up until the edge, because that's what's happened here tonight. There's not been a great deal separating either of these 2 teams. We've seen overtime in both games. BDS have had mirror score lines of 2-4 after their first half and have still been able to pick up 4 rounds on the bounce in some cases to get themselves back up level, take us to an OT. Are they going to repeat Oregon here and lock in Bank? It does remove the chance of a theme park if they do so, but Liquid, maybe they've just had a good conversation. Maybe they've been able to iron a couple of things out and they've figured just exactly how they want to approach this and play. It's a slightly different setup that they're going to be going into, though. Renshiro's going to bring the Goyo. We've not seen that yet today.
It'll be so unfortunate, too, if Liquid has built up this whole strategy. It's now going to be potentially countered directly out. Keep in mind that this will be a double delay composition from BDS. They're going to play heavily into their own setup because not only do they have those canisters, and if you haven't watched Siege in a while, you might not be remembering the fact that it doesn't have the shields behind those anymore. It's just the canisters themselves, but it ended up being a little bit of a horizontal change for him as the timer for those actual incendiary effects got pretty much doubled up to about 20 seconds, if I remember correctly. That built up on the top of the 3 toxic waves, which bleeds at about 40 seconds worth of pressure as well. Is going to be a lot for Liquid to have to burn out before they can even think about going for a plant.
Palu's in a dangerous spot, isn't he? Pushed down through dirt. He's got a little bit of drone information here from Ask, but Renshiro is going to be there as well, and I think that Renshiro was the unknown factor there. Shaiko just going to flick through, shows a couple of the vault cams that he's rocking with as he keeps a close eye on that entrance into Garage. It hasn't been somewhere that Liquid have been interested in pushing, and we've kind of criticized them for that. I feel like a bit of a Garage presence would have done them quite well. That being said, Palu has achieved server control, at least for the time being, but he's not on a great operator. He's on the book. You don't really want the book in that position.
He's got more players coming to support him, and I imagine there will be a few others joining up relatively soon too. Ask is here. Can begin opening up the angles. This team will want to try and play into their plant positions, and as well with drones moving in, you can see them starting to spot out some of these Goyo canisters that they will have to be able to take down here before venturing forward for the plant. There's going to be the opening made by Ask to try and pop things open for himself. Should be successful in doing so. Nothing will be holding it back on the defensive side. But with that explosion, that's also going to activate at least one of the Goyo canisters. They place it directly on top of that breach, so another 20 seconds going to be bled away. Look, we can't even think about moving in until we hit about 50 on the clock, and even past that, Brede more than likely in position to start immediately chucking those Toxic Babes out. If he chains all three of them together, that's going to leave Liquid with about a 15-second window to be able to get themselves in without having to rush past that. Liquid realize that this is a factor, however, so they're going to look into other options. They've opened up the two other hatches and may very well be looking at an option to execute through that direction.
PSK had pointed himself in the direction of Garage as well. We've got Nesk primed and ready on the hatch, looking for a drop, uses the cover of an explosion to do so, and he's got a red ping to work with, but unfortunately for him, the timing isn't quite right. BDS, they're going to start to find a couple of kills before we see Liquid fight back. It's all down to PSK. We've been asking for the Garage push for so long. He finally gives it us, but is it going to be enough? He's got 3 kills to find in 15 seconds. 5 seconds a kill isn't a lot, especially when you're going to be going up against the might of BDS. Lems hits him with the swing. Who better to finish off the job here? BDS through to our grand finals tomorrow.
Massive victory here for BDS as it will push them so much closer to our grand prize as well. So much cash on the line, and of course, quite a few of these players also going to be hunting for that MVP as well as kill total bounty. We'll have to see if they can get it, but it's a successful day regardless for BDS as they surge forward, upgrade their prize pool to a minimum of $250,000 with the potential to double that once again in the grand final as well. We'll have to wait till tomorrow to see if they can do it as either WYLDE or the local heroes and the Falcons will be looking to challenge them. We'll have to wait and see in our next matchup who will be able to make it forward, but indeed, one of our 2 slots is now locked in as BDS surges forward for the EU region.
I love seeing what it means to the players as well. You can see Brede there, really pleased with himself. Obviously, Lem's quite an emotional character as well, and it's nice to see their initial reaction just to the fact that they have been able to do it, and almost against all odds, right, Blue? They didn't look good in the opening part of either of those 2 maps, but they had that fight right up until the end. They had enough gas in the tank to really take Liquid the whole way, and you've got to start asking a question of Liquid there of, you know, how many times can you afford to let it slip?
Definitely the case. A bit of a rough game for Liquid as well. Running themselves into so many different situations that seemed avoidable as well, but not able to work themselves out of it, so they end up dropping it here on map 2. Such a momentum killer for them as well when you consider just how BDS was able to win both of these maps, starting down 2-4 on both of them, and both times a direct comeback, only needing 2 rounds in overtime. Liquid have to be sitting there thinking to themselves, how do we lose this game in that same exact fashion on both of these maps? They'll certainly be going back to the drawing board tonight before they relax a bit. Obviously, their tournament is over. They need to figure some things out before they can truly sit back and watch the rest of the festivities.
I think it's almost credit to BDS and the way that they played as well. They were very adaptable and they weren't letting anything get them down. The last round did not affect the next round. They played fantastically and they deserve the finals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got an interview ready on the stage, so let's head down to speak with our winners.
Elems, we're back on stage. You've made it. BDS are the first finalists for the Rainbow Six Siege, well, final for Gamers8. It's absolutely unbelievable. What a turnaround from being 6-4 down, claiming the victory at 8-6. First off, how are you and your team feeling right now?
To be honest, we are feeling extremely happy, obviously. Like Liquid is a very great team, very good match as well. And I'm very happy about the resilience of the team. I mean, we were behind on both maps, and we just adapt all together, find solutions, and it works. So yeah, we are so happy.
فريق بي دي اس بعد الكمباك اللي سووه في الماب الثاني قدروا يكونون هم اول فريق يوصل الى الجراند فاينل معنا في جيمرز 8 ريمبو 6 سيج. السؤال الاول كان يتركز على نقطه انه كيف شعور الفريق بعد الفوز. كانوا جدا مبسوطين وقالوا احنا مبسوطين اكثر شيء قدرتنا ان نقدر نسوي كمباك، لانه حتى في الماب الاول والماب الثاني كنا بيهايند وقدروا انهم يتكيفون على لعب الفريق، مع انه فريق ليكويد كان ادائهم مره ممتاز لانه قدرنا نتكيف على طريقتهم وقدرنا ناخذ الجيم.
Well, you mentioned the style of the win and the pace of the game as well. You said that it was very, very close. So were there any like surprises along the way that maybe you and the team weren't expecting from Team Liquid?
No, to be honest, we at the start of the match we expected a very hard match. I mean, those guys are the best, like one of the best team in the world. So yeah, we expected a hard match. We got a hard match, and yeah, that's it. They play good. I think we played good as well. It was close, and we managed to take the win at the end.
سألناه السؤال الثاني كان متركز على نقطة إنه فريق تيم ليكويد هم أدائهم مرة ممتاز، هم يعتبرون من الفرق الأفضل في العالم، فهل هو في من الأشياء اللي كانوا يسوونها في الجيم كاسترات أو طريقة لعب كانت غير متوقعة من فريق بي دي اس، لكن كان جوابهم إنه لا إحنا أصلا كنا متوقعين مباراة صعبة وفعلا قدرنا ناخذ مباراة صعبة، لكن بنفس الوقت يعني إحنا حاولنا أننا نعرف طريقة البلاي ستايل حقهم وقدرنا نفوز بهالطريقة.
Well, you can relax now for a moment because you know that you've got the final coming up tomorrow. I have to ask you, out of the two teams, are we leaning more towards a Falcons rematch for you, or would you like to go up against WYLDE?
To be honest, I don't know. Like WYLDE is a European friend, so obviously it will be a good match. But Falcons is from here, Saudi, so of course it will be insane as well. So I don't know. I really don't know.
السؤال الأخير كان متركز على نقطة إنه هل يفضلون فريق بي دي اس إنهم يواجهون فريق وايلد أو فريق فالكونز في المباراة النهائية؟ قالوا إنه فريق وايلد يعتبر فريق أوروبي وودنا إحنا نواجههم، بالعكس بتكون مباراة حلوة، لكن بنفس الوقت فريق فالكونز هو الفريق المحلي من الشرق الأوسط، فكان ودنا إننا أيضا نواجههم، فما يدري صراحة ودي يواجه كل الفريقين بس ما يدري مين الأفضل.
LMs, thank you so much for joining us on stage. Congratulations to your win. Go and relax, and we will see you in tomorrow's final. Everyone in the Gamers8 arena, please give it up for BDS. We're going to be throwing over to a very short break, but don't go anywhere because we will be coming right back here onto the main stage for our second semi-final of the day. Don't go anywhere.
ناخذ فاصل سريع اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، وبعدها على طول نروح للنصف النهائي الثاني معنا ما قبل الجراند فاينل غدا ان شاء الله، فلا تبعدون. المباراه الجايه الكل يبغى يشوفها، الكل ينتظرها، كلها ثواني وراجع لكم على طول.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك. مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل.
Welcome back, friends, to the desk. We're going to break things down for map number 2 that just went down between BDS and Team Liquid. A victory for BDS, and at least from my point of view, it seemed like it was copy-paste exactly what happened in Oregon, down to the details, Twister.
For this match, we can say that it started just the same way as Oregon. We got pretty good attacks from Liquid and very motivated ones, but once they got to the defense, looked like they just lost their battery, their energy was low, and BDS was able just to climb back their way to that OT and finally finish the map.
Yeah, I had 2 words in my mind about how BDS came out on top of that. One was adaptability. I think, you know, for 2 teams that played very default, BDS found one round where they were super adaptable, and that was the rush round onto open area, round 11, where they're just in, they're fast, they get the plan down, they win the round. Caught Liquid off guard. And then the second is composure. As soon as it hit overtime, both games, we expected that BDS would win it.
Well, friends, let's take a look at our scoreboard, and the players that performed the best was brought to you by STC. 8-6 victory for Team Liquid. Sorry, that's the reverse. The reverse. It's BDS. 8 to, usually, as the host, you used to read it what's in front, but there it is. 8-6 for BDS, and 18 and 19 for Alems and Shaiko. That's, I can't believe 37 kills in one map between 2 players. That's incredible.
Yeah, but it's not just one map, it's also 2 maps as well. You know, Alems 36 to 18 over the course of the 2 maps. That's yeah, it's incredible, right? Like, we said that the big players of BDS need to step up. Both Alems and Shaiko stepped up in both of those games for their team.
Nask was really impressive on this match as well. He was very comfortable on that position that he managed to play. But I would say that it was something missing for Liquid. For both of the players, all the players on Liquid, they could do even more better.
Let's play some highlights brought to you by Aramco and take a look at some of those pivotal moments that went down in the matchup, because in the beginning of Bank, much like in Oregon, Liquid had control Jack, but that started to slip away.
And I think in both maps they started out on, you know, well, I mean, maybe not on Oregon, but particularly on Bank, they started out on the most favorable side. And I think Bank as a map is leaning quite attacker-sided at the minute. I think teams go through their steps, and as long as they do their steps properly, they generally do win on that attacking half. Like I say, I'm not surprised with both of these maps that we've gone to overtime, because both teams can win the half that they're supposed to.
Talking a little bit more about this Bank, as we can see, this map is a pretty big map. I think it's the biggest that we have right now in the game. And in this game, you just see why Liquid don't like to play this map. They had to make some difference between the attacks that they usually to do some fast pushes directly into the bomb site. So on this game, you had open area just being rushed by both of the teams and being able actually to manage to win that rounds and finishing with just fast pushes that we didn't saw in Oregon.
Between fast pushes and slow-paced attacks, there was always the Nook that stood out in this game. I love seeing this sort of flanking play and just kind of lurking until those perfect moments to get the kills.
And it's the coordination, right? In terms of when you see BDS on the attack and when Alems jumps on that Nook, is that he's with the team. And if you look in that very final round, I know you pointed out, Twister, was that the Nook in the very final round for Liquid was 5 seconds behind the main push, and ultimately, you know, potentially didn't pick up a load of free kills from that. And it can be so devastating. That's why we're starting to see Nook bans coming out left, right, and center. Right? Is that it's the impact, the magnitude, and the fact that it rewards such solo play. I understand why Nook's getting banned.
Dude, that and grenades, that's a lot on one-off.
We saw a pretty heavy intel game by the defense on this map. We saw a lot of Valk from BDS part, Pius and Echo on Liquid side, and Alems was able with that knock infiltrate into that defense. Even with that much intel that they had, he was able to go into the tactics of Liquid and blow from inside. You saw the Alems just going into the bomb site, maybe picking 1-2 kills and getting the advantage of the round for his team, and they were able just to manage to finish the round.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Alems, he's our MVP of this series. I don't think there's 2 ways around it, really. I mean, what is it, 36 to 18, as we were saying, 2 KD, Jack, but it's had an impact on every single round. The flanks, the timing, the information that he's fed and what he's done with it. honestly, I wish this LMs was playing this way at EU League. We would have probably seen a BDS at the major.
Yeah, and we need to talk to BDS a little bit more about why this kind of change has occurred in LMs, because obviously we spoke to him in great detail through EU League about how he was the IGL changing his roles to fit being the IGL. But he's on that flanking role now. He seems to be relishing being able to play a little bit more solo, not having to be the one that calls the shots. And you see it. He's getting unreal statistics. He's getting unreal impact on his rounds.
It's good to see. Good to see LMs back in action. And of course, that means that BDS are locked in for our final, which looks like this with our bracket. Let's take a look at it for just a moment now and remind you of the matches that have gone through, which is really only one of those two. Honestly, you see BDS 2-0 Liquid, that doesn't tell you the whole story. It really is so much more than just a 2-0. Those overtimes, the comebacks from BDS, the way Liquid had that massive advantage and really pulled it to their way in the first half. Beautiful to see. It was much closer than what just this scoreline gives you. But that means we still have one more game to go, lads. WYLDE and Falcons. Now, let's just preface it all very quickly because we will have a pre-game desk. How do you think this one's going to go? Who's going to face BDS in the final, Twister?
I would like to see Falcon there, to be pretty honest. The fans right here, they deserve it.
I would, I'm so torn. I know everybody is going to be so torn. I don't think there's a loser for me out of this game because obviously I want to see my home region go through and have an all-EU final. But we know domestic matchups are a little bit boring. So I would like to see Falcons go through to the final as well.
I mean, it's okay. Even if we get, EU versus Meta in the final, it's fun. We got EU in the final. We'll be fine. There's no way now. There's no Brazil. Nope. Sorry, no LATAM. That's out.
Just waving ciao to the Brazilians.
Yeah, ciao, yeah, on it. Get your DMs ready.
Ciao.
Ciao, Brazil. But between now having an EU team, NA eliminated, we got Korea eliminated, so APAC is out of the running, LATAM also. What does this say about the teams and their performance overall, Twister?
It's a really big surprise right now because we didn't expect. I mean, EU doesn't have that big results on the last major event.
Yep.
So in MENA, it was even in the other events.
What it says to me, Milos, is we need more international events, as many as we can get, because there is a lot of competitive teams.
Let me correct you, as MENA as we can get.
As MENA as we can get. I love it.
Because we really need more of them. Honestly, I love seeing Pro League teams, teams in EU League, APAC, NA, etc. But having T3 teams, national teams, Challenger League teams, which are pretty much at the same level, and having representation from other regions coming in that aren't part of the circuit, that's something that I live for. And I hope that we'll have those changes in the future, the long history of Rainbow Six. But gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll prep you for our next series. That'll be WYLDE from Germany. And of course, the hometown heroes, Falcons. See you in a bit.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
you. Left two. No. Ah! No. No, it's not worth. Tourne pas. Finis pas, reste pas, une autre. Ça rentre pas. Non. Enlevez un petit coup, enlevez un petit coup. How much? It's good, no?
I think I would give Dexter a 95 on offense. Yeah, I think something Dex is very good at is he's good at shutting down aggression, and right now with the current meta, defense is like very aggressive and in your face. And Dex just shuts that down all the time. Kills people just swinging and doing dumb stuff all the time, so you can always rely on him for that.
So Debo being the IGL, I feel like he takes a really big role because he's the one that's always shot calling and like telling us what to do on attack, especially when stuff gets hard. Because I mean, like you can have something like set before, but like stuff always gonna change, and he's that guy that always like guide us to what to do to make the round come out to a win. So I feel like he does that really well, especially when we're in tough times. So I'll give him a 98 on attack. On defense, I'll give him a 92 because I feel like he has a lot of clutch potential, and him being our anchor, a lot of times he is less alive, you know, because we all die in the room sometimes, so you can't blame much, but he has really good clutch potential, so yeah, that's...
I would say that Dex, I would give Dex a, it's hard to say if it's more than attack or defense. I think it's honestly, I would give Dex a 96 on defense. A little bit of an edge over attack, purely because I just think he makes more plays on defense. He sees things and he really commits to it, and he makes like really strong plays for us. So that's the reason I'm giving him a 96.
Debo's aim, I'll give him a 95. Sometimes he do be hitting some stinkers that just out of nowhere, just one tap someone. Pretty good aim as well.
Dexter's aim, I would say, is 99. Guy doesn't miss. I think this is a little skewed, but I give his awareness a 90, purely because he's still learning a lot of what we do. And I feel like it's a lot, like I said earlier, to like pick up on all the strats on like all 9 maps. You know, some teams don't play all maps, but we do, so it's even more to like pick up on as a new guy. And I think there's still some things that he's just, you know, occasionally missing, and it's just like, oh, you know, if he would be playing with us longer, we got more reps on it, he would know. So for that, I'll just give him a 90.
His awareness, I have to give him a 99. Like I said, he always just knows what's going on and always shots call after that. So being the IGO, you kind of have to, you know, always be aware of what's going on. Otherwise, you can't really do your job.
In scrims and matches, I'm sure his composure, we haven't played with him in a match yet, but I'll give him his composure, you know, a solid 92. And TDMs, like I said, his composure drops way down.
When we're taking, like, doing scrims and stuff, and like I haven't played with him in a match, but I'll give him a 98.
Don't hold back, you know, it's okay.
No, it's 98.
Okay.
But during TDMs, he does get, that number does drop as well. It always drops.
Yeah, that's true.
Debo's mechanics, compared to other people, I feel like he has really good mechanics actually compared to other like veterans like him. So I'll give him a 92 for mechanics.
I'd give him a 98 mechanics. I think there's maybe only 1 or 2 people that I've seen or played against that I'm just like, you know, it's just, they're on a different level, you know? But other than that, yeah, I'd say he's towards the top.
I think our I think our team maybe to look like a dark horse because it's our first time competing. So they might say it's first time they don't know how us playing or they don't know how they will do in this tournament.
Our play style is like, I think it's gonna be something new for the other teams, if you know what I mean. They never saw us play. It's something new for them, like it's something new for us.
And we are back, friends, from our break. It was a short one, this round, around 20 or so minutes, and we are ready for game number 2. You've seen we made all the swaps and all the changes, and so have we done with the players. Almost ready to go, but welcome to the pre-desk for our second best of 3 for today. WYLDE from EU, T3 EU even so, going up against Falcons, the hometown heroes, the best team in MENA, live in Riyadh. Mostomatic, your host. With me are now Tristan and Twister. Wow, I love how this is all rhyming. Tristan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. The 2 best analysts for the best game.
I'm still recovering from Liquid loss, but I'll be okay.
I think there's a bit of copium in the backstage if you're looking to
I need it.
say something. Okay, fair enough. Well, let's talk about our 2 teams, and starting off with Falcons. This squad that has made headlines yesterday, of course, after defeating TSM and defeating MIBR also before that, knocking down a world champion, one of the best teams over the past few years from Brazil. How does this team fare today? Tristan, I'll ask you, what's your 2 cents about them?
See, Milos, I would give you my 2 cents, but instead I'm going to give you my 50 cent on this. Whether you hate it or love it, the underdog's on top. Nobody predicted this. I was really nice with all the talent before the competition. I said, look, these guys are going to be better than you think, because we can only imagine people are going to underestimate them, think that they're not that good, or they're here because the event's here or something like that. But this is a seriously good team, and they're also not a crazy team.
Since the beginning of the tournament, when you saw these 2 teams just winning all their games, you just wanted to see this match. We were not expecting this to be like a semi-final right now. I was expecting even we see them in the grand final. This will be a pretty fun match.
It definitely will be. Now, what can Falcons bring to the table in this matchup? Because if you look back at day 1, they played against BDS. They're a bit shaky, so nervous in that first match, but all of that changed so quickly, Tristan.
I think Falcons bring you like a really stable team. I said it before just a second ago, that I expected them to be crazy. I thought that we would see a team that rushed things a lot, that maybe wasn't structured, wasn't organized, but constantly we're seeing them take at least 1 or 2 hard breaches. We're seeing a sledge, we're seeing soft breach, we're seeing rounds come down to executes, 20, 30 seconds left. I think they're just generally a really actually solid Siege team, and they play, you know, quote unquote proper Siege, and they do it well.
And they are bringing a lot of preparation for their match as well. We saw a lot of not default bans, they just target the main operators of the other team and just ban from the servers. They don't want to have any trouble with that and prepare that much for best of 3s. We saw them just recovering for some defense and just adapting too fast. They just look too good for a tier 3 team.
Honestly, this is the sort of, you might be looking, oh yeah, they don't have international experience, of course, but they have a lot of it here competing in MENA that has been having tournaments for ages now. Even before it was called the GeForce League, that was added in like 3-ish years ago, and then we've had MENA League added 2 years ago, around start to mid of 2020. So they've had some time to discover their own talents also within the region. But speaking of talent, specifically the players that are on the team, because look, between the meme of Jalad turning to Jalad, thank you very much, Ollie, or, you know, going to Joker and how he's been doing, taking full control, really, of the subreddit. Shout out to all those out there that already have the Joker flair on the subreddit. This team has star player potential too, Tristan.
Absolutely, especially with O-Kills as well, a player we've been impressed with so much, Quibs as well. This is just a really consistent team. It's like we said, it looks like they have people on the right roles. I was sat in the venue yesterday watching their previous match, and one of the players, when the crowd got a little bit quiet, it's funny calling this crowd quiet, but once they got quiet, he was really hyping them up. He was getting them to go again and again and again. It feels like they're thriving on it now.
I mean, when you are building a winning team, you want that guy that plays smart, you want that guy that just plays crazy, you want that guy that fix things up when they are not good, and you need that guy that takes the responsibility as well. Same as LMs did in this first match, in this match. So probably on this match, just to see Falcons as a great team as they are, they have all these guys. So it will be fun to watch.
I mean, P9, one of their players, is not even competing, unable to compete here. So Matt Skills, coach for the team, is dropping in. So that's all you need to hear. But if we take a look at their opponents on the other side, WYLDE are T3 nationals, basically the best team in Germany currently competing in. They got Corey, they got Aces, they got 3 Gunners. We've seen what they've done with Guneo as well. This team's a lot of potential.
I know, and it feels like it's been ages since we watched them play, but it was it really wasn't that long ago. But this is just how much everybody wants to watch them, and I think this has been echoed across the Reddit, the Twitter, the Twitch stream, everything. Everybody wants to see this team, and they're so different to any other team that we've had here. You'd think traditionally Damwon Kia are quite a creative and fun team, but these guys, WYLDE, are another level of crazy. They will rush constantly, they will find gaps constantly. It's just... they're just so fun to watch.
We saw them being able to just travel from a different kind of game. Each round they are able to do a fast push, they are able to do a slow push, they are able to adapt to mainly focus the bomb side, they are able to adapt to just take the over areas of the map. They can, looks like that WYLDE right now, they can do anything.
Well, how does that adaptation work for them? Because they don't all have the same levels of experience on the team.
And maybe that's what helps them. Maybe some rounds a player calls, oh, I think we should do it this way. Maybe one of their players who's only experienced rank sees, oh, there's just one guy on site. Maybe we should just rush the bomb site. I think probably a variety in the type of player they have, it probably leads to why we see a variety in their style and why they can adapt so quickly.
This is exactly what just Tristan said. When you have these guys that has no experience with Pro League, they are able to just act free and don't have the presetted game on their minds. So they are able to just go for new stuff, they try new things, they do the adaptations that they need, and they are able just to win rounds on ways just like Kenny did on their first match.
Well, you can see our teams completing the map veto right in front of us, and once it's set, we'll have those maps just immediately shown on the screen for us. But any predictions for you, Tristan, here?
See, I just love watching the idea that the teams are in front of each other doing this, because I can tell you from personal experience, there is always debate about what map you're going to play between the players. So if you hear a couple of players on the other team going, oh, maybe I don't want to play that map, I think that actually adds another element to it. But I think Falcons, as well as just being a tier 3 team, or we call them a tier 3 team, I think they have a really strong map pool. We've seen 5 maps that are very strong for them so far, and well, here we go, we're straight into it.
We got them all in for us. Clubhouse will be picked up first by WYLDE, then followed by Falcons, picking up Chalet, and our decider, Villa. General thoughts on it, Tuster?
It was a pretty matched map veto, because I was expecting actually to see Clubhouse not going for Falcons. I think they would remove it, because I didn't see them play it that well. But it was a pretty good veto for them as well, because they just played Chalet and Villa. Most part of the time they're comfortable with it, and they are able to adapt anything that WYLDE can do.
And I just got the intel, Tristan, that Falcons are starting attacking side on Clubhouse. So that's the side that they picked. Of course, WYLDE get to pick the map, so their opponents get to pick the side. What are your thoughts on that?
This is a tricky one, because Clubhouse really wasn't amazing the last time that we saw WYLDE on it, and they also didn't look set in their ways and how they wanted to play. They kept changing their style, their operators, what they wanted to do. So that is interesting. I didn't expect to see that. I think the only surprising thing is maybe we're seeing this instead of Bank, but again, we've seen from the previous bans that Falcons don't really like Bank, so I think that's the only different way it could have gone. So maybe not too surprising, but WYLDE are going to have to have done some work on Clubhouse.
I'm pretty interested to see what Falcons will bring with the bans, because they are a team that focus on counter ban the operators of the other team. So probably when they are bringing some Maverick ban or some Thatcher ban, combining with the Zofia ban that WYLDE made in every single match of this tournament, it could be pretty interesting for both of the teams playing under these conditions.
Strategy-wise, anything wild that you can expect to see? Both teams poking out of every hole, trying to find a kill?
I think maybe you could say that about Falcons on defense. I think on attack, they're quite structured. They play nice siege, proper siege. WYLDE are the opposite. WYLDE are going to be crazy, but maybe they might surprise us. And because they are so adaptable, they probably could just play proper siege. We're yet to see it, but the thing I worry about with Falcons is if they're going to leave enough players on the bomb site, because WYLDE will just exploit it.
Whoever wins this match, I would just say that I will be cheering for them in the finals. That's it.
Fair enough. Well, we'll be back to you in just a moment for final thoughts, but let's get our teams on the stage. On to you.
Welcome back to the main stage, where I feel like it's about time we find out who's going to face BDS in the final tomorrow for the lion's share of $1.2 million. So, please allow me to introduce your first competitor to the main stage. They shocked the community with their aggression in Game 1, their composure in Game 2, but can they do it again? Please welcome to the stage from Europe, WYLDE.
فريق وايلد وصل عندنا للمسرح، وزي ما احنا عارفين هم من اقوى الوايلد كاردز اللي موجوده عندنا، لكن لا ننسى انه في وايلد كارد ثانيه موجوده معنا متاهلين من الدوري السعودي، وايضا هم الفريق اللي قدر يهزم بطل العالم بالامس، وهذه اول مشاركه لهم في انترناشونال ستيج. اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بتيم فالكونز.
See, this is where experience can play a big factor, because LAN events can significantly affect performance. So, who's going to be able to hold it together for longer? Let's go over to the desk and find out.
كل الفريقين وايلد ما كان عندهم اكسبيرينس في اللان من قبل، زياده على كذا فريق فالكونز نفس الكلام، وكلهم اول مره يواجهون بعض في انترناشونال ستيج. ولا ننسى بعد ايضا ان كل الفريقين قدروا يهزمون 4 من اقوى الفرق بالعالم، وقدروا يوصلون من مرحله البلاي اوف. لكن مين منهم اللي بيروح للنهائي؟ مين منهم اللي بيواجه فريق BDS؟ خلونا نكتشف مع بعض على طول على الاستوديو التحليلي.
Thank you very much, friends. Yes, we are back. And now, our final preparations for our second and final semi-final here. We're back, Tristan and Twister. I'm going to ask you, strategy-wise, because both of you are big brains in how Siege functions, at least in comparison to a third person that would be here, what are your thoughts on how this would go down for both squads?
I think WYLDE are going to be the faster team. Their attacks are going to be faster than Falcons. Falcons will play similar to WYLDE on defense. Let's talk about going into map 1. I think WYLDE need to show that they're going to stick with a solid game plan going into it on their defense. For their attacks, I think they'll do whatever. Who do we want to win, Twister?
Probably on the defense, as we just say, they just keep it simple. And mostly on during the entire game, I would see WYLDE just trying to fit their crazy attacks and their crazy executions. And Falcons will be that team that Liquid should have been in the first game. They should have just contained all the attempts of WYLDE to go into these fast pushes and using all these crazy operators and just make things better. Because actually, Falcons is really good on it. They are being what Liquid was supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, let's just see if Falcons are better than Liquid then.
Let's see if Joker has what it takes. Are there any Joker fans? A_Joker_619.
Be respectful.
Any fans? Bahafz al-Alqab, as we say, which is, you know, to protect all of his many other names that he may have. Any fans out there, I want to ask you to kind of give the support here for the local team, because they've got a boatload of fans also here with us in the venue, and you're going to hear them cheering all through the match. WYLDE, though, are no slouches. We've seen how aggressive they can be, but also like you say, they play proper Siege. Both teams are able to drone out, get information, and play on it, play slow when needed, and make it fast when they have the opportunity to.
This is the perfect map, actually, to play the proper Siege. Clubhouse, it's an old map on our roster of maps, so they will just play like simple executions on Garage, simple executions on Chapel, and maybe doing something crazy just on the gym. But that's it.
Let's see. Who do we want to win, Milos?
I mean, I'm kind of torn in the middle because I like the German. In general, I spend half my time now in Germany. I like them. I know them. Known them for years. That's great. EU team, awesome. But also, best team in MENA, Lebanese man. I mean, I'm playing both sides for this one. I just want a good game. We're, you know what? All of us are the winners at the end of this. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Our game is ready. Let's bring up our casters. Hello, Whippet and Gibson. Look at you two looking great.
Thank you very much, because we had to dress up. We got to watch WYLDE to be able to show how strong T3U is, as well as the hometown favorites. Falcon. We have to dress up for the occasion, and what a matchup this is going to be. On paper, one of the most exciting matches we've seen. Honestly, didn't expect it to get here when we saw how this bracket was going to unravel, but massive results from both these sides. And I think everyone's a winner out of this one.
You're going to drop the line again, everybody's a winner. Well, I'm going to say you're not wrong. These are the two feel-good teams of this tournament. WYLDE have come in and absolutely destroyed everybody in front of them. And the Falcons, that first map they had in this whole tournament, they looked a little bit nervous, but since then, Whippet, they have taken every single battle ahead of them, and they've won most of them because they're here.
Absolutely, they have. I mean, we got the honor, the privilege to sit in the arena while they were head-to-head against TSM. Not only did those stage nerves, those jitters go away, they were playing like a world-beating team. And of course, they had all the local fans chanting and singing and giving them all the power they needed, and they are in the arena again. You can hear it in your ears as well. Our operator bands whizzing through your screen. Maverick, Flores, the first two to go. And on Clubhouse, not really surprised with the Maverick, but the Flores, that's something Falcons are very much specifically looking at. And could this be a target ban for what WYLDE like to bring?
Well, it's an interesting one, because when we watched the game that WYLDE played against SSG in this map, where, you know, they took SSG to SSG's favorite map and lost. They didn't quite use Flores that time around as well, but maybe they saw something elsewhere in the rest of the season. Kaid ban, not surprising at all. It'll once again make those hatches a little bit more easier to get on attack. The final ban will be Mira. So, but I think out of all the games we have casted this over the course of this tournament, one so far has had Mira unbanned.
Yeah, I mean, mirror is going to be obviously a pretty common ban, especially on this map. Again, you just look at how Gym Bedroom, how those mirror windows change that site. Not going to be too keen to deal with them on that one. But nerves are going to be a factor for both these teams right now. Big stage, a ticket to the grand final of a massive competition, massive international event, and they're so close. Both these teams not competing inside the top flight of competitive play, competing inside GSA as WYLDE. Falcons inside their own region here in MENA. This is going to be one of the most interesting stylistic clashes we've ever seen, because WYLDE are very, very aggressive, and well, so are Falcons. They might be able to stand toe-to-toe and be able to go punch for that level of aggression, but only time can tell. And we get ourselves ready to get into this matchup here on Club, and WYLDE starting on the defense here.
Starting on defense, and it will be a very difficult thing for both these teams to just shut down those attacks, because you look at the way Falcons have played, players like O-Kills, J-Lad, and looking as well at everyone's favorite A-Joker 619. By the way, are you a Joker enjoyer, as the Flair says?
Absolutely. Who isn't an A-Joker 619 enjoyer? I'm going to try and say that whole name every time I can. We got to put some respect on it, but we get into this one. And what are the defense you'd expect them to try and play aggressive here against Falcons? Falcons have got a little bit of an interesting pace on the attack, especially on TSM on Cafe. They kind of just chill out a little bit. They take their time. They really try to annoy their opposition. We saw, especially against TSM, they enjoyed the play on those windows and just kind of be there. O-Kill's in a very good position already, very quickly pushing in inside a strip, and that's going to be Jay, the first one he's going to run into. Now here, the drone, he'll know it's there. He'll be able to clean that up, but he'll fall back, not giving that early pick, and well, O-Kill's going to be able to take all this control, and now's the question, how quickly the Falcons realize that there's no roam presence in WYLDE right now.
Well, they've already cleared out most of the bottom floor, and O'Kills has already taken as much control of it as possible, which is the right thing to do. There is, I believe, maybe one player up on the top floor. I think I saw a silhouette up there. It was Jalad that I saw that's opening up that wall on the top floor. Everybody from Wild playing down in the basement, but so far so good for Falcons. They're a minute into the round. They've got control of the ground floor. They're working on the top floor. They're giving themselves plenty to work with.
They're just going through the checklist right now. They don't need to rush into it. They don't need to take those early engagements. Well, Wild's not giving them to them. But the question is how much time are you going to waste in clearing this essentially ghost room? No one from the side of Wilds is upstairs. So, yes, it's all good that O'Kills is here, but you need to start doing something with this control, with this pressure. The Valkyrie camera has been spotted out. And if you're watching our first game, BDS versus Liquid, you saw how influential those cameras were. So good to be able to clear that away. That Gemini replicator sent in, gathering some information, but still slow, still very, very thought out and methodical for Falcons, but Wild, they don't need to do a lot right now. Sit, wait, gather info, and as that timer ticks down, that's when action will start to unravel.
Yeah, no surprise whatsoever with this approach. The one thing that does surprise me is the fact they've only got one nade left to play with. We know it's something Falcons like to use, but O'Kills has already got down to the bottom of main stairs, prone, waiting for a player across. The player does go for it, but giving away the position now is O'Kills. This gives that information. Jay will get the opener, taking down a Joker, and Wild now have the numerical advantage, and Aces gets another one down.
Aces pops up from Oil Pit, likely climbed the stairs as well, gets that pick, brings us to a massive advantage for Wild, 5 versus 3. 40 seconds left, and Jay's then upstairs as well. Jalad will get one back, that's Gisela. And this might be the moment of chaos they need. They've dropped deep inside a site with 35 seconds left to go. Jalad will find a second, that's Kaneo. And this is going to be a little bit tricky now for a while, because your players went up on the flank, and this is going to be down to Jay coming back down. Ace will get one of his own. Jay will clean that one up and leaving it all down. The Kuyu in a 1v3 will make that a 1v2 now. Ace is slain, 20 seconds, case not in hand. And he's going to have to hunt these picks, hunt these frags. What can he do? Well, he's going to spot one player behind the bar, but 15 seconds left to work with. He'll find that pick. Yes, he does. That's on the Corey. But with 10 seconds left to go, all Jay needs to do, run away, stay alive, ensure that case doesn't go down. So, Wild, by the virtue of the clock alone, get themselves that round.
Yeah, one round won by Wild, the first one on defense. No surprise in that whatsoever, but really impressed at the way Falcons were able to bring that back in. It was a 5v3. They got their 2 kills to bring it back to a 3v3, and then just from them, the structure of Wild was able to hold them back.
Wild do have a very good structure on the defensive side. They meld that aggression that we see them do on the offense to being able to have a structure that can be difficult to break down in terms of timing for teams. Falcons ran out of time, and one concern, as we saw a few times in the TSM match, is how they leave the case behind. So clearly they like to rotate the case around. They put it on, they vary who has it quite often. I think their roles change depending on site, or they just might want to mix up sometimes. And the case gets not abandoned, but sometimes misplaced when they try to swap it around, or someone gets picked off in an unideal position. So 2 or 3 times that happened against TSM already here against Wild. That's a little bit of a pressure point, and if Wild get far away picks from the main push, and that happens to be the case holder, well, that could be a problem for Falcons, but they have lots of time to amend that, as it is our second round. And can Wild make good of their second defense, or will Falcons fire back and get themselves a level early?
Well, that was what time will tell. The members of Team Falcons will spawn again, as always, in a map like this. You're just going to check your flanks. You don't want any spawn peeks to take here, because we know that Wild are a team that like to go aggressive with the spawn peek, and Jay will give us a demo of the case in point. But no shots will land, and he will fall back, and that gives a little bit more intel to the team as well. You know that there's teams pushing over from that side. O'Kills punching this window open, getting up towards that stock door as well, and going to begin droning once again as we see one of those defenders just run away in the background.
Run away, stay alive, just waste more time, and I like this confidence. Again, Wild know the pressure of the situation, of this matchup. A final line is on the cards, and they're already going for spawn peaks. I'm not really surprised at that one. That's how Wild like to play. But it's going to be a situation of a little bit of fire versus fire in this between these two teams. I think Jalad working away, opening up these windows, trying to give himself just a little bit of an opening. Not directly pushing into CC just yet, waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. And they're seeming very far away, a garage push in play. We see the Finka climbing up those rafters now. That's going to be Joker, well, a Joker 619. They'll try and make that initial entry away, but Jamer has that C4 Prime Captain ready. And only a fraction mistimed. That's going to be a waste of utility, but he will pick up that first pick. That shot on the windows, and he's going to get traded away. O'Kills finds that.
4v4, and Jay once again getting the opening pick of the round, but Falcons this time doing a much better job of trading it back. The one thing you don't want to do against the Falcons is give them 1v1s, because we've seen against TSM in a fair gunfight, man on man, they can go toe-to-toe with anybody. Aces working against that, getting the kill through the barricade, not letting O-Kills get any opportunity to take him out, as Wild once again take the numerical advantage. But Q has already pushed in towards Cash, and Whippet, this is a very important area of the map to hold when you're attacking Gym Bedroom.
They need to keep this control. They need to be able to try and kind of be a massive presence here. Q's really trying to work their way inside of construction here. This is where Falcons will have a little bit of a problem. It's missed this mid-round, but doesn't matter for Joker. He'll find one of the Aces. And look at this, very far away, but trying to catch that late crouch walk from Aces. And this could be a massive opening. 3 versus 3. Less than a minute to work with, and Gisela is beginning to rotate around, getting a little bit uneasy on sight. But for the side of Falcons, it's go time. They need to get themselves primed and ready. And Joker 619's got that nade primed and ready. He'll send it deep, but no, he miscooks it. Trying to get it too close to detonate to that window, but they've all the information on Logi. 30 seconds execution will begin to roll any second now.
And Q is waiting for the swing from Wild. Corey peeking up towards the skylight. There's Mad Skills, the coach, to take him down. Putting it inside a 3v2. Gisela falls back towards below. He's got a C4 and he is going to try deny the plant. 1v4. Mad Skills with the diffuser in the pocket, still looking towards the gym, wondering where that defender is, but Gisela is below. 8 seconds on the clock. If he gets the ping at the right time, he's gone behind the bomb chassis. Gisela's on the move, but he's going to throw it the wrong way, is he? He's going to blow it, and it is wrong, and it is a post-plant situation. Q gets the kill. Falcons win round 1 back, and you can hear the crowd. They love that one.
You can see the crowd. You can see how much that means. Again, hometown favourites. We don't get to see a lot of meta at international stages, and right now they're in a semi-final of a tournament that includes teams like BDS, Liquid, SSG, TSM. Then they have had massive results against all of them. Huge round for them, and a far better showing of their attack. That was way more structured from them. They were able to break down Wild bit by bit, and that push, they cleared Logi. That was Mad Skills, and that was really, really crucial to getting in that entire round. Opened up, and you can hear the crowd. You can hear how much that means to them. Or score 1 round apiece, and Wild opting to go to bar stage.
Bar stage, that tertiary site, and Echo will be used by Kaneo. Usually a default operator pick when we go to a site like this, but when we're talking about Falcons, once again, going back to the point that I made in the round before, but in a 1v1 gunfight, they can go toe-to-toe with anybody, and that's exactly what they did.
Falcons and Wild have no fear in those one-on-one gunfights. I mean, how many times have we seen both these teams just, you know, yeah, we're going to peek it, we're going to win. We're just going to win on it. Well, even with yes against TSM, Falcons hunted picks in the last few moments of rounds because they're so confident that they're going to be able to win those ones out, and they often do. So that might be a worrisome point for Wild, but they have a good structure. Wild, a good team behind them, so they'll know this is coming, this pressure. We've seen this site set up from Wild so far in this competition. This Echo, that's going to be Kaneo, will be playing very, very far back, and will send that drone up to the hatch inside of Strip to get as much information as possible, and they simply just don't know that's there because, well, how many teams actually pull that one off? But he'll know some players going to go up there, and that's going to be the read. They know the top floor clear is coming.
They got lots of information from that Echo drone going up, and there's the ping as well as O-Kills is looking to catch the Echo drone, and it'll fall back into place. Kaneo getting that vital information for the side, and we know before, when you have Echo, when you have Valk, you can get so much intel, not to mention the fact that they've got Maestro and Alibi. It's a heavy intel-based defense that we have here from the members of Wild, as now the members of Team Falcons will begin pushing into that top floor. And Kaneo just going to keep getting that information with it.
Every time he sends that drone up and he still sees 3 bodies sitting up on that roof, he knows, okay, right, there's 3 people waiting to push from Logi, but no one's going to be in there just yet. And these yokai drones are just going to be used way more actively, and Falcons tried a little bit of a grid shot to try and get that one out of the air, but didn't quite connect. But they're stalling out here on this top floor, taking essentially no map control for the stage of the round. We're a minute 35 left, and well, can I help gathering information? Every single time he pops up, he knows what's going on and the overall picture of this round. Falcons need to start getting rolling because they haven't cleared any of the top floor, and that's so crucial to attacking our stage.
It is, and it's crazy how much they're putting into trying to get that echo, as Joker will get the first kill on to Jay, so once again he's involved in that opening engagement, whether it's getting the kill or losing it. Aces is in spot though to trade it back, bringing us back to a 4v4. Kills takes the head of Gisela, but Aces once again gets him, then he's traded back, then Kaneo will take down Jalad as the kill feed lights up orange and blue. Back and forward, Mad Skills drops through the hatch and takes out Kaneo, as now Corey finds himself in a 1v2 and he is up on Bedroom Hallway.
If there's anyone who had the experience to make this round work, it's gonna be Corey. He needs to find something, wait for a sound cue, a call, any bit of information, so key right now. He'll have that red ping and he'll now surely know that player's dropped from that hatch, and he will. He has vertical angles to work with, but we see that red silhouette's just so tantalizingly close to him. Both of them know the case will go down. Mad Skills tries to stick in. Look at this full information from the side. He can deny it from the floor. Yes, he can. Not downed, just off the plant. 20 seconds. Tentative, tense moments for Falcons. They need to wait. They need to hold on. They need to get this case down. What can Corey do to stop it? They come off the case once again. It's going to get close to 0-0. And Corey, if you can get the cover, you'll get the round at this stage. Information is king, and he has lots of it, but not the accuracy. Falcons get themselves a 2-1 lead.
Really well played, and the fact that they didn't panic even in that game of Ring Around the Rosie on site, where they were trying to find the optimal position to get that plant down, but Team Falcons, they stayed calm and they win a round, and they now lead WYLDE on WYLDE's map on attack. And you gotta say, it's the fact that they have been able to just win their ones when the situation pops up. Aces tried his best multiple times to trade one back, but whenever he fell and Corey was left one alive on the top floor, you kind of felt like it was inevitable that they were going to win that round.
Falcons find a way just to win rounds, right? That round, realistically, Corey should win that. Has complete information, top floor control. You have 8 seconds left to get the case down. He just missed those shots, and we've seen it so many times before. Those shots are hard to hit. There's beams on the floor, and the angle isn't exactly ideal as you look between your own 2 feet. Absolutely brilliant for the side of Falcons. They've got a little bit of momentum here on Clubhouse. That does lean towards the attacking side, but I'm sure you've already all seen it in chat. Look at Jay, he's on Cav. I wonder what we see when we haven't had an interrogation so far this event. It's unlikely. People know how to drone at this level of play, but I'm never going to counter that.
Well, there's not very many Brazil teams left in this. There's actually 0 up, and so we're going to get a Brazilian operator in Cav.
The last, I mean, Cav's had some impact in big moments. I mean, think of the Paris Major. NA won't likely to be reminded of what Jonas done to them on Bank, but I don't think Jay is going to have that impact here. This map's pretty compact, difficult to rotate around, very simple to clear, and with very limited drones as well. Kills is already in, and look at this, Corey's already down. They'll try and find that, but he's a little bit alone right now, so that revive will take a long time to get, and the drones are swarming him. Now they know they got it. Aces will try and be close to him, but Corey has pinged out that drone. They know pressure is coming. He's there to try and cover and get a pick and bait off his teammate, as Jay will be sent up to help cover.
Jay with the Cav using the ability to make as little noise as possible, those silent steps as Oryx runs away after getting the res, so nobody the worse off. Corey, a second left, though he is going to go down eventually, as Joker will get that kill confirmed, and now they open up the wall into, or the window into construction as well. Aces still on the top floor, as is Jay. It's a heavy roam that we have from the members of WYLDE, but once again Team Falcons have the numerical advantage. Aces can't find the headshot, so he falls back down into sight, but whip it, you got to say, Falcons seem to have WYLDE on the back foot.
I'm going to put an asterisk right there on that one. This is a very awkward round to play in. Okay, you lost Corey early, but from there now Falcons are beginning to take map control, but they're taking a long time to do so. You got a minute 20 left, and finally you're starting to put pressure on, but you still have that X factor. Jay, he's in a position of the map that they've already going to mentally log as cleared. Are they going to have flank drone or someone watching it? Mad Skills got the closest drone, but guess what? He's worried about blue. He's worried about all that position, and Joker's going to get into a very dangerous position very soon, as Gisela will try and hold on inside of Dirt Tunnel, but Jay might get the call, might get to make that decision to push down down in the lounge. Will he be meeting Joker? But no, a drone was watching. That pistol makes a very, very distinctive sound, so they now know they're hunting a Cav. And that's going to be playing in the back of the mind. Just under a minute left to work with, and Jay begins that long rotation around.
Rotating back around, Kaneo, the Capcan, will get the kill onto a Joker, 619, which means that the members of Wild bring it back to a 4v4. Jay still roaming downstairs. Could he be a problem? Jalad is up on the top floor, and now we've got Q peeking down through that kitchen hatch, still trying to clear the Roman presence as Q will get a kill. Mad Skills gets taken out by the C4, bringing us back to a 3v3, and now is go time for Cav, sneaking in behind the lines. Q on the other side could be the person that is going to get taken out by this, completely unaware of the fact that there's a Cav lurking, but Cav will drop down through Moto Hatch and rotates in behind, catches one out, gets the down. It's a 2v3 now. The time has come to execute. Jilad will go with the diffuser. Q gets the kill onto Jay, and it's all down to Gisla. 1v2, there's one, just one player left to get. The gunfire comes out, and that is a 3-1 lead as the home team take advantage.
They made that awkward for Wild. From the very beginning of that round, it was just so awkward. You lose Corey early, and even if you had a Cav trying to flank it around, the way they're pacing the Falcons makes it very difficult. It's an off-tempo style of play. Wild really so far struggling to get an overall grip on it. And we talked about this with our desk, other casters here. The way Falcons attack is unusual. It's structurally different to what these teams tend to see, and they're very good at winning their fights. So they end up in places at times that you're not necessarily expecting, and they win their fights. Right there, we saw an example of the shots that these players are landing are insane, and that's going to be the X factor that they need to worry about. But it is still early days in this series. But Falcons, the hometown heroes, leading by 2 rounds. Wild, thought they would have come out of the gates absolutely swinging. So far, we've only seen one haymaker thrown.
Well, I think Wild are a team that you want to start any game on attack because the way they build momentum. So for them to be 3-1 down on defense against Falcons, maybe not, panicking just yet, but the danger signs are there. You don't want to let Falcons get 4 or even 5 rounds, because but the last couple of splits that we have had on defense have been 5-1 on the defending side. There's a chance that Falcons could pull one out on attack if they win 2 rounds in a row, but this is Wild. They're going to get structured. They're having a chat. We're going to go back into this one, and I expect Wild to maybe play a little bit closer together to stop giving Falcons the 1v1s.
They need to. I mean, this team does like to play with that lurker role. Ace is going to be on that lurker role. Right? Potentially what that's going to mean is Ace pops up late. RJ will do the same. We saw with the Cav. That's a very operator designed to do that necessarily. When you play so separate, or try to play so separate, against a team that has this weird pacing and weird attacking structure, it's going to be difficult to make it work and make it flow the way they want it to. So the Falcons, just keep doing you, keep winning these rounds. They manage to take themselves out of so many bad situations, it's insane. So they can keep forcing Wild under pressure. They have a very, very good shot in this. They lead by 2. They go upstairs to CC and Cash. And this side, getting the sway towards the attacking side as well as the entirety of the map. So for Wild, they might have a little bit of work cut out for them.
And a 6th pick to Amaru for those, attacker repick to Amaru for those of you at home who are keeping an eye on that. Thatcher in play as well means that the bandits on that breach will be very easy to get for the members of Falcons if they want to get that done. Typically, in a situation like this, you'd want to get that breach open inside the first 30 seconds or so when you have the operators to do it. And O'Kill's already pushing up inside stock, and if you can control stock, we know they like to use nades from below. Mad Skills will go ahead and open up bottom garage as well, so that checklist, they're probably ahead of schedule at this point already.
Yeah, they are. They're using a very, very good array of utility to get things done pretty quickly. They've done that so far. Aces sends an impact down to try and catch some early damage. And you likely heard that breaching charge go down. That might make them think someone's a little bit closer, but once again, O'Kill's very, very early into the building. Will maybe try and send some nades depth charge on the players sitting inside of Cash. The LMG as Afia rotates around, that will be a Joker 619. Making a long rotate away, likely to put some pressure towards Master Bedroom. Nade sent up, no one there. Lacking information is O'Kill's, but he wins these fights. He's trying to tap away, and are you kidding me, Corey? Goodbye, Corey, on that one. What a one-tap. A good one-tap so far, our feet disappeared.
Yeah, it was that good of a shot. It was good night to Corey and good night to the feed as well, as it looks like the clock has frozen. And Whippet, that'll give us a time to have a little bit of a chat again about this game so far. Falcons, time and time again, are showing off the mechanical ability that they have in this one, and it's got to be said, that round was going really well from them. They got most of the jobs that they had to get done. They got the opening engagement. If anything, they're going to be very disappointed by this.
Yeah, they certainly will be. This for WYLDE is a nice little reset for them. They're going to be able to think about stuff, try to resolve some issues right now. And, you know, again, for Falcons, they got a good start. They got their early pick on the Corey. A very nice shot as well. I'm sure Twitch chat enjoyed that one. I'm feeling there's a few GMs getting typed out as well. I know how the community loves to see those one taps, or close enough to a one tap. For WYLDE, it's a mental reset time. Falcons are really getting comfortable on this main stage. They were shaky against BDS in the opening game of this competition. They looked clinical against TSM, and now, well, they might have the momentum and begin to run away with this. WYLDE need to stay within touching distance, not get themselves too far away. And this is also WYLDE's map choice. That's a factor to consider as well.
It is, and it's important to note as well that Falcons played yesterday, WYLDE didn't. They've had a full day to sit back and prepare for both possible teams that they could have been playing in this one. It was going to be TSM or Falcons. And as of right now, it looks like the Falcon style of play, they've decided, you know what, we're not going to try counter WYLDE, we're just going to play our game. And they are beating WYLDE by doing it.
Yeah, I mean, when you come into a matchup like this team is a little bit less experienced than WYLDE. I mean, you look at this side, all of WYLDE have been playing inside of national level competition, as well as Corey and Aces, who've been at the very top, attending majors and SIs, the like. This team is going to play their style. They're not coming in with counter strats galore. They're not going to try and beat WYLDE at what they want to do. What Falcons need to do is essentially just be comfortable, be confident in themselves, play for fun, and know what strengths they have, and they very much are aware of it. And the biggest factor is they are a bounce-back team. They managed to find a way to win the most absurd of situations, no matter the odds. And so WYLDE need to be as clinical and risk-adverse as they've ever been before. You don't want to let Falcons get their foot in the door in any round.
And that's the problem for WYLDE. You said risk-averse. That's not a word that's in their dictionary, is it? They like to take risks and be hyper-aggressive. And as of right now, not only are Falcons leading this game by winning on mechanical ability, they're putting together plenty of clips as well with some of the shots that they've been landing. This is, of course, one of those technical timeouts that we get, Whippet. And honestly, the timing of it is so bad for Falcons, but it's so good for WYLDE.
I think it's actually good for both these teams. I'm going to hit you with this one. Falcons know they got a little bit scrappy with some of these rounds. They know they had to dig themselves out of it. That round that they got when Corey was above, that should have been a round for WYLDE. This gives them a time to go, all right, we've seen how they play. They're a little bit less aggressive than we were expecting. How can we solve around this? And this might bring a more clinical side out of Falcons after this little bit of a pause on Ravels and finishes up. But again, as you said, for WYLDE, the big benefit to calm the nerves. The pressure sits with them right now. A lot of Europe's hopes of that T3 resurgence rests on them. I mean, we look at how socials were during this event. Everyone loves this underdog story. Now we've got two underdogs going up against each other, but WYLDE really are kind of carrying that next generation, that next flame for EU, because, well, we all know, EU is a bit... Bar for Rogue, because I know Tristan's on the desk. Bar for Rogue.
Yeah, and Wolves. Wolves, pretty good team as well. Let's not forget to show them some love as we jump back into the prep phase. And of course, reminder for those of you at home who may not be completely or maybe new to the comp scene, you have to take the exact same lineup on attack and defense and play the same site. That's how this works. But I want to ask you a question, Whippet. Out of all the Falcons players, who's impressed you most so far?
Wow. Okay. Difficult question. So if I was going to follow the community, I'm going to have to say one of the players. I'll go for a tier list of sort.
10 seconds remaining.
Position doesn't matter. Joker619 very much impressed me, the rest of the community. But Okils has been one of those players that's kind of always in the action, always involved, always in it. And, I mean, Jalot as well has a huge impact. It's very difficult to look at this roster and say there's not excitement in flair upon it, but I'm going to have to say Okils is probably going to be, I think, the player. I think very close actually to Shaiko's scoring the kill records. I think in second place as well. So very much a capable player against all these top teams.
Yeah, 25k, of course, for the player who gets the most kills over the course of this tournament. As even though we had that little bit of an issue, Team Falcons playing the exact same way this round. O'Kills, once again, already inside stock. They've got the wall open in towards Garage, so you're not forced to focus in through the door where Aces surely will be looking towards, but they will continue to peek that way, and Joker will rotate back around as well. And that position on top of the rafters, Whippet, it's so difficult to clear. Those impacts being thrown, bit of a two reasons why it's being thrown. One, maybe catch a little bit of damage, but the main one is to get rid of claymores, so that if you decide to run out later in the round, you can do it.
Structurally in this round so far, Falcons have been playing pretty similar to how it was before we had to reset. Meaning that's going to be seeing O'Kills going inside of stock, but this time not going for the same exact play. So structurally, Falcons have a pretty clear rhythm, and now Joker will make their entryway inside of Adam. Try and gather as much information as possible. EMP missed, unfortunately. Not a story that you would have wanted, but oh, Corey, very, very close to getting himself depth charged. Breach now open. He'll try and deny, so I think he would have gotten at least one set of sound charges with that one, but WYLDE will fall away. Try and reset, but I think for the most part that wall's open.
Yeah, 5v5 still with 1:20 on the clock, but the wall will provide a line of sight in towards rafters as well, where Aces is still living his home. He's got Corey for support, but Ace's position is he will likely stay there until he is dead or the round is won. That is how important rafters is. But Matt Skills, the coach, Amaru pushing up towards construction, firing against that alibi, giving away the position. That's information towards the side of WYLDE. Gisela will be the first player to get down on this one, and will we see a res coming? Kaneo is moving that way. Corey, of course, low HP as Joker gets in that fight on top along with Aces. 43 seconds to go. They're getting ready for the push with it, and Aces is still locked in position.
Ace is going to play this live. He's got 30 seconds left, but Corey won't be able to play much longer. Ace is there for the trade, but WYLDE is there to get one as well. 30 seconds, and Corey's downed. A technical 4 versus 3. And look at this. 2 members of WYLDE are going to get caught on the rotate. 0 kills, gets one more. Corey falters. 4 versus 2. 4 versus 1. 3 for WYLDE. Madskild is down, but it's all down to Gisela in a 1 versus 3. We'll try and deny that C4 below, but it will be enabled by will he do it? No! The case goes down. And with 40 seconds till we go critical in this round, all the Falcons need is to hold the cross, stay calm, relax, and manage it. 1 invert repel, 1 normal, all outside the breach. Horrible angles to fight. Gisela trying to think about a long arm, but can't quite find it, and knows he's going to leave himself so exposed. He'll try and stick it. He might just do it, but no. O'Kill shuts it down, and Falcons yet another round.
4-1 lead on attack on Clubhouse. This is WYLDE's map, but we are living inside that Falcons world right now, the way this one is going. And Whippet, 1 round away from a 5-1 half. We have seen a couple of those when we have casted a few rounds in a row, and that round was won by the push in through Garage. The fact that Aces was taken out and then it left Gisela the last man standing. But how close was Gisela to denying that plant?
Less than a second away. I think SSG were had like a 0.13?
2.023.
Exactly. Yesterday to being able to, I think, get a defuse off or a plant down. So I mean, we've seen a couple of close, narrow margins in this competition so far, but that was pretty close as well. Falcons lucky to get away with that one, but they got themselves around, and around they came off a cascade of picks as well. WYLDE caught out by that one. 3 rounds leading our Team Falcons, the hometown favourites. And we go on to WYLDE's very final defensive side. Now, we've seen a lot of promise from WYLDE's offense. So, we'll look a little bit to the future, to round number 7. WYLDE have that lifeline, but they really need to get a second round on the defense because you don't want to be fighting from a 5-1 position down. Yes, Liquid came back 6-1 against SSG, but you know, Liquid have kind of that X factor behind them. I mean, they got slayed by BDS earlier this morning too.
Yeah, but Liquid weren't playing against Falcons either. You know, you got to point that one out. So, WYLDE, they're looking to get 1 round back. The defensive setup is very similar to what we saw in the game against SSG yesterday with that shield, except it's not going to be a Maestro playing it this time around. Valk will get lots of intel. Maybe Kaneo might push that position. We'll just wait a little bit to see. And SSG were able to win that round with a last dash push straight in through the breach. Will Wild fall for that sort of trick again? Jalad will begin opening up the top floor to try drone out to find out where those defenders are, but there's nobody there. Everybody's on site. Full-on turtle defense from Wild.
Can you blame them right now? They're really feeling the pressure of this matchup. So they will try and turtle up. The furthest player will be Jay. Close quarters with that shotgun. Sitting in the wait, but it's only a Gemini replicator he can hear. Stepping around him, he gets the information, but now knows there's Yana on the board, knows it's very close to him as well. And I imagine those skills will be very keen to send a nade down those stairs.
You got to throw an aid and you got to chase it to it, but it's all about getting Jay on the move if you cannot take him out. But Gisla's cam is in a very good position to just feed Jay information. Kills, opening up a line of sight on the stairs in case he pushes up, but Jay will fall back down on the site, leaving Gisla to continue to monitor cams. Corey doing the exact same as they're working out where the push is coming from, and Kills has got himself right on the bottom of those main stairs once more, but there is the ping. They know exactly where he is, but he's holding the pixel. We know how effective they can be at hitting that pixel. A little bit of drone work coming back in, a minute on the clock, and just continual soft pings. IQ is being played to get rid of those cameras, but still one remains in place.
Less than a minute. Can Wild hold out, find their second round of defense? Kaneo will trick that first set of Skyro's pellets. We'll trick a second. Really? Yes, he does. We'll trick a third. No, he can't. Only got two. So that hatch will get open, but he's wasted time. 30 seconds, and Falcons are we going to be in for another example of how they dig themselves out of a very tricky position with gunplay and mechanics alone. Toxic Casual try and choke out the hopes as Corey will dart and duck and dive, but Jalad will just walk on enemy that guy Gisla. That might be the dinner bell ringing, as now all hell will break out between these two sides. They're going to go brawling. Kills gets one on the J, but it's going to be a flurry of kills for these guys. Ace into the team kill. Oh no! It's all down the Falcons now on a 3 versus 2. 10 seconds. 3 versus 1. Now Corey, time for another attempted clutch with a shotgun. Gets one, finds it down. Will try and rotate it away, but no! Caught by Q. Falcons 5-1 on the offensive side versus Wild on Wild's map choice as well. Oh my.
How many 5-1 splits have we seen in our cast? But well done, Falcons, dominating on defense and just 2 rounds away from taking a 1-map lead in this best of 3. And the best thing about it is they will be on defense to do it. Wild will need to pull themselves back into this game, but attack is where they come from. Can they do what Liquid did yesterday?
That's not easy. That's not easy to do. If you wanted to do a complete replication of what Liquid done, it would be 6-1. But Wild, yeah, this is where we've hyped up your attacking side. And to use all of the tricks of the trade you've got. Wax J on Finka, put Kaneo on Buck, try to break this down. But Falcons, as this plays out, and we see their defensive side, they're going to peek, they're going to spawn peek, they're going to get aggressive. Kills is on a lesion. How often do we see a lesion in competitive play? The answer is essentially no. Maybe you might see Astralis bring it out every so often, but it is going to be an interesting lineup from them, and I think they're going to be very, very keen to get in the face of Wild very, very early. But Wild like to do that too on the offensive side.
Well, it's all down to Wild to force the issue now, as Team Falcons just 2 rounds away from a 1-map lead. And this is defense for them as we go down to that Church Arsenal site, which has such a good defender win rate. Jay gets himself up on that AFK repel, running around it, as we'll use his drone work, and we'll probably see that defensive utility being thrown. And have they just used another, Whip It. Take us through this little push that's coming, because we're going to do that.
With pressure arriving inside of Dirt Tunnel now, it's going to be Corey. He will try his best to put some pressure on and trying to set it up. It looks like Kitchen Hatch is going to be pressure. Jay will find the opening pick on the Kills there with a nade. Traded off though, Jalad will get one. Corey with a second nade, finding Jalad there in the trade. Good trading off for Wild, good position early in a 4 versus 3. We see this a lot with these two sides, going very, very aggressive, very, very early. Joker will use a C4 to give himself a line of sight to brawl with down in Kitchen. A late addition to the lineup, a late addition to the strategy. What adaptation from the side of Falcons, but a very early explosion of actions between these two teams, leaving Wild in the advantage in terms of player count 4-3.
4-3 advantage for Wild on attack, and this is where they normally excel Aces playing inside kitchen. We're looking at that defensive side. They've used up both of their C4s, so they've got none to play with, which does mean that it will give Wild a little bit of area to run about on that top row. It's still 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, but all the members of Falcons looking at their position, they're all holding long-range pixel angles, waiting for Wild to step into them.
They're just going to sit, hold, and wait. They don't need to do anything really outrageous here. They can sit and wait. This is kind of what this site's good at doing. You're going to hold on. That's will put a new Banshee down. Don't know if that was a swap of position or something from his arsenal or his inventory of it. Inside of blue will be, well, Lucy trying to make those lines of sight. But right now for Wild, key is information. Get some information, figure out the picks, open up what you ever need to do, and begin to get this execution rolling. An EMP tossed out might give us an indication they want to go through that church wall, and we see church has essentially been left undefended. So they get themselves in there. It might be the attention, but Kaneo very close to that kitchen hatch to chase inside dirt tunnel. To me, the screams, a kitchen dirt push, and well, Q is going to be in a very difficult position now, brawling through that vertical position. Kaneo will take a beating as well. 30 seconds. How many times have we seen a Falcons player find picks there, but gets from the Joker. KO downed, and things are going to get a little bit tense now, but it's going to be all calmed down by Aces, who gets one on the queue. And that's going to be a very composed round as Jay gets the final pick from inside a dirt tunnel. Wild get themselves back into this one, and that's a very, very needed mental reset round, and a good sign of how they might be faring up on the offensive side.
Still 5-2 down, though. A lot of work to do on attack, but doing a much better job of bringing the attack towards the defensive side. On defense, they sat back and they let the members of Falcons take them down. But one thing is for sure, that Falcons crowd, win or lose a round, they make a lot of noise. You said it before, we've been in the crowd, we've enjoyed every minute of it, but as we get ready to jump into this round, once more, Falcons will go down to that basement site. And last time around, it was the fact that the C4s weren't quite used to their full potential, didn't really allow themselves to get a couple of kills.
I mean, we saw like one funky C4 getting used. I mean, Falcons, I mean, if you're watching TSM on Chalet, they had a setup where they had 3 C4s available, 2 of which were used to make rotates, and they still beat TSM that round. Luckily, TSM were a little bit shaky in that performance, we'll say that at least. But they managed to get it done in that situation. So then they have a crowd of use of utility legally away of putting how Falcons play this game. So 5-2 our scoreline. Wild on the offensive side. It's what they prefer to. And look at the slide on this. Look at the aggression from Falcons already. Maz gets to send some shots through Garage. Just say, hey, I'm here. Come worry about it. But Jay, Operation Crouch Walk enters inside a strip. And he's going to try and pick any stragglers up, and the cutoff drone is set up by Gisela as well, watching. So they now know if anyone's went towards strip, that's what that drone's intention is. But these wooden barricades, guess what? Slow down this push and force the Nook to make some noise.
Yeah, pushing in through pool table. Mad Skills playing in stock may be the first player that they need to worry about. Jay gets rid of that default cam. Mad Skills droned out again as that information is fed towards Jay, who's got himself right up against that wall, hoping, daring Mad Skills to push in towards Bar. But Mad Skills has not quite done it yet, and Jay will begin Operation Crouch Walk once more. Mad Skills making a lot of noise though, sprinting back and forward as Jalad will fall back down in towards Generator. Mad Skills will hold the angle, throws down the goo mine, which will give even more intel and just make that crouch walk a little bit more difficult to do. But with 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock, they are posing a real problem, and Wild are struggling to clear the roam.
It's the fact that Falcons' roam presence right now is kind of unstructured. We're running around, we're trying to find entryways, they're putting themselves in power positions, and Wild are really struggling to, they drone someone out, and they rotated away, and someone else has popped up in a brand new position. So they're going to have to think about going a little bit more direct. They do like this style of play anyway, so they'll open up that moto hatch, and I wouldn't be too surprised if some of Wild was down very, very quickly. The main stairs won't be a very easy fight. Shalad will set up that angle, watch it now, post it up, try to deny main stairs push, but just over a minute left to go. Look at this, Mad Skills on the flank upstairs.
Mad Skills will begin crouch walking himself as he begins to move down. Kaneo making a lot of noise in kitchen. Where will the push come from? The diffuser has been picked up, and we know that Kaneo likes to pop it down if the opportunity arises. But this impact, this line of sight that's been created, Mad Skills will get one after Wild take down 2 members of Team Falcons. Kaneo sprinting down the stairs towards the side. Corey rushing in as Jay will get knocked now too. It's back to a 3v3, and Q is is inside dirt. One member inside generator. Q peeks around the corner, but Kaneo will stick the plant. And O-Kills just sneaking around those boxes. Is going to get the kill on the Corey, but the diffuser has gone down. It's a 2v3. Smoke canisters going out. Kaneo gets one. He gets a second. It's a 2v1. It's all down to Mad Skills as he begins to push in through Moto. And he's going to get taken down. Gisela gets the kill. And Wild have now won rounds back to back.
That's what they need. That's going to be a massive boost for them. Momentum rolling in their favour. Good for Wild. They get that done. But they have a long road ahead to get themselves back level. 5-3 now our scoreline. Falcons, their aggression isn't really getting met with the same reception they would have wanted. Wild have not been as much in their face, and that's really working out right now. A little bit of extra structure to slow down that pace. The Falcons, they struggled with that initial clear, and Falcons could have been a really big problem if he popped up just a little bit sooner in that round. However, didn't. And Wild got the round. They'll be very keen on that one. So can they make it 3 rounds in a row and get themselves within 1 round striking distance to leveling up this match?
Big round for the match right now. Will Falcons go 6-3 up, or will Wild pull it back to a 5-4? And surely if they get into that position, we know how Wild attacks play out. They'll feel themselves with a very good chance of getting the win in this map. But Team Falcons, they win this next round. They're on match point, and you know as well as I do, when you're on match point, the other team sometimes can play a little bit more aggressively or try a little bit too hard and nearly feed Falcons the win.
Are you saying the 1 round mentality exists?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I wonder what team suffered from that one yesterday.
I think we might have worked it.
I wonder, was that SSG? Fumbling the bag, 6-1 up against Liquid. Not quite the same story, but Falcons very much beginning to feel that pressure. He let 2 rounds go in favour of Wild upon the side swap. The Wild look to be a little bit more in their face this time, not doing CC, but they rarely do. They like to be a little bit more forward and aggressive. They'll open up to Jacuzzi, they'll put pressure from Logi, and that's how they'll play. Some damage up there. I think that's just on the main wall itself. Jalad will take a beating inside of construction. There's Jacuzzi. Now that open up, and guess what? Someone is going to hold those windows, but there's Mad Skills on the Corey. Finds an opening pick, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem, as they'd like 2 people to hold these windows down. And oh, Jay, you needed to win that one. Mad Skills shut down, brings us back to level. Calms the nerves for Wild, but they've got the first thing off that checklist, and that was Jacuzzi Wall.
They did indeed. O-Kills playing on top of the bed as well, but we spoke about it for Wild. They don't tend to push in through CCTV. Gisela waiting for the potential free kill from the player inside logistics. Ace is getting over towards that push again. 3 members of the Wild attack over by Jacuzzi Wall. So whenever they decide to push, they will go aggressive towards site and try to get that case down. That's what Kaneo's job is. Ace's tempting bullets to come his way. It's going to create that opening. No, he's going to fall back again as they wait for a little bit more instruction to come around, and it looks like they've changed their minds with it. They're getting ready to push from the other way. They're going to go through logistics now.
Well, this is going to be a while. I think they're going to leave someone on this breach. What they need to do is to have a cutoff, and that's what they're going to do. Construction wall is still going to, not construction wall, Jacuzzi going to still get to watch, I'd imagine. And yes, these 2 players still chewing up outside of that one. Construction now opened up. That will isolate now 0 kills. Going to be in a very difficult position, but it doesn't matter. He'll find one, the J. Gisela down as well, and an explosion and flurry for Falcons. Kaneo alone against 4. 50 seconds. There's 1. That's 0 kills. Now it's all down to pressure. Kaneo, one of the MVPs, the shining stars of this team in this competition. So 4 finds a second. Couldn't make it 3. Q shuts it down. Falcons, match point.
Match point Falcons. Who would have thought this whenever they were starting on attack as well against Wild? And it's got to be said, maybe if Kaneo had have had the SMG-12, we've seen him win 1v4s already in this tournament in that situation. But Wild now find themselves trailing by 3 with the home side on match point. Are we going to see Falcons win that first round, break the serve, then take Wild to Chalet after this one, which of course we know Wild has a bit of a preference for too?
Wild are certainly not uncomfortable on Chalet. It's not going to be, I think, in their top 4 preference, but let's say it will be number 5 in that list. They're not uncomfortable there, but it's still not their best showing. That's why Falcons would have been very keen to go there as well, because we know that they're comfortable on Chalet. We've seen a very good performance from them, especially against TSM yesterday. So, match point. Wild 3 rounds down. pressure now sets in this one because it's early stage of the series, not of the map. You know if you lose this map, you go to your opposition's map pick, and you are fighting with your back against the wall. You lose Chalet, you go home. That final spot, that massive prize pool, out the window. You've already got what you've got. You cash out with what you leave. Still happy, but not happy as you could have been getting all the way to the final. Of course, the players who are trying to get themselves that MVP status and the top kill chase, they'll be very keen to get a few more rounds in. So we move into this round. And Falcons, they're going to be feeling confidence. They're going to be playing with it too. And Wild have to watch out for that one. The caveat though, can't get too comfortable at match point. That's what SSG did.
Yeah, SSG paid the price for it last time around, but I think Falcons, they play a very different style to SSG, and I think that they will probably win this map out. But what can Wild do to prove me wrong? Kaneo will drone through as the push will begin through dirt. The one round that Wild won, and this one was down in basement, and they're going to look to do it again. Jay gets himself in a gunfight, but there is the Valcam gone. He's peeking up towards those stairs, and unfortunately for Falcons, they weren't able to hit the head to get the kill. But they're going to push two members down dirt now to force QBZ off this sheet. Jay gets the kill without even needing to use utility.
That's a massive pick now. They cleared this lane. And once again, look at this elite addition to the setup. They'll use that C4 now, and he'll try and deny this pressure. Wild once again going to go for that kitchen dirt push. They've got everything they need for it so far because they got their tunnel. Yes, they cleared Joker upstairs, and now you can really start unraveling. They're still worried about that shield, but Jay can use that as a pixel. Don't think anyone will want to peek him. I don't think it'll be a wise choice against that LMG. A C4 prime prepped and ready, but Joker's slain above. Wild have a lifeline. They've got a pulse in this round. Minute left to work with, and Gisla goes down though. Shalad finds that trade, but Corey, once again, calms the nerves, finds a trade. Minute left.
4v2, Mad Skills trying to push the effort, and he will get the kill onto Jay, as now it's a 3v2 situation. Wild getting clawed back in. Team Falcons on match point. They've got two members left. It's Mad Skills and O Kills, and both of these players are so dangerous.
That drone from Aces just caught. They now know there's a player upstairs, but he's rotated away. Do they know he's already gone? Vital seconds they might be wasting, and they're going to re-drone it now. 35. Falcons, one player down. Match point against Wild. Map one of this series in the semi-finals, and Kaneo now tries to work some vertical. Corey inside of dirt. They need to get this execution rolling. You don't want this in 0-0. Corey will brawl away, and his pulse nearly brought to 0. The Valkyrie by AKs will run away, still alive and ready to brawl, but caught out by Kaneo. It's all down to one player. That's Mad Skills, who gets one to Corey. Blind him with a flashbang. The plant has to go down. 7 seconds, and Kaneo shuts it down. Wild claw back one more round.
6-4 is the scoreline. Wild 2 rounds away from overtime, and Falcons 1 round away from one step towards that final. A date with BDS. Will we have the home team run the whole way to the final? Well, within an hour or two, we will know the answer to that. But as the way this game started, they look like they want it.
They absolutely. Who wouldn't want to win this? You're in front of your home crowd. You're playing in your own region. You want to be able to carry that mantle, and Falcons doing a good job of it so far. 1 round away from getting themselves onto Chalet. Wild need a couple more rounds, get themselves a level in this matchup, and do a little bit of flashback, maybe trying to imitate their Laptown brethren inside of Liquid. But we go upstairs, CC and Cash. I would say there's a fair chance Wild take this round. This site is pretty well developed, pretty well understood from the attacking side. And Wild are very good at making those executions work, and it's a pretty simplistic execution as well, and that's what Wild like to do. They'll use a Thatcher, which is available, wasn't banned out of course, so they can open up this wall, get the breach down, and then likely rotate towards construction and try and get everything rolling for that dual side execution. That's what they tend to do. The Falcons will very much want to make that as awkward as possible, and I think carving open stock will be their first step in doing so, but I really am intrigued to see how this goes on. I think we're going to see a Bandit trick, actually.
Yeah, it looks like Bandit has 2 in the back pocket. And when will they be used? Because as of right now, you need to use some utility from below to move Bandit away from that spot. Up on top of Master Bedroom, O'Kills is shooting away those Habana pellets, making it even harder to breach in towards the bottom of that garage, just wasting offensive utility. The breach does open just a little bit down inside garage, creating a line of sight for O'Kills to peek back. Because remember, these lines of sight, they work both ways. Defenders can use them to catch out the attack as well. But they know, look, the members of WYLDE, they clearly know that Bandit has 1 charge in the back pocket. He wants to trick, so they need to get below, and that's why Aces is creeping now towards Mad Skills, whose position is a direct counter to that. O'Kills pushes back up the stairs. 1 minute and 55 to go, though. Plenty for WYLDE to work with.
Aces are joining himself right now, or might be actually joining in for Corey. Speak too soon. Or Jay, I should say. Trying to get that initial control down below. They need to use these nades to clear these power positions, and that Bandit trick, if it's still a factor to worry about. Exothermic charge getting placed. We hear that thermic charge go down. Mayo should get this out. Jay, though, caught out and finished off by O'Kills. Problems now for WYLDE. They've got the breach, you've lost a player, and you haven't cleared garage or rafters, and you really don't want to take a fight like that against Falcons. Minute 20. What can WYLDE do to solve this problem?
Well, this is a problem they have indeed. O'Kills is now repositioning himself on top of red stairs, and they're just struggling to get any sort of control of the vital areas of this map. Aces and Mad Skills, they're stuck in a little peek in battle. Kaneo will end it early though as he peeks through and gets the kill on the Mad Skills. And now moving up towards that breach, there's still a player on top of rafters, and Kaneo is aware of it. Aces is going to get taken down by a Joker, but instantly traded back by Gisela, and Kaneo does not have the case. C4 shot out. That could be absolutely huge in this one as Kaneo falls back, but they need to get the diffuser open because the door is momentarily ajar, but can Falcons shut it?
Well, Corey was going to do a very good job of getting himself that extra breathing room. Finds that pick 3 versus 2. 20 seconds. They've got to rotate that case around, though. That's going to take valuable time as well. We're going to be down to a very, very narrow margin at the end of this round, and Jalon in a good position to try and deny that. But Gisela catches him out, leaving it down now to 3 versus 1, all down the queue. Against 3. Case goes down. Try and deny that cover. Peek is there. He spots Yana. He's going to win this fight. Or at least get very close to doing so. No, Corey shuts it down. Corey got them that time that they needed. And they get that extra round. WYLDE getting themselves closer and closer to overtime. Do we think it's there, Gibby?
Well, WYLDE are doing a great job of bringing us there. And did you see that breath of relief from Corey when he got that kill? WYLDE, were they expecting this style of play from Falcons? Well, they've finally woken up, but it's still match point for Falcons. 1 more round for them, and this map is over. If WYLDE win another map, well, we are guaranteed to have at least 2 more. One thing's for sure, Whippet, I am excited for this.
I mean, why wouldn't you be? Semi-final, international competition between 2 teams that, realistically, when the teams that were coming out here were announced, who actually thought that we would be seeing Falcons and WYLDE scrapping it out in the semi-final? We are guaranteed an underdog story in the grand final, and delay an even bigger story. On the very first day of this competition, in the group stages, Falcons fell to BDS in, well, what was not a very flattering performance from them, but a lot of people speaking to some of the fans on here, it was a very nervous performance from them. They came back, fought their way to the lower bracket, and they even knocked out TSM on their way to get themselves up against WYLDE. WYLDE, however, have toppled giants themselves. SSG, Liquid have all fallen to the GSA side, and now both of them close to getting themselves to that final. 1 more round, though, between these teams, overtime or shallow. What's ahead of us? Jay makes a very fast and rapid entryway inside of Strip, and he will be very keen to push forward and get as much space as possible as all that live information being sent out. He knows 1 player went upstairs, and he might just go hunting.
Yeah, one player on top stairs, and Corey will begin droning as well, but the Mozzie Pest are in position to stop work being put in vital positions. Gisela moving up towards the roof again. Jay will toss a nade in the corner, hoping to catch a free kill, but nothing this time around, as now even more ground is being picked up by Jay. Joker falling back towards site now too, as they're trying to identify where the push has come through, and that sounds like the breach has just been opened. And now long range Habana pellets to open up the windows as well, as they don't want to give any opportunity with it to get taken out while opening those windows.
Don't want to take any risks, not one bit at all. I'm actually you can see I'm bounced. I'm really excited how this one's going to go. Both these teams getting close. Look at WYLDE, takes an absolute mess of damage, likely from a grenade that arrived upon his feet. Minute 40, early stages still in this round, but why did they get themselves rolling, get themselves in the building? Aces upstairs on the roof. Corey down below waiting for someone to drop down that hatch, trying to catch that rotation, but they're cautious about someone might go down main stairs, and against a team like Falcons, you just never know what they're gonna do.
And that's what makes them so exciting to watch. Aces droning once more. There's still 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, which we've said before is an eternity. The ping comes out and the player runs away. Jalad taking even more damage from another nade, but brushes it off once more. Jay pushing up red stairs. There is the boost, and that is the signal to push. And look at the utility. Only one drone left for the attacking side as Jalad will get blinded. Mad Skill's got the kill, though. It's a 4v5, and Aces needs to make something happen from this position.
Well, Mad Skills will find one more. 3 versus 5 now. WYLDE need a miracle. They need something. Will that be Aces? Will that be Kaneo? Tense moments now for the German side. 30 seconds, and they need to fight to stay alive. 30. LMG fires away, but Gisela slain by Jalad. Oh, it pops off for Falcons, leaving Kaneo with a 1v5. He'll find one. Look for a second, third, fourth, or maybe even a fifth. He'll pop a reload, but caught out by O'Kills. Falcons, the hometown heroes, take map 1 versus WYLDE. And this makes this series very, very interesting indeed. WYLDE just couldn't get it rolling.
And Falcons are soaring as they get that win on WYLDE's map. And we are going to go to Chalet after this one. One map away now for Falcons from the final. One map to see a team from the MENA region taking on BDS in the final. Or do WYLDE have what it takes?
Oh, it's going to be an exciting one, but our desk is ready to crack into this. So Milosh and the guys, break it down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, the crowd is going wild. Falcons taking map number 1, and we expected an exciting and explosive series. I think it's off to a great start on Clubhouse, and we're here back on the analyst desk live at the studio to break things down for you on Clubhouse. I'm Elish, your host. With me are Tristan and Twister, two decorated coaches in Rainbow Six. Now I want to ask you, how entertaining was that?
It was a really interesting game. I think the attacks were really good from both teams generally. We were coming down to execute, we were getting good plants down, good post plants down. The defenses, not so much. I think both teams didn't really take a lot of initiative on the defense, and when they did, they got deaths early. I think we can put it down to attacks just being really strong on that map.
We spoke a lot about the difference between these two teams, but actually when we go into the Clubhouse, that default map that the most part of the team just play equally, that's what we saw in this game. They playing just structured attacks and then just crazy defense from both of the sides.
Was this something that you were expecting also, and how it actually went down? Because there's so many of these rounds that the teams were able to steal from the others. You're like in a 4v2 situation, and somehow it's working out well for the defense mostly.
I think what I was surprised by on the attacks from WYLDE, Falcons didn't surprise me. I thought they just had really strong attacks consistently from start to finish, whereas with WYLDE, I thought they were a little bit slow in how they wanted to be creative and quirky. It was constantly, we saw a Nook crouching into Strip Club a couple of rounds. We saw Kaneo in like a 2v2, 2v3 on the Arsenal bomb. He came in out of nowhere as Buck. Like there was a lot of lurking going on. It really wasn't as fast as we saw before. But ultimately, I think you can't talk too much about the attacks. I think on defense, they just had to find a way to either slow down rounds and see them out with utility or get early picks.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights brought to you by Aramco, one of our many sponsors here at Gamers8 that make the show happen and keep the lights on well, sometimes literally also in this case. But here we are, the team is through to map number 1. Now, any surprises that you noticed on this map, Twister, things that really stood out strategy-wise?
Talking about highlights, I would just say that this Legion from Mad Skills on this last round just went nuts. Probably he just took the responsibility about closing out this map. It was a very important position to be taken on to hold this push from WYLDE through the entrance of the bath. So I would say that probably Falcons would not have won this round without Mad Skills on his take on the main stairs.
I think we were a little bit surprised about the operator bans as well, weren't we? The fact that Zofia stayed in, and then we saw, I think it was a Joker 619 use it in almost every one of the rounds. We just weren't expecting to see that. This is the first time it's not happened.
Even with the bans, we saw Thatcher, Maverick going out on the ban phase. So with that, both of the teams would have just to abuse about the bandit. So we saw them using a lot in many defense. And with that, when you're using operators like that on the Jhin defense or server defense, you have to have some operators to support it. So what Falcons decided to use, it was a Neko to do some aggressive stuff with their intel, just to not let the players just go for the bandit and kill it and just, you know.
We got to give it to WYLDE still, a 7-5. It got really close between the two squads. And it's not like WYLDE was lacking really in pretty much most of these rounds. So many times where there was dirt attacks, they just plowed through any defense that was sitting there. Great kills, great information to follow up on it. This really could go to a map 3.
Yeah, I think it depends on how Chalet goes, because we have to remember, as much as we can give credit to WYLDE, it's only a 7-5, this is a map that we personally didn't think that they should have gone to, and we have to be honest about that. Clubhouse is a map that they've struggled on quite a lot, not even just at this tournament, but I've heard people say, you know, whether it be in scrims or whether it be in other matches, that they're not that strong on this map, and it was surprising to see them go to it.
Well, some kind of nuggets that WYLDE can look back at on Clubhouse and say, okay, these are the issues that we had that are independent of the map that we can work on for the next one?
I think vertical play. They kept getting naded from below. They kept getting impacted from above by Mad Skills on the Legion. I think vertical play cost them here. There was at least 4 or 5 kills that could have changed rounds.
I mean, talking about the comportment of them, even with the loss, they were pretty comfortable in the game. They are having fun, just laughing. So I think they're enjoying. They will just keep that game out of their minds and just go for the next one. Okay, right now we are playing other map. We are doing other stuff, just making one of our other attacks again, and that's it. Let's just have fun.
And on the other side for Falcons, of course, they won this, but like we said, it's still a 7-5, still a close victory. What are things that you've seen that, okay, if they focused on these couple issues that they have, they could have made this a better victory, an easier one for themselves?
I think it comes down defensively for Falcons, because I think that they need to just shut down the rushes, the early pushes, the lurking from WYLDE. And that's going to be especially important on Chalet, because we saw WYLDE before when they played Chalet, they would happily drone sight, see one person on there and think, okay, well, we're just going to rush it. I think if Falcons manage to get caught out by that, like they did a little bit with the lurks on Clubhouse, then I think it could be a tough time. But if they're strong, if they realize what they should be doing to counter that, then I don't see why they can't take it.
I think Falcons were not expecting so much WYLDE plant-focused way of playing this game. So they were getting most of the rounds just got in the plants and being actually able to execute with no problem at all. So I would just say that probably if they just kept the game a little bit more compressed on them, they would be having an easier time.
Well, that was map number 1 between WYLDE and their opponents, the Hometown Heroes, Falcons. That was Clubhouse. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break things down for Chalet and lead you through back to our game. See you in a bit.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه
الكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي عشان فاهمين السين سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري تسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
I got 2 on that. I can do it, right? That's 1. 2. See, now I got the together. Oh, that's keep shooting. Keep shooting. Oh, you little step on its head. It's fine. You do a thumb. It's a comeback. Okay, we might not be the one to get that. We don't. We're going to take away. Was it 2? I think it was 2. Yeah, that was.
Welcome back, friends, to the Analyst Desk, Gamers8 live from Riyadh. And we have on our hands a massive series. 1-0 up for Falcons versus their German opponents of WYLDE. The hometown heroes taking it. But how will things come down on map number 2? They already beat their opponent 7-5, a close one on Clubhouse. And I turn to my wonderful analysts for some answers. I'm Milosh, here's Tristan and Twister. And now with Chalet on the line, how do you feel this one going?
I think if we thought last map was good, which it was, I think this map's going to be even better, because there's an argument you could make that Clubhouse for both of these teams probably isn't a preferred map at all, but now we're going on to Chalet, a map where we've seen both teams do really good on. So we could see, instead of 2 teams that are a little bit uncomfortable, we're going to see 2 teams that are very comfortable.
I believe right now we will be able to see Falcons and WYLDE finally playing what they were supposed to do. Clubhouse, as a default map, they were like playing what it was supposed to be. But right now we will see their personalities, we will see their game style with fast pushes from WYLDE and with their structured way from Falcons, just to finally counter and try to surprise each other.
I think we're going to see spawn peak central as well.
Oh, yes.
The amount of spawn peaks that we saw yesterday.
I mean, you know, you're coach for Rogue. Spawn peeking on Chalet.
We have the best spawn killer in the world, Leon Gids.
Not even Deepak.
Not even Deepak, no.
Well,
you know, we're still working on it. Still working on it, unfortunately. The thing that I would like to see, just setup-wise, though, on the defense for Falcons here, is that yesterday we saw situations where they were using multiple C4s per round to make rotates. So
yeah, and they still won those rounds, by the way.
They still won those rounds. They still won those rounds. It's unconventional and it's a little bit funny, but they still won the rounds, because ultimately it doesn't matter too much. But I think the reason I bring it up for against WYLDE is because if they're going to rush bomb sites, if they're going to send 3-4 people directly into the bomb, and you don't have a C4 to deny it, you don't pick a smoke to deny it, then how are you going to stop it?
we saw a lot of different compositions from the Falcons game style. So probably they're just using another operator that just for gunfights.
Map 3, yes, no? That's all I need.
No.
No.
All right, there it is. Might just be a 2-0. At least that's how the analysts are seeing it. Casters, hello. Can you hear us? Whippet Gibson, can we bring them up on the screen? Because our game is almost ready and we need the casters to be set up and set. There we go, and they look so handsome too. Gentlemen, please, all yours.
Thank you, Milosh. And map number 1, Falcons took in a really comprehensive way. This is map 2 of a best of 3, and it's as simple as this. A Falcons win, like what Tristan expects, puts them in the final. WYLDE need to win Falcons map to take us all the way in this best of 3.
All the pressure on WYLDE right now. Simply put, WYLDE are the team that you would expect coming into this. A lot of team people, especially watching this, would have seen a little bit more of WYLDE because it's easier to watch some of the matches inside of GSA. Falcons now, no pressure right now. A, they're a map up, so they got that safety blanket if they want to go to Villa. But WYLDE, they don't want to go. They need to go to map 3. They need to. They cannot make a mistake here. And we saw what Falcons done to TSM on Chalet. We have a very exciting one, but
we also saw, though, what WYLDE were able to do to Team Liquid on Chalet Whippet, where they absolutely picked them apart 7-1. So both these sides have a very good record on this map. Both of them are going to be put to the test, and the first ban, part of that WYLDE aggressive attack, will be Ying being banned out.
No surprise there at all. That's what WYLDE love to do. They love to play operators like Ying and get in your face on a map like Chalet in particular. They're going to ban away the knock, and I have a feeling we're going to go through a pretty unusual but makes a lot of sense ban phase. Knock is an operator that the Falcons love to use, so not too shocking that that's going to be removed from play early. WYLDE would rather not deal with it, especially how annoying it is. Valkyrie, again, not a massive shocker to me, at least. You don't want to deal with that extra information on a map like Chalet. That can be a nightmare. And now the question is, what will Falcons ban away? Drum roll, please.
And it will be Kaid, the hatches. So once again, no surprises on the defensive side. Like you said, not the normal bans on attack, but still no surprise based on the way both these teams play. And Nock, look, we speak to a couple of people. We know that behind the scenes in scrims and comp, Nock is a nightmare to play against just because of how much ground that you can take undetected.
And the fact, like, it's one of those operators that pops up and makes a problem, right? I mean, when you look at this it's an odd comparison. But there are teams in other national level competitions, similar to what WYLDE are in, that use operators like Nook incredibly well. Just pop up and find some absolute brilliance. And I'm really intrigued how this is going to match up. But with Valkyrie, I mean, these bans are pretty simplistic. WYLDE do rely a little bit on that Ying to get their initial entryways, but without that guy, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem for them.
Well, it will be bar games for the first one in this round in Chalet, and I cannot wait to see what the members of WYLDE are going to bring. The defensive setup, not any surprises here whatsoever. You usually defend this site from above. If anything, you only leave one player on that ground floor, and then down towards the basement and up on the top floors, well, you will have most of your presence. Now, WYLDE are a team that they will see that, and the way they play is, well, they'll go, if you're going to keep that many players off site, we're going to go directly to a Pagisla spawning on the opposite side of the map to the rest of his team. And you know, you just want to keep people away in case you have spawn peaks, because that's something that Team Falcons like to do, but they didn't do it this round.
I mean, both these teams love the spawn peak. As Tristan said, spawn peaks will be effective. No one's going to be quite as good as the Gids, of course. But as I get into this one, right now I'm sitting in this, I want to see how this first round plays out. That's my big thing right now for this matchup. Both these teams had very, very strong results against teams much higher in the international ladder to them. And this is going to be a litmus test. How's it going to go? Well, that's the very first pick for Jay. So, good start for the side of WYLDE, and they're going to be very aggressive in the face of Falcons now, and I think WYLDE cannot be nervous right now. They need to play with a little bit more confidence, and that opening pick might just give it to them.
Yeah, and that is exactly what they needed. Jay, once again, same as the last map, getting the opening pick of the fixture. Corey now looking over from the balcony towards the library side, looking for the next one of those defenders. Mad Skills playing inside Piano, and a Joker will get the kill onto Kaneo as it's back to a 4v4 as we get around the halfway point in this round.
Minute 40 left to work with, and a Pogmat goes off. We hear that in the distance. Aces will get one in the Jalad, but Jay is essentially down and out for the time being. Not going to be an easy revive either. Madskills might be tempted to try and get the finish, but he just needs to hold on. SJ now becomes a problem to solve, and that's the Finker card as well. No instant revives, no boosted health, and a smoke grenade used to get that cross in the library, but I don't think that's going to deter Madskills too much. He's going to keep twisting and crawling, doing his best impressions to 2K, and now he's all lined up, and he's looking to get in a very good position, and he's going to finish off the Finker. Couldn't find a second because of siege timing, but might be able to do so with a minute left in this round. He now becomes a massive problem for WYLDE.
Takes a hyper-aggressive position inside library, and Corey is looking to catch him out. Madskills between the bookshelves. Corey on one side. Are they able to take him out? Pushing through. Gunfire comes on out. Madskills takes some damage, and Gisela will jump in the window and shoot him on the back, giving WYLDE the numbers once more. But we're inside the final 35 seconds now. We're getting close to go time for WYLDE. Where will they decide to go? Are we going to see a hatch drop? Because it looks like Aces is thinking about it as things stand. He is the case, but kills. This is a vital fight for this round now as he holds blue stairs. Corey in position. Ace is wrapping the other side, but he's going to peek the wrong way, so he's not going to be able to assist his team, but he's pushing in through. He gets the kill, but kills takes down Corey, and Gisela's putting that diffuser down behind the chassis. Throws that little bit of utility. The C4 blows. Diffuser is down. 43 seconds away from WYLDE taking the lead. Or will it be less? But no, kills. Gets the kill onto Aces. And it's all down to Gisela. But we've seen this before. Gisela can be hyper elusive. And these 1v1s post-plant. Kills. Hunting. Gisela's on top of the main stairs. 1 tick. 2 tick. And now here comes the hop, but he comes off it, and Gisela's forced to run down the stairs, and he gets the kill.
I was worried for WYLDE there. Very much worried for WYLDE. A little bit scary, a little bit close to the wire for that liking, but they get themselves the very first round in this matchup. They will be they will like that very, very much. Close though, very, very close, and we saw that. The fact that Madskills decided to creep all the way through that smoke grenade to get a finish, you know the Finker's down, or you just know someone's down. You didn't need to take that type of risk and gamble, but did so. Unfortunately, you got caught out by the vaulting by Gisela, and that is one of those key moments of the round. You can't say if you just held your position, you might have been able to have a little bit more of an impact on the round as a whole. But WYLDE get themselves the very first round here. Can Falcons bounce back, as it will be second bite of the cherry at the very same site.
Same site, and looking at the attacker setup, they're going to keep bringing those nades once again on defense. Frost is there. Those pog mats had an impact in the last round, and I'm going to say that WYLDE will be a little bit more cautious when they jump through those windows this time around with it. But the thing is, that one in particular beside the Finker, it's a very difficult position you put those attackers into, because sometimes you'll see them even use nades to clear it, because you jump in and you shoot the mat, there's usually a player looking up through the hatch to take you out. So you have to choose your poison.
And the biggest thing right there is you need to try and clear security the best way possible. That's what and we see a lot of teams using Maverick for that, where you get control of small snowmobile, and you creep up, you use a Maverick torch to shoot to that bottom line and try and clear that position, meaning that you can then in synchronicity vault through the window. But Jake will get the opening pick on the Jalad, finds that with the nade, and this might be a very routine push for WYLDE. They've done it once before, if they can just keep away from that X factor of Falcons, they will have a very good time. On that drone gathering information, look what we're seeing. Exactly what we're seeing. That's how they clear it. So they use that Maverick to clear security. They already know it's someone in there, so guess what? Ace will go up. No one's watching the vertical angle set up, and well, you ever want to see a freebie kill? There it is. So Aces gets that one, and it's going to be a 5 versus 3. And they might get a little bit more hairy as Aces decides, you know what? Site's free. In I go. Gisela gets one more on the queue. No killers, can't find any more, and well, it looks like we're on the cusp of a flawless round, and there it is. Gisela shuts it down. WYLDE make it 2 very quickly.
Have you ever seen a more WYLDE attack than that? That's just the way that they play. That is how they like to approach the site. And just bringing the Maverick solved so many problems that they came across in round 1.
I mean, that's a pretty simplistic way to do it, right? You know on this site that you're going to have to deal with that problem, right? You vault in that window, okay, you have to deal with people inside of library, inside of mezzanine, as well as the person below the hatch. So you can't do that, so you can't get control of library for free. Guess what you do? You go downstairs and you clear with the Maverick. That's what they done, and they done that perfectly. Even had good information with the drone inside of stock as well. So much better from the side of WYLDE. They get themselves those 2 rounds. Can Falcons fire back? And they went to the basement. A site that, well, isn't exactly loved inside a Tier 1 competition.
It definitely isn't, and what I'll be interested in is whether or not they reinforce that hatch, and they don't, which is, in my opinion, is the right thing to do in this situation, which does allow for the defenders to rotate on through later in the game as well. Those Mozzie pests being put out again to just deny that intel for Wild, and in the early game it's not going to do, but look at this Whippet. In the repick phase, they have changed their complete attacker lineup.
That's what you need to do sometimes, just swap it out. Get a brand new look of life, I will say. Corey on the Ossa. That's what I will be keeping my eyes peeled upon. What this actually will be, it sounds actually super boring, is this, right? You can plonk a shield there, and Corey is just going to go away and do something else. Right? So that's going to be for the team that's going to be trying to open up this hatch and on this wall and put consistent pressure on the main section of the map, because, well, they're going to lock it down. And it looks like they might actually be thinking about going a little bit quick here. They've got a glass, and if this goes off, they're going in. No doubt about it, but there's the C4. It's a problem. Corey tries to dive himself on in, but there's Kaneo. He'll get it stuck down in a flurry of kills. The case goes down. Aces inside of blue. How have you managed to get there, son? But he's going to get a pick out of that one. Okill's caught out. Kaneo will find one, but he's now left alone outside the breach. 2 players of Falcons remain. Joker and Q. Now the nerves begin to set in. Try to calm down, but Kaneo will get one more. One more to find. 20 seconds. Joker taps away, but information there. But Kaneo is a long way away. If this stick arrives, he might get caught out. Joker needs to find something, and he's going to stick it. 3 ticks now in. Is Kaneo going to be there in time? No! He's caught out, and Joker's got time! Falcons get their very first round on Chalet, and it is a very narrow margin. 1 second in it, but they get it done.
Just an avid Joker enjoyer. Another big play, and Kaneo had to sprint to close the gap because he waited for 3 ticks. That is one of the best baits we have seen in a long time. Well, because, let's be real, if he hadn't have come off that at the 3rd tick, at the exact time to give him the kill, and just enough time to defuse, that would have been a round 1 for Wild.
So close. Such a narrow margin upon that one, but the question sits with me.
Defenders, protect your
well, that was a very peculiar strategy. Very, very aggressive. Let's open breach. Let's go through. They try to get an off-sub plant, or at least a plant covered by an off-sub shield. Didn't work out the way they intended it, but they move. They lost a round. Falcons now get themselves a little bit of momentum, and finally they arrive on what we see is mostly the primary site on this map, and we see that Azami in the hands of O'Kills, and I'm already telling you, watch out for the Azami setup on Mezzanine. Locks down that window inside, and will likely put two around this pillar to make sure that window on Ego is not going to be very easy to clear you from, and will be a nightmare to deal with. But he's looking for some drones. He doesn't want to let Wild know what's going on.
Yeah, and Azami, I've said it time and time again, has changed so many sites in this game, and if you are Wild and you see Azami here, well, the option is to just go for the other route. Go up Solarium windows and push the side from the other point. Leave that headache for someone else to deal with. Jay will begin opening up all the windows pre-fire, looking for those spawn peaks, because of course that's what Team Falcons like to do, and Jay has 2 opening kills in this game already. But O'Kills, as you pointed out, is playing in this position and just going to try make it very difficult, but look where Mad Skills is as well, looking up through that hatch in case there's any sort of a push through library.
You need to be cautious of that library take. Looks like Shalod's going to get himself in the very first engagement. He'll vault on in, but the go button's being pressed by the hands of Lion. Kaneo takes an absolute mess of damage, but Q's going to be slain by Gisla. 2 minutes left in this round, but looks like Wild have no intention of taking all those 2 minutes. The case already going down the hands of Aces, and this is the Wild we expected in this competition. As the case goes down, and now the retake's being triggered from the side of Falcons. What can they do now? As the time it is now their worst enemy.
And the diffuser is down. Can Team Falcons get the kills that they need again in the time frame that they needed to get that diffuser or to get that case done? And Nade goes off. Mad Skills will eat a chunk of damage as Jalad will begin moving up Those Solarium stairs, player on the window will force it back, Kaneo, and just like that, 3 kills in the blink of an eye, and Wild now extend that lead. And this is something that they did not have at all in the last map, was a 2-round advantage.
Well, so far it's the best they've done in the series. Congratulations to them, and that's the Wild I wanted to see. That's the Wild when I woke up this morning and went, well, this afternoon when I woke up, it was like, you know what? I want to see Wild get aggressive. I want to see them fight, brawl, throw punches, and scrap their way to victory. They now lead 3-1. Much better showing from them. Can they keep the momentum rolling, or will Falcons be, well, themselves and keep scrapping their way out of fighting their way into success? But so far, it looks like Wild have their number on Chalet.
Wild are doing a really good job and playing more aggressive than they did in Clubhouse, and really trying to beat Falcons, who love to frustrate on defense. They really frustrated TSM yesterday. They want to do the same to Wild, but if Wild push really hard and really fast, it can be very difficult to counter that. Now, as we get ready for that next round to come in, the only site that they've won so far is down in the basement. Do you go back up to the top floor, or do you chance a 3rd attempt at bar games, or do you even switch it up and go to kitchen?
You go to kitchen. Simply put, kitchen is the best side out of that option right now for Falcons. Again, it is pretty spread out. It allows you to roam, it allows you to play aggressive, but the caveat is, when Liquid played this against Wild liked to send an Amoru up the Hatchin trophy, get control of the trophy very quickly, and they kind of just pushed in with reckless abandon. So it won't be an easy time for Falcons, but they don't opt to go to that site. I think they're going to go repeat Master Ready Rockfest once again. So Wild, will they try the same thing once again, which is very rapid, very aggressive, and very on brand for them? Or will Falcons find a solution to it? Lineup-wise, the addition of the Zami has fallen away, and no kills back on the Legion must be a very comfortable role for that player.
Yeah, now with the Zami gone, the Wild push from the other side. This is what we spoke about last time. Just make all of that effort towards Library completely redundant with the Solarium tech. So this time, Falcons do not have that option in place. The attacker repick comes in. So far, 3 changes with Lion, Hibana, and Sledge coming in. So once again, that Lion is so good at stalling out. And whip it. All 4 of the members of Wild spawning over on that northern side, as it looks like they're going to once again attempt to take control of this map from the Solarium side.
I'm not surprised one bit. Not surprised a solar take is in play. Corey might be the player that's tasked with going up on towards that battering balcony, but they're going to try and get their entryway into the solar. That's going to inside of trophy. They'll do that for Westman. Ladskills takes a very early source of damage source as of right now, unknown, but there's the go button pressed. They will go up the West main stairs. And clearly they're a little bit cautious about something. It's going to be the player putting pressure on here. 1 inside the kitchen and the vertical position above them as well. Beeper denied. Q takes a little bit of damage again. But Wild just being delayed on this initial push.
Yeah, and those lines of sight just causing some concern for Wild, and Falcons learning from the last round, as that beeper will give them a little bit more intel. So how do Wild change what they're doing? Well, Jay will begin to push out and maybe try get up on Repel on some windows again and get those free kills. But I gotta say, I love how Falcons have delayed this attack without necessarily even firing a bullet with it.
You know what they've done is essentially have a good setup, and they've shown pressure, right? Pressure can be the bane of many pushes. If you just show yourself, don't get a picker, so you kind of change the overall play. So it looks like it's going to be a bit more of a direct push from Wild. The go button pressed once again, and they're all up inside of that library balcony. So a rotation likely going to get called, likely has been called. Have Falcons read into it? As it looks like they're still committing to that clear hold inside of kitchen. This leaves them very vulnerable, as Corey will play around these windows and be an absolute nuisance and a demon, but he narrowly misses the player inside of master bedroom. Now he'll get a scrap inside of bathroom. That will be O'Kills, who will just run away. Doesn't need to take that fight at all.
And 3 members of the Falcons have taken a bit of damage in this one already, and Corey will take down a Joker 619. Jay will use a nade for the 3rd time in this one to get another one, as O'Kills will be the next to fall. It is a 5v3, and Wild starting to take control of the map. Kaneo watching the flank in case anyone comes around, and Jalad will get aggressive on the window. The fire from the SMG-11 just hits his shoulder as he's unable to get the knock, but here comes the jump out. That's That's much better as him and QBZ get 2.
30 seconds, and now this round is going to explode into action. It's going to be a brawl. Kaneo going to get caught out down below. The popping up surprise as Gisela tries to help him back up his buddy. Everyone now pinned in the corner on this side by Ego. Time to push on through. But look at that. Q will be waiting for aces, and he wins the brawl and the fight. Gisela takes a mess of damage, but finds the pick. 10 seconds to get the case down, but Kaneo comes up big. A long flight from Mad Skills now. Case goes down. Gisela on cover. That free play C4, not even detonating in the distance. And now it's a post-plant situation. Wild, can you lock it out? Or will we see something heroic, something mad from Mad Skills? He can't waste time. He's got very little of it to work with, but he has to check his angles. Can't be too keen to get in himself into a firefight. One player in half wall. One player out the windows. Creeping, crawling, looking, scanning. Needs to find a way in. But he's going to walk straight into an nasty surprise. The flashbang leaves him simply free. Kaneo shuts it down. A Wild fight in another round.
Well, it took a while, but eventually they got themselves back into this game. In map 2, they're getting a very good lead ahead. But it's got to be said, but the way that they're getting into sight and getting that diffuser down, and the fact that Kaneo understood the situation in that late round. There was only 7 or 8 seconds left, but he knew you had to kill the player behind desk. And as soon as he got it, he ran into the corner. But the work put in the early round, getting rid of that pre-placed C4 weapon, which stopped the default from going off. You got to say that was a very good round for Wild, especially when you consider they changed the plan. They were pushing up from west. They understood the situation, the fact that that's where the hold was, so they just got on they got back on the move and pushed them the other way.
Well, that's what Wild are very good at. They see, okay, what we're doing this solar take, this ain't going to work. We don't want to lose another round, so what we're going to do, we'll take the library. And what Falcons decided to do in that round was commit a lot of pressure, a lot of presence, a lot of people down towards holding Kitchen and Trophy. That didn't work out in their favor. Unfortunately, Wild were able to essentially storm an understaffed Falcons, and they still nearly managed to claw that one back. But Wild found themselves 3 rounds to the good. Falcons really need to start moving in and trying to get more rounds on the board. Last round of the half. This is an attacker side of map, though. That's going to be one thing I'm going to draw on.
Yeah, this is going to be 5-1. Mad Skills will get the first kill at the spawn peak onto Aces. We'll make sure that Wild are a man down. That is Doki down, one of those really annoying attacking operators to play against. But looking at the rest of the setup, they've got the Osaki and they've got themselves Lion. So many, and they've still got those operators that can hold back a defensive retake as Jay begins to push in through Big Garage. But there is Jalad getting one. Gisela trades it back out again as now it's a 3v4. The Osa shield is in place as Corey plays it, but the diffuser is down on the other side of the map. At what point do you get that case back? At what point do you rotate back to join the rest of the team on this side of the map? Well, Gisela still prone. The defenders know exactly where the diffuser is with 2 minutes left.
If eyes on it, they can lock it down. They don't need to really do a whole lot to work around it. Corey will send that smoke in, try and buy himself an angle some time. Creeping, crawling, twisting, looking for a way in. Nothing there, nothing presenting itself. Just tapping away. But Falcons still wait. They don't need to push. The time will do all the work they need for it. Will drag Wild closer and closer to them. In that case being down, that's a problem that they don't want to solve. And the fact that, look at this, a long rotation all the way around. Gisela doesn't even want to walk in front of that door. That just shows the impression Falcon have led on this team. They know that they're aggressive. They'll likely just peek that. They go all the way around, trying to catch out anyone who's in a big garage. And guess what? No one's even there. Valuable seconds burned and wasted. And Wild, you might live to regret that one.
They will, but they're beginning to push from the side of the map again. Corey still playing in positions. The beeper just giving away. Mad Skills with the right spot. There's a spray. One player goes down. And Kaneo is now on the hunt, but the sprint away. Kaneo needs to get this kill in the 1v1 situation. Both players doing damage to each other. Q is going to get one. Kaneo pulls it back, but once more, he's in a 1v3 situation. Mad Skills clutches that one out, and it is a 4-2 attacking half for Wild.
Not a bad attacking half for them, but not exactly what they would have wanted. They realistically would have wanted as many rounds as possible. I think Aces would have wanted 6. But they can't get that one done, so we now leave ourselves in a position where we move on to the side swap. Falcons on the attacking side, and that tends to be the favored one. They've struggled a little bit on their attacks, and WYLDE seemingly finding the rhythm of this matchup now, so it might be a difficult time to get themselves back in this fight, but they've got the local crowd cheering them on, so if there's any team that can do it right now, it might just be them.
One thing I love about the Falcon style of play as well is whenever they win their 1v1s and they know that there's another attacker there playing for the refrag, they're very good at going hit and run. Get the kill, fall back, and just eat up times on the clock. And whenever you get that attacker chasing you, somebody else swings from another side to shoot them in the back. They're really coordinated.
And coordination in this matchup, like this is key. Again, traits. It's a massive factor. You need to be able to get in the brawl, in the fight.
10 seconds remaining.
What a matchup this has been so far. What a matchup this has been so far. Falcons get the opening match. WYLDE wake up on Chalet. Side swap arrives. Falcons now on the offensive side. Not really seeing anything that screams quirky to me. No Amarus. No nothing just yet. We saw that on Clubhouse. But maybe they're just waiting to show their hands. As Aces likely already went for spawn peek. I'm not too surprised at that one at all. Expect a lot of those in this matchup.
Well, that is something WYLDE really like to do. Jalad using, going to do some sniffing of some feet, try to work out where those attackers are, or those defenders, sorry. But now Maverick opening up windows as well. The opener comes in as Jay will take down a Joker. That's Sophia taken out on this one. But whenever you've Jackal using map, this is where the roaming game becomes a little bit more difficult, because you can roam all you like, but if you get one ping, that gives away the rough idea of where you are.
Opening pick as well, a massive factor for WYLDE. They now have control. They now have a lot more comfortability in this map around moving around. It's going to get even more worse now. Jalad falls to Aces, leaving them in a 3 versus 5. They tried for a take and it hasn't worked, so I think it's going to get time for Falcons to try and dig themselves out of this one. That might leave them to get a little bit aggressive in this play. I think Mad Skills really wants to get himself inside of Trench. Has a drone ahead of him to do so. He'll try and work his way for that one. But WYLDE will now sit a little bit more reserved, a little bit more passive. They won't peek now. They'll wait for the time they do work and Falcons to come to them.
And another drone down as we look. The only player with drones left to use is Q. 2 drones on the Maverick. Still 2 nades to use, +1 for O-kills as well. But Corey is prone in blue. The Mute Jammer stopping that wall from opening in this phase. But that's going to send Maverick over. Maverick will work on getting that wall open as it's forced to these 3 players to push from one side. The smoke canister opening up to prevent the push through the door as WYLDE look to frustrate this team Falcons attack. We're inside the final minute. It's a 5v3, and as of right now, everything was very linear until it looks now like Q is going to begin to move around, and the members of the Falcons want to pinch the site.
The biggest problem right now is the fact that that player in Pillar has 3 ADSs. That's likely already reset, and Jay is going to pop up, find one. That's going to be on the Mad Skills, and essentially WYLDE will right now just show themselves right now. And, well, Corey didn't want to show that many pixels of himself. Will find himself in the observation screen. O-kills are after now vaulting through this very, very nasty breach, but has to worry about the player inside of Pillar as well as Connector. Trying to tap away, and Ace is on a very far away island as well. Can cause some damage. 20 seconds, and well, Falcons reduced to 1 solitary player. Agisa finds that pick. WYLDE find yet another round. Get themselves closer and closer to claiming Chalet.
Yeah, that is now 5 rounds for WYLDE as they extend that lead to 3 maps. And this has map 3 written all over it. Tristan may have just cursed the home side. And as if we do eventually go towards Villa, it will be a shootout. But look, that round, WYLDE got the 2 opening picks with it, and they just went on full frustrate defense then, fall back to site, and force Team Falcons to find the kills.
And Falcons struggled against that, hunting down kills against a structured lineup. And I mean, when you're attacking that basement, it's not, again, not a great site defensively, but you need to clear, especially what they were trying to do. You need to clear kitchen and dining. You need that hatch to get control. What that hatch allows you to do is to clear the wall on boiler very easily, clear the wall on side of Fridge, and put pressure directly on Pillar, meaning that that Pillar player is really trapped in a very small lane, and he can't do a lot of movement. As Albion play wants to get up on Mezzanine, and that's going to get you very nasty to like to do. So look at this setup from WYLDE, right? compare and contrast time. This is the depth of Wild right now. They are really going to make a complex setup that's difficult to break down. And then what will Falcons do? How will Falcons adapt the remnants? If Wild played this perfectly, they have a very good chance of getting themselves on match point right here, right now.
Yeah, this is what they're playing for. 2 of those defenders, 3 of the defenders over by that Solarium side, with the other 2 near site. And what will the Falcons be able to do to identify what's going on? The drone work is going to begin. They don't quite have the Maverick in the back pocket to be able to push up the stairs and open up that line of sight, but they will open that option of pushing up through garage and up main stairs. There's the first kill of the game, or the round. Mad Skills takes down Aces, so it's a 5v4 situation. WYLDE will get the kill onto Jay as they now have a 5v3 numerical advantage, and they are finding those kills much quicker, and the WYLDE defense, which was very focused over by Solarium, is starting to get picked apart.
Remember when I said they played it perfectly? Oh, hello. Hello, Gisela. What a shot, what an opportunistic pick that is. But remember when I said if Wild played it perfectly, they realistically should have this in the bag. Well, that opening start wasn't exactly perfect from them. However, they get 1 pick back thanks to the Gisela. They find 0 kills in terms of that. And now they'll go back and look at Wild. They're a little bit spread out, but the focal point is that area on top mezzanine, as well as double door by piano. Falcons have not a lot of control upstairs, if any. So it's going to be difficult as this round continues to progress, get that very important control. I think they're going to try and push themselves in from main lobby, but the case is down. And once again, I mean, this has been a theme of Falcons. Sometimes the case just ends up down in a really weird position, and 0 kills is on the Yana as well. Not exactly. The operator you'd imagine would be losing the case. So early in Corey, millimeters away from finding a pick on the queue.
Q got it. No attempt whatsoever yet to recover that case. And this is something that we've seen Falcons struggle with against TSM whenever they played on Villa. The canister's going to be thrown now to make it even more difficult to jump in through that window, as Q now getting aggressive on the balcony. Where's that first kill? WYLDE takes a lot of damage, but they know that there's only 1 player on site, but they still don't have the case.
With no case in hand, guess what? You gotta go hunting for this one, but WYLDE might be able to do that one. 4 versus 2 in favor of Falcons. 4 versus 1. Kaneo all alone. 30 seconds, SMG11 in hand, finds 1. Looks for 2. Case recovered. Can't make it 2 just yet. He's got those toxic canisters. He can burn away 30 seconds, but no! Caught out by WYLDE on the Ash. Falcons get themselves around, and they stop that momentum of Wild.
And that complicated defense that Wild tried to play was picked apart in the first minute when they lost to 2 players. Once you lose vital pieces of that structure, it becomes very hard to work your way back, and they didn't need the case. We were making such a big deal about it being outside, but they backed their guns and they won it.
We were talking about this. This is the bounce back factor. They can dig themselves out of awful positions, right? Your case is down outside. You've got 40 seconds and you need to get yourself into this action, into head-to-head. And they just don't. They manage to always find it. When they get an opportunity, when Wild peak, guess what? Falcons always find a way in those high pressure moments to get that pick. And you just gotta wonder now, Falcons needed that boost. They needed that little bit of energy. Hit themselves rolling, break the momentum. Look at that attacker repick. 3 getting brought out there.
Yeah, Ace, Nomad, and Iana brought into play, and I'm interested to see how this one works out. They've got the nades once again, and you know, we were talking backstage for the game. Falcons on nades, I love it. It's either it's a bit of a roulette. The nade is either going to take out 1 or 2 members of the other team, or some of their own.
Let's just say Villa against TSM was an interesting display of the use of nades of Falcons. I think it was Joker got a few team kills with that one, but still got the job done. Still got the victory in that series. So heavy lineup in terms of nades this time. Actually, no, scrap that. I misread. Some of my eyes fail me sometimes. My apologies upon that. But 0 kills does have those 2 nades in back pocket the honor. Ace this time has the case, so no shuffling of who has the diffuser this time around. Kitchen dining the site for Wild. And I wonder how Falcons will begin to approach this, and it looks like a split push from Trophy site as well as Library is on the cards. But once again, the case is on a very exposed island, essentially. No one's near Mad Skills. If you lose Mad Skills early, well, now you've got to recover the case, and that becomes a whole nightmare to solve.
Yeah, no kills is going to give some assistance over at that side of the map and begins working their way across. But this is a site that you gain hold from above as Mad Skills will open up that wall. Kaneo playing on site. Aces has fallen back towards Solarium, which is what we expect to see on a defense of this map. And now Falcons will begin to push. Jalad is on the window, hoping to get a pick over towards that piano side, and now a little bit more drone work again. And that's the thing about Falcons. Yes, they back themselves in 1v1s, but they do it with good intel as well.
You need to. You need to have good information to help set up that play. Oh, what a pick there from Q on the Aces. Invert repel on bathroom window. Not something you see every single day of the week. Joker will move in to try and gain control of Office and get that vertical pressure set up and established, but Falcons are running out of time. They don't have a lot of it. Yes, they got the player advantage, but they still need to get this vertical position. And look at Jay. He might be able to cause some chaos tucked away, and they've just given Gisela a rotation downstairs, and he's going to go for the run out, but no! They're watching it at this stage of the round. That's so unfortunate for the side of Wild. Corey gets one back at least, but problems continue to arise, but only 45 seconds of Falcons to get this execution rolling.
3v4 and Kaneo is trapped between a rock and a hard place inside Trophy, and he manages to get himself by the drone hole. The feeder exposed if the player decides to go prone, but Kaneo looking, hunting, wants to get that kill. He's going to come under fire though as Q gets that one. Still looking for another one though. Corey will fall. Kaneo still with the shotgun at the window, and they've got to the position. Kaneo, there's the double as he gets 2 down, and it is back to a 2-2. A rock and a hard place, no problem at all for Kaneo as it's down to him and Jay. Jay sprays through, does a little bit of damage, but there is no kills to take him down, and Kaneo in the 1v2, but there's no case, and that is it lost as another round win for Wild.
Another situation where the case just ends up in a very, very, very awkward position. When that pick happened around the bomb chassis, I started to get worried for Wild, but they get themselves that round, they get themselves the match point. Chalet is looking much, much more favourable for them, 1 round away from getting themselves on the map number 3 of this series, and well, our analyst Tristan said this was only going to be a 2-mapper. Rogue, remember that one?
We're giving Tristan a lot of abuse over this last phase, but he knows that we love him. And he's been doing a great job, might I say, too. And it's great to have his insights here. But this is it. This is match point for Wild. 6-3, 1 round away from taking us all the way to Tuscany. The rolling hills of Tuscany, as I've heard you describe it so many times in the past.
Stealing my lines now? Shaking my head. Shaking my head, Gibby. How could you do that to me? But as we get into this, 3 rounds down, sit Falcons. 1 round away from map number 3, which is, yes, a lovely trip, those rolling hills of Tuscany. For Wild, can they get themselves there? We go to the basement once again, and the setup here, well, there's not a whole lot of it. That wall. I'm very curious about that wall. Being left open means that angle gets very much exposed, and without that reinforcement, which you do have 3 more to do, so they might still do it in this round. But 1 single explosive, and now you've got a massive line of sight deep inside a wine cellar. Not going to be too ideal, but the take begins, and it looks like library pressure, and that's going to be the first objective for Team Falcons.
And drones being taken down, so they know exactly where Aces is playing. And look, most people who watch Wild know where Aces will be, and wherever he is, Jay is normally somewhere nearby as both those players on the top floor. Jay will get knocked down by the piano though as Falcons look to claw their way back into this one. Jalad holding the pixel, trying to bait one of those defenders around the corner, not coming around, so there's that kill confirmed, and it's 4v5. But last time we were in this situation, Wild still pulled the round back. Joker just reversing, waiting for that person to jump out. It's not going to happen this time around. As we look at the rest of the push, they're inside trench now as Q gets himself up out of big garage.
They have that control. You still need to worry about Aces as well. But look how spread out Falcons are right now. Players still out by Trophy, and still repelling on Master Bedroom window. No one is even close to that position right now. You'd imagine they'd want to drone that one out, but they seem a little bit slow and hesitant to move on down. I'm curious, it's just lacking a little bit of information. These head holes open up in this kitchen wall, dining wall I should say, will give themselves a very good, or give a WYLDE a good chance of retaking dining. But Aces is on the hunt. He's lurking, he's waiting, and he's going to try and pop up later on to cause absolute scenes.
Aces has a little trick up his sleeve as he begins to rotate back. WYLDE still holding top floor. Aces pushing back up. Once again, these two potentially going to go head to head, but the cutoff is being held. The ping comes through, though he knows where he is. He's going to punch the hole, and he gets his head taken off by WYLDE, and that's 5-3. This is now the chance for Team Falcons to take advantage, but Gisela will still hold his ground. It's a 4v3 now. Kaneo playing by pillar. And Madskill's looking to clear him away. Kaneo's going to take down O-Kills from that position, and he gets another. Kaneo is just a weapon here for WYLDE, and he has been activated as the canister will take down a Joker as well. Kaneo on the triple. Can he make it a quad? Can he send WYLDE through? Well, Corey will hit the button, and we are going to Villa.
Oh, it looked ropey on Clubhouse, and it looked concise on Chalet. WYLDE get it all the way to map number 3. Falcons look to put some pressure on, and WYLDE look relieved. That is a burden, a weight off their shoulders. But they still have one map to scrap it out against the hometown heroes.
Oh, Kaneo, just time and time again for WYLDE this tournament has been the difference maker. But with that, we're going to send it back to the desk as we prepare for map 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. He's not named Canteo, he's Caneo. And he makes it happen, pulls it across the line for WYLDE and ties it up 1-1. And we return to the analyst desk to help you break everything down. Welcome back. I'm Milosh, master of terrible jokes, by the way. Sorry, Tristan, I see it in your eyes. And Twister, of course. Gentlemen, what a way for WYLDE to come back.
I know. They're amazing. Well, Kaneo especially was amazing. I think he's literally just had a life game, if we can say it's a life game. I think clutched constantly, and not even just we're talking like 1vx clutches or whatever. We're talking mid-round, he goes huge. Suddenly a 2k out of nowhere, a shotgun outside a trophy window. The last round as well, to pick up 3 kills out of absolutely nowhere behind a shield that Falcons didn't manage to clear. That was incredible from him.
Right now, both of the teams just showed us top-tier games. So this match just proved us that everyone can win this match, that everyone is able to play anything to win this match.
And we got some highlights for everybody just to see some of those great plays that were shown. Of course, brought to you by Aramco, one of our many sponsors at Gamers8. And the local team of Falcons, after winning map number 1, we're thinking, oh my God, they can actually do this. Close it up 2-0, but WYLDE had their number, and there was a concern about going to Chalet and if this map would be a problem map for WYLDE. Turns out not the case, Tristan.
I think it turned out to be a problem map for Falcons. I think they probably didn't read into WYLDE's attacks well enough, or also the way that they wanted to defend against them. WYLDE's attacks constantly, they went for the same rushes that we see on Snowmobile every single time. There was a master bed rush. There was a moment where Kaneo pushed really deep with Ivana into master bedroom and managed to clutch up one of the attacks. I think Falcons got really caught out just from how explosive WYLDE were on attack.
Specifically for this map, I think that what made possible this win for WYLDE is how they could change their playstyle for this game. They were very constantly, they were very structured. They did a lot of different kind of executions, and this showed us that they might have changed their playstyle. They played one way in the group stage, and right now they are showing us a totally different playstyle.
I mean, a Ying and a Nook banned out here. A Ying taken away by the Falcons, and the Nook by their opponents at WYLDE. Do you think that tied in anything into this game?
I think the problem is if you want to target ban operators against WYLDE on this map, it's you have to pick between either a Glaz, an Osa, a Ying, a Lion, a Finka. It's like kind of pick your poison, to be honest with you. There's too much that's just really valuable on that map.
Now let's take a look at our players and all the value that they've brought in. Brought to you by STC and our scoreboard. Here it is, N7-3 victory, but this time for WYLDE. By the way, let's make it clear, not Falcons in this case. Jalad, or Jalad, as we're calling him, doing his best, but not enough to pull them across the boards. Gisela and Kaneo, honestly, beautiful round for them.
Oh, it's incredible from both of them, wasn't it, Twister?
I just have to give a shout out to Caneo. What he played on this map, it was just incredible. He just got 2 kills on this kitchen defense that were absolutely insane out to the window of the trophy, and then just dropped the hatch and secured the round that was very important for the winning of Wild on this last segment.
He looked like a seasoned veteran. What we have to remember is that this is just a young gunner he was being talked about beforehand. Like, we thought he was going to be on the Iana and operators like that. He's playing smoke, he's playing discipline, he's clutching up rounds. He's not even just using the SMG11, he was happy to use the shotgun. We don't see that from young smoke players.
Yeah, plus Germans aren't known for seasonings either, so there you go, double whammy for him. And let's pull it to our expert on the other side of this desk, quite fresh to do some telestration. All right, look at him.
Thank you very much, Milosh. I've got a little bit of telestration prepared, and it's about that explosiveness that we talk about with Wild. So I'm going to run the clip here, and you can see Falcons, they've got a whole map set up, and the reason that Wild are so good and so effective with their explosiveness is a 3-2-1 countdown, and they really play for very limited amounts of map control. In this particular example, they just play for the site itself, pushing in. You see the 1 kill coming in there from the bathroom window, and I'm just going to pause it there, because that's the cue for literally everybody else from Wild to get in position. So we've got Corey, who's holding down the flank from Solar Stairs. Canio goes straight to hold down the Ivy flank. These 2 positions are basically the only 2 ways that Wild can be basically flanked into the bomb site. And as you can see, Ace is over there along with Gisela, push into site, push deep, and they go and they play for the plan. And this has all happened within 45 seconds of the round starting. They don't mess around, and that's the explosiveness. They've planted before Falcons could even think about what they want to do, how they want to react. And in the end, you see that they kind of try and they've got to flank up a staircase, or they've got to flank across Ivy into Piano, and neither option is particularly good because Corey's holding the Solar Staircase from the window. You'll see him get a kill in a minute, or the other 3 players are holding the Ivy position. You see Aces and I think it was Gisela there from the different positions within Piano and site itself, and that's why Wild looks so good on the attacks of Chalets, because they can be explosive and they can be so fast-paced.
Thank you very much, Jackers, on the opposite side of our desk. Look at him, he looks so good and fit. Man. He's loving it. He's loving it. There it is. I love when he gets a bit rosy around the cheeks. It's always cool. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break things down for map 3, our final one for today, and decide who goes to the grand final. See you in a bit. Welcome back, friends. We are only a minute or so away from getting into our matchup and finishing up this second best of 3 or semi-final, deciding who goes to face BDS in the final. Villa is our next map. I got Tristan and Twister here with me, Milos, to talk about things and prep you for it. Tristan, expectations for Villa?
Expectations, I think WYLDE are going to continue to try and play good structured siege. I think Falcons are going to try and continue to do both. If we see lapses between them, then there's going to be gaps. I want to see Falcons shutting down Kaneo. They need to get rid of his shields. They need to vert nade or whatever it is that they do to get rid of him. They can't let his young player momentum continue to build.
I really expect that WYLDE structure their defense and use a lot of resources.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's time for us to close out our matchup. WYLDE 1-1 with the hometown heroes of Falcons. Let's toss it to our casters and bring them up on the screen and say hello very quickly to Blue. Oh, no, he's away. He's already went back to the hotel. We got Whippet and Gibson. Please enjoy.
Thank you very much, Felix. We will enjoy this. One more map separates either of these teams from a place in our grand final tomorrow. WYLDE came alive on Chalet. Falcons now need to fight back. It's a little bit of momentum swinging in the favor of our German side. But Villa, I'm really intrigued about how this is going to go. A map that tends to favor the structured team. And WYLDE, we've seen the most structured iteration of their lineup that we've ever witnessed. And Kaneo, well, I have a feeling he's on a little bit of a heater now.
Yeah, just a reminder, Kaneo, who is of course a sub for WYLDE playing for BZ, the IGL, who's not here, and Kaneo has been absolutely fantastic as we move into the ban phase. But this is it, do or die. Both teams either 7 or 8 rounds away from a final, and the first ban, no surprise, WYLDE once again removing Nook.
I'm so shocked. And a map like this, I'm not surprised one bit at all. You essentially have so many rooms on Villa. It's such an expansive map. It is very, very difficult to expect a knock to pop up. I mean, if you're walking on the middle floor, how many corners, how many angles, how many positions could that knock possibly sit in? The answer is too many. Not even surprised, Ying is next to go as well. We see how often that WYLDE love to use those Candelas to be somewhat of the opening to their explosive executions. So I think a wise choice from Falcons to ban away that off.
Would you be surprised that we see Valk and Kaid going again, the exact same 4 bans as last time? I wouldn't, but Falcons are making us wait. Their ban will be no operator.
Okay.
Great operator that, isn't it? No operator. Has a massive impact on the game.
Huge impact is no operator, yes. And WYLDE does ban away the Valkyrie. Right, so Falcons didn't ban a defensive operator. Okay, you know what? Let's see how this one rolls out. I'm up for it. As we get ready to dive in the Villa, kitchen dining will be our first site of choice between these teams. And any predictions, Gibby?
I think WYLDE are probably going to win this one out because they've got momentum in their favor. And this is a map where we know that they're very good on, having seen them in other, seen them in GSA. And honestly, though, it's not WYLDE by a lot. It's really close. But are you going to double down and have both casters in agreement? Or are you going to just hedge your bets and go for the home side?
You put me on the spot here. No, I wanted you to kind of just get straight into the cast, not come back to me with that one. Right. While it's tempting to go to Hometown Heroes, I really want this storyline of Hometown Heroes in a grand final against superstar lineup like BDS. However, I kind of want to see a full EU lineup. I want to see EU undefeated until the final. So I am going to back WYLDE to close this one out, but I will say it won't be easy. I think Falcons will make it a difficult scrap to get to the end. And Jay, well, this is an intention how you wish to continue. And O'Kills is there before sent out, but he goes the wrong way. Doesn't get picked off, and we lose that utility very early. But WYLDE, I think, showing how they want to open off this matchup.
Yeah, Jay playing Capcan and looking at the side of Team Falcons. The usual suspects from the game yesterday are the ones carrying those nades, and we know how Falcons' nades are going to be here on Villa. And one thing's for sure, they normally get a kill when they throw an nade. It's just which side will that kill go? This, of course, a map where the verticality has an impact. Jay's going to be the first player to go down as O'Kills moves to 1 kill. And that's the opener in this round.
You've been waiting so long to use that one.
You know it.
I can see you have it written down. You have that line written. I saw that. Don't even try to act like it wasn't. But yes, the opening pick goes in favor of the Falcons. I am impressed by this opening start from them. But now is the tricky phase of the round. You've now got a drone, Villa. Villa, as I said, is expansive, is huge. There's so many rooms to worry about. You essentially can't drone it all in a timely manner. Joker will send that nade deep to try and give himself an opportunity to vault on in. He'll do so, chasing it. Geisler, though, laying in wait. Still able to find Kaneo, though. The young gunner now slain. 3 members of Wild remain. Falcons, huge amount of control, but look at the site. It's exposed, but Corey and Aces find a 2-piece. And now it's back to a level playing field.
The players going absolutely rogue on this one as Corey and Aces get those kills, and Geisler still locked in that battle. And now is the time for Geisler to fall back. They've got it back to a 3v3 and they move back into kitchen. A Joker 619 hunting it down, and we've still got Q looking for some vertical control. Aces, of course, playing on Oryx, is able to just move freely from top floor to bottom floor and just keep Falcons' attack on their toes.
Minute left now. Mads kills in the basement and he'll run into Aces. Second in the round for him, and the case is down. Joker will now have to try and scrap and brawl his way. He's going to try and find it. But now with no case in hand, disaster strikes. Corey gets one more. Joker has recovered the case. With 30 seconds left to go against 3. We might have to see a very, very heroic play indeed. He'll vault on it into Momo. Looking for every angle of the Banshee wails. He'll try and claw his way closer and closer, but time is ultimate nemesis, forcing him into a brawl he does not want to take. One nade, the last one in his back pocket, sent out. Spots one player that dives in the laundry. Will he find one pick here? 15 seconds left to go, and no, yes, he does. Oh, no way. I'm starting to believe if he can get this case down, surely he might be on. Banshee destroyed. He'll try and stick this plan with the players all ready to collapse on him now. And he is surely all but dead as we hit 0-0 and the round goes to Wild.
And just for a moment, there was some chance there for Falcons when they got the opening 2 kills, but Corey and Aces, as they have done time and time again, not just for Wild, but all through their careers, have been able to pull this one back. We are having a technical pause during this, and but first round, you talk about a round that ebbs and flows or pendulums between 2 sides. That one only swung once. It went in the favour of Falcons and then went right back to Wild.
I mean, it is a pendulum. Oh, God.
Pendulum.
Oh, words. All right, okay. Yeah, it went one way. Words are not my strongest suit, to say the least. But well, Falcons got that. Wild got that very first round, and the time dragged it out. Very well done from them. This is going to be a tricky matchup for Falcons, I have a feeling, because of the expansiveness of this map and that entire basement avenue. I like to call it the highway for roamers. Aces is going to be down there a lot on this defensive half, and if he can be that lurker that pops up and causes problems, especially when Jokers aren't a team that are too information heavy and on a map that is very difficult to get solid information on, this could be a problem for them. But Wild get their first round in a good sitting so far.
And it was another instance as well of Team Falcons losing the case in very strange locations around the map. Basement it was this time, and they did actually pick up the case, but there was no opportunity to get that down. So this technical timeout is going on, and honestly, with Wild winning that round the way it did, it'll allow them to just stay calm. They collected. They won round 1, 6 rounds away from victory, and as we see, it looks to be some potentially keyboard trouble on the side of Falcons, but 1 round lost from a position where they arguably could have won it. Not a bad time to have a technical timeout and have a little chat.
I mean, they're just going to have to think a little bit of a reset, but it is the first round, so again, there's that transition to a brand new map, a different style of play. Not really surprised that it's, this opening round isn't going to be the massive, the most big factor in it. But Aces, you can see, talking about his team, it looks like Wild, though, are way more relaxed now compared to, he's even laughing, smiling, cracking some jokes. You love to see that from a veteran player such as Aces, but they are way more relaxed now than they were map 1, even map 2. They're chilling out a wee bit, and I think they are certainly comfortable here on Villa, and their structure that they want to play really is a massive favour for them on this map.
Yeah, another one of those really passionate sides, Wild, that play based on momentum, but they don't necessarily show it the way they react. Once they've sat back in their chairs and they look really calm, you're like, this is dangerous for the other side. You feel like Wild is going to get the win. On the other hand, we've been in the stadium whenever Falcons have been playing. Some of their players, like Jalad and Joker, they're very passionate and very loud. They get up on their feet, they get the crowd going. And as of right now, over the last 2 maps, they haven't quite been as vocal as they were in map 1.
I mean, you got to think this is a difficult position to have it in, right? It's not a flowing matchup or not a dominant matchup like we saw against Falcons TSM. When the Falcons versus TSM was essentially domination from the side of Falcons. They were very strong, and they were confident, they were flowing. WYLDE is testing them. WYLDE is really testing this side, and it's going to be a back and forth matchup between them, however this continues to go. The question is, we're in the 3rd map. Now, they've only played 1 best of 3. This is where experience in these positions begins to matter. Now every round has a significantly higher weight behind it. Corey, Aces, they have been here, done that before. They've been in big matches, big competitions, big tournaments for massive teams. They have that ability, they have that iron nerve to hold out when things get a little bit tense.
They definitely do, and they were a massive pickup for WYLDE. They really were. And let's remind the viewers at home what the prize of victory in this map is. You're going to the final to play against BDS, who are undefeated over the course of this tournament. 2 players on them in the running for MVP when you look at Shaiko and Alems, the way that they've been playing. We have probably 3 or 4 players in this engagement that could be going for MVP as well. Kaneo has been fantastic. Corey has been oh so good, and we can't look outside O-Kills and a Joker 619 on the side of Falcons.
I mean, that running for MVP is going to be difficult for the entirety of this competition. Kaneo was a good shout for it, though. Again, coming in as a substitute for this competition as well. BZ, the regular mainstay of this roster during their time inside of CL qualifiers and GSA, isn't here today, or isn't here this weekend. And so he's had to step in on short notice and play on the biggest stage of his life. The first time he's played on LAN, and this roster's first time on LAN. It's only a year-old roster as well. And they are doing absolutely fantastic, and I think, you know, if I had a vote in this MVP conversation, I think Kaneo would definitely get mine.
I'm the same. I'm going to agree with you on this one. Surprise, surprise, the duo agrees on who the MVP is. But there's still a lot of seeds to be played. We've got this map, and then we've got the best of 5 tomorrow. As it stands, Falcons came out of the traps running. They had a 5-1 half against WYLDE, and on attack, by the way, and they were able to win that round out. But since, you know, the second map, I think, really played out the way WYLDE liked to play it. On attack, it was hyper-aggressive, and they were very decisive when they made a decision. And on defense, they sit back. They play 2 very contrasting styles on attack and defense.
They do. I mean, attack and defense tend to be essentially different games. I mean, we see teams often even swap roles, right? You might be on entry, you might be on support in the defense. It's a very different style of play because of how the climate works right now. And you have to be able to make that adaptation. WYLDE are very good at it. WYLDE have a lot of structure in the defense and structure in the offensive side, but the way they execute that structure, it looks like a lot of aggression. They're very comfortable taking space and control, and it's why it's such an effective team. Falcons, in this kind of a similar respect, they have different styles. They're very aggressive in your face on the defense. They go for spawn peaks to fight your entryway, but when you go on, then they go on the attack. They struggle with their entryway. They struggle with time sometimes. We witnessed them against TSM on Cafe. One of those rounds on Cafe, they spent 2 minutes out on windows, essentially. Took no interior control at all. But they still won the round because they annoyed TSM. They got picks. TSM fell for it, and they got caught napping by all those players. And that's kind of the story of this. They get themselves into weird positions, but Falcons have the mechanics and wherewithal to get through them. So this is going to be an intriguing matchup.
And for the MENA region, they've been absolutely phenomenal. The amount of attention that I think will look that way after this tournament with the people watching it, they've been so good, have Falcons. They've beaten some of the best teams in the world, orgs that have been around for a long time. And honestly, I'm so impressed because me and you, we came into this tournament, we didn't know a lot about them. Neither I'm saying it a lot of the viewers, and they've fallen in love with this team.
I mean, the community have fallen in love with Falcons. I mean, there's a flare on the subreddit now. For average enjoyers of a Joker 619, can't blame them at all. MVP of the last, I think MVP of the last map they played on against TSM as well. this is huge for this scene, this region, to get a team up this. And they've beaten MIBR. It was on the B stream, right? Not on the main stage. They beat MIBR 2-0 on one of MIBR's best maps. This is a team that is for real and really capable of taking a fight to massive sites. We've already seen it. Just can they get over WYLDE? WYLDE is that team, that disruptive force in Europe right now. And I'm really, like, part of me, I really want to see Falcons make it. I also really want to see WYLDE make it.
Yeah, we do, and there's a reason why. You know, we've followed WYLDE for a long time, but I always love seeing a team from the home region do really well. The crowd getting everybody up and going again while this pause continues. Just look at them. They're passionate. They're loving it. And if you think it's loud on the cast, see when you're sitting in and around them, it is deafening. And I absolutely love it. And you know, it's nice to hear some different chants. You know, we had we throw back to Charlotte.
Yeah, so I mean, listen, NA fans, your chant game is pretty poor. Pretty poor, as we can hear them trying to give some motivation to the side of Falcons while we work through this pause. This is a massive break of tempo, break of momentum, and this sits with WYLDE as well. WYLDE are sitting here, they've just got the first round, they wanted to continue that momentum. This essentially brings us back to round one. This brings us back to, right, time to start from scratch. How do we go against this? It's such a reset. It's going to get everyone really relaxed. Their mental's going to tick down. Can they get back to that, back to that limit, back to that red line of pressure and ability, or will it be a little bit of a crawl back to where we were before this pause?
Yeah, and this is an extended break. You said it already. This could actually upset the momentum that WYLDE has brought in as well. But we assure you that once we can get the game underway, us casters will push the button. I'm sure chat is going crazy now saying, casters, start game. I promise you, the button hasn't been given to us yet.
We've lost the start game button. It was in the room earlier. It vanished. Right. The caster start game button. We like the power and control we have. It's sitting there where it's not pressing it. I know everyone wants to get into this game. So do we, actually. We're just going to hold off, build suspense right now. You see WYLDE sitting there. They're relaxed. They're being pretty comfortable. They have to be. The fans trying to give as much motivation as they can, the Falcons, during this one. But as you said, this is an extended pause. This is just a bit of a cool down for these teams. And I love watching this crowd. I love watching this crowd get behind their hometown heroes.
I do. So, you know, we're going through the list of things to talk about in the tournament. Another thing I want to bring up, I suppose, is the journey that both of these teams had to get here. WYLDE, of course, have played one full game less than the Falcons because they won their group with 2 wins in a row, beating Liquid from Brazil and SSG from NA. And the way that they did it, they 7-1 and 7-1 was the score against Liquid. They lost the first map against SSG, which was, of course, Clubhouse, and then they won 2 in a row to take us here. They beat NA in Brazil. Who did the Falcons beat to get here?
They beat TSM, of course, and they also beat MIBR to get it. But as we wait for this issue to get resolved, we'll just step away for a brief moment. Let everyone relax for it. So we'll wait, and we will be back when we're getting ready for this action.
And we are back, and we apologize for that delay, but it is now the final game of this best of 3. Wild versus Team Falcons, 1 map apiece. And this is it. This is these teams playing for a place in that final.
Both these teams want to be in that grand final so badly. The very first round of this matchup, which seems like a very, very long time ago, went to WYLDE. Went to WYLDE as the case went down inside of base, but Ace has been a huge play to make that one happen. The Team Falcons and WYLDE have had a long extended vacation from playing, and they can get themselves in a little bit of a reset. Into AVG we go. And I really do like how often we see the Capcan choice on the side of WYLDE. And Jay, he was thinking about another C4 spawn peak.
Thought about it. It came up very well for them on a map earlier on in this tournament as they move and push some pressure on from that master bedroom side. Of course, looking at Team Falcons, and Maru's going to go straight in through that window into Astro. But it looks like Corey is the only player there, playing behind the deer, waiting for Mad Skills to peek around the corner. The gunfight goes up, and the LMG will sing out, and Corey will be the first one to fall on this one. But of course, round number 1 a few days ago, WYLDE lost the opening pick as well.
In fact, you remember rounds from a few days ago was insane to me. I can barely remember a map ago at this stage. But there's going to be a nade sent up from the depths below. It's going to land on the map table, but Jay isn't even close. Blocking the brawl for the openings made by it. Selma charge stuck in the windowsill. Not a sight to see every day, but Falcons will continue to try and put the pressure on, have that player count advantage. Outside main stairs, outside main door is going to be that nade's going to land. No! Oh, Jay will be counting their lucky stars for that one. Barely in the fight, but still in the fight, luckily.
Yeah, as long as he has a little bit of HP as well, he can be a danger for the other side. Peeking towards the balcony, waiting, daring someone from the Falcons to push as Jalad moves up on top of the roof. Oh, Kills climbing the stairs will take down Aces, but traded back instantly by, once again, Kaneo, who has been oh so good and retakes that position of power. But Q will take down Jay. It's a 4v2, Kaneo and Gisla. Oh. Well, just Gisla, because the nade from Joker will take him down. And it's a 4v1, and Falcons are going to clutch that one out.
Well, they get themselves a level, and they're hyped. They wanted to get back into this after that pause. The fans certainly wanted it as well. And a massive pick from them. That was a very high tempo round from them. They got in the face of WYLDE. They got themselves that round. And we go back to a 1-1 scoreline. We're all a level for round number 3 of Mad Skills on the Amaru, making a fast entry towards Trophy. And maybe we thought Kaneo could have clutched that one out, but he got shut down by that up nade right there from Joker. They took away that clutch factor of the brand new young gunner to this squad. Round 2, and Trophy statue, the site of choice for WYLDE.
Yeah, just switch from one site to the next. The first site that was played, of course, was Kitchen. So we're back up to the top floor now. And Jay setting up those cap cans once again. 1 kill, I believe, WYLDE is all that WYLDE have managed to pull from those cap can traps. But of course, you know, when you're just single stacking them, you're doing damage. You're making it easier. Instead of needing a headshot for a one-shot kill, you're taking maybe a chest shot, a body shot, and it can help your team out, especially if you find yourself in a 1vx situation.
The ARX is actually absolutely demon. It really is one of the best weapons in the game, and look at this, Jay. He will likely wait to hear the camera being shot. I don't know. Jalad might be victimized by this one. There it goes. Oh, so close for Jay. Jalad stays alive, stays in the fight, and the case stays in someone's hands.
And Jalad will get up on top of the balcony, but still in position as Capcan. There's a player right below the window. Kaneo is there, and he surely hears the footsteps as they step across those tiles, which makes such a distinctive noise. But Jalad will just stay patient and wait for the run out. Kaneo got that FMG ready to go, but still no run out to come, and a little ping work coming in, so we've got ourselves a bit of a standoff going on.
Little bit of a slow entry. Almost got cursed it perfectly for that one. Kaneo first to fall. Kills finds that. Good pick for Falcons so far. Jay sneaking away, tries to find something. Millimeters away, moments away, milliseconds away from finding a pick, a potential pick there. Joker on his drone, looking for some information. He's toying with the idea of pushing up red stairs, and well, that's going to be Ace with a C4, but GYLDE now gets themselves inside of Astro. Aces rotates down, Joker down, but revives himself with those adrenal surge. Looking to scrap away, but no. GYLDE going to get caught between two. The drone at his feet as well. He'll run away, pistol in hand to try and scrap away. He does so, gets back to site, lives the fight. Another day, minute 30 left to work this round.
Yeah, Joker took some damage there too, but the good thing for Finka is in a few moments he will be able to adrenal surge and get the HP back, which is exactly what he does. Maybe he was just demonstrating for us as we spoke about it, as Jalad holds that angle again. They're focusing this push on Master Bedroom as they begin to open those walls, those long lines of sight. But you still got to be careful of concrete. There's a player up on top of the bathroom, and that's where Falcons won a round yesterday.
Grenade sent up, primed and ready, but no one arrives upon it. Less than a minute now to work with, and Corey can't find anything. Pressure begins to mount to the side of Wild as they've got very little external pressure, but Jay will loop around, go the long way around, get it confirmed down on the mad skills. Joker will now be forced to ascend those red stairs and try and find a trade, but look at this, Corey's primed and ready. He knows where this pressure will arrive from, and Joker won't have an easy time. Worried about pressure from Astro as well. Well, Jalad will try and force his way through concrete. GYLDE will get one on the queue. Now 30 seconds. Pressure all on the side of Falcons, and a shotgun of Aces leaves it all down to Jalad, who gets one, can't make it two on a quick turnaround with 20 seconds at the go. The Ace surely can't get this one done.
He is in a 1v3 situation. Jay, Corey and Aces up against Jalad for the round win, with WYLDE looking to take the lead in this one. Case in hand, 5 seconds left, 4-3, swing comes out, times against them, as are the guns of WYLDE, as Jay take a 2-1 lead.
That's what WYLDE needed. When that reset happened after the Artec pause and how quick and aggressive we saw Team Falcons arrive, I was a little bit concerned that WYLDE could be asleep at the helm, but that round proved it not. They were very much on the ball, got it done, and we saw a round from them that is essentially quintessential of WYLDE structure on defense. Fadeaway shot there to close out that replay as well. So they now lead themselves back by one round as we get ready to move into our prep phase. Round number 3 here on Villa. Let I remind you, this is the final map of this series. Whoever takes Villa is going to the final to face BDS. Not an easy task ahead of them, and every minute they spend in the server right now is a minute less of prep they can do for that final.
And it is a long day for these teams getting ready for tomorrow. But WYLDE with a 2-1 lead. Mute jammers being put down behind those entryways for the drone holes, for the drones to come through. GYLDE roaming on the bottom floor, which he did oh so well in round number 1. Didn't pick up a bag full of kills, but just ate up so much of the clock. Also up at Team Falcons in the first 3 rounds got the open and pick every time, but WYLDE have bounced back twice. The C4 is thrown again, and Jalad, just like the last round, manages to run around it.
That's 3 attempted C4 spawn peaks, none of which have been successful yet. I think WYLDE are going to keep doing it until one might just work out. And keep an eye on this point, actually. If WYLDE gets C4 spawn peaked on the side swap, I'm going to laugh at that one. And Jay, well, unfortunately, caught out early by Jalad, who's just very much aware of someone going to be close to that position. C4, prime and pre-placed with a pulse down below in the hands of Kaneo. Will try and feed his team as much information as possible. That C4 is right slap bang in the middle of bathroom. So as Falcons continue to take this upstairs clear, they might walk right into that trap set by WYLDE. That's what Jalad will do. And he'll get caught.
Boom goes the dynamite, and Jalad goes into that next round. Pulse from below in kitchen can just feed oh so much intel. You're giving them the top floor with the caveat that Pulse will be able to ping out every single person. Mad skills once more creeping around 90, going towards the bookshelf. Aces could catch out 2 operators that can go up through the hatches very close by on that top floor.
The IQ now trying to scan away, look for that pulse potentially down below. Of course, all the floor being penetrable here, you might be able just to catch one. Joker will take an entryway inside of AVG and clear the rest of landing. Try and get that control. Falcons have mad skills watching the flank as well. But guess what? Aces is on that flank. If he can win that fight, he gets the whole upstairs re-unlocked for him. But I don't think he's too keen to go up those stairs. I imagine that's one of the areas you'd assume is going to get watched.
And it's just a tense moment between these two players. Ace is still holding the pixel one way, Mad Skills holding it the other, and you can just count those two players out when we watch what's going on everywhere else. A Joker opening up windows so we can rotate and move through the map, and Ace is still in this little tense battle with Mad Skills. Corey on site, and O'Kills is going to rotate down into the basement and come up the other way.
Massive rotations. Ace is so close to O'Kills. O'Kills wins that one out, gets the man advantage now in favor of Falcons. He sends himself up to Onion. He might run in the Gisela now, holding out inside of Mud. A massive widespread hold by WYLDE right now. And a hard bridge utility used to get himself access to secret, but beggars can't be choosers right now. It will get denied by Corey, and Kaneo will take a massive chunk of damage as well. It's going to come down to an explosion, but Joker, he just walked his way in the sight. That's going to be 2 quick kills with Side of Falcons, leaving Corey alone against 4. And Joker shuts him down and ties this round of matchup once again.
And it is 2-2, and another round where Falcons get the opening pick. And it was just like you said, they just walked onto site. We were so focused on Mad Skills and Aces and that long drawn-out affair. Well, while that was going on, they stepped in, worked on getting the case, and it's going to get denied. That plan won't go down because the kill will be found. But this is round number 5 that we are moving into now, Whippet, and it is 2-2. This is as tense as it gets.
These teams, very close margins between them. Can WYLDE get themselves a significant lead, or will Falcons keep it blow for blow? Your team wants that. They want to run away with it either side. It won't be an easy task at all. WYLDE re-up, go back to AVG. Can they make good upon it this time around? Falcons, they were clinical around here last time. They were able to really cause damage with those nades from down below. Pinpoint accuracy.
Took down Aces and Kaneo on those main stairs. One with a nade, one with a gun, and that opened up all of study for them to play with. Aces on the roam game once more though, as he just makes his way back up those stairs. This time around we won't see the C4 wasted early, but of course Capcan's not being played, so that option wasn't necessarily there. One thing to keep an eye on though is Q has decided to bring Osa, which means that it's a different thing from style of play for Falcons, and it can be used to just frustrate WYLDE as well, because you can see the player there, but you can't shoot them.
An interesting choice for Falcons. This is an operator that I don't really feel suits their style a whole lot. Osa is a very good operator at taking control and locking it down. Now, they might just place one here and lock down that doorway, holding in the study, but it still doesn't really match their high-tempo aggression they like when they have to make those executions.
And Aces just just using the default cam to point out another one of those players of Falcons. But yes, put down that Osa shield and use it to just lock down that area of the map. Mad Skills will begin using the Twitch, but with 2 minutes left, they're still droning it out, and they will spot that player on main stairs. But this is very slow and methodical by Falcons' normal style of attack.
They're taking their time. They're trying to clear this all out. But they're really going to be met by a lot of significant resistance from the side of WYLDE. This is a defensive structure that we knew Falcons would struggle with. But can they find those picks? Can they find those openings that they've been so good at finding against all the odds? I wouldn't even peek them if I was on the side of WYLDE right now, as they really just have to let the time do all the talking for them. Mad Skills though, he's creeped all the way up, deep inside of study, and he'll sit, and he'll wait, and a single player of WYLDE reveals himself. Well, he's going to send them to the observation screen.
And the barbed wire getting taken away will give even more audio away to Gisela, but Mad Skills has taken so much control. He's pushed into maps and he's going to be erupting into flames, but he's still in sight, and that is going to cause a conundrum now for WYLDE, as they need to take him out, but the nade from below will take down Kaneo. And all of a sudden, Mad Skills drops back out of sight and into study. He didn't want to be the Lone Ranger for too long, and another one of those canisters is going to blow. And there will be Aces pulling one back. Jalad will get one as well. Corey is taken down this time. O'Kills takes down Aces, but Gisela pulls one back. Falcons pushing hard, pushing strong. Joker will take down Jay, and it's all down to Gisela.
in 1 versus 3, and low HP shut down by the ARX, and Falcons now lead for the very first time here on Villa, and they're feeling it. They're feeling the energy. They want to punch themselves to take it to a grand final tomorrow versus BDS. And so far, they're putting up a fantastic fight against WYLDE. Can they get over the line? We're still only 1 round separated, however, but WYLDE, you can't let Falcons get momentum, you can't let them run away.
Well, I know that you're a man who likes particular stats, and one of the ones you like is talking about how much getting the opening pick enables you to go on and win the round. Your chances of victory increase significantly, and every single round in this game on attack, Falcons have been the one to get that opener.
When you find that opening pick, it gives you such an advantage, and particularly on the defensive side as well. When you get the pick on the defensive side, you tend to get like a 60% boost to your win rate, so it's a very advantageous thing to have. Can WYLDE find that opening pick here on their defensive side? Not very many defensive rounds left at all. This is actually the last one.
And WYLDE desperately need to win this. They are stronger on attack, but you don't want to be chasing down a 4-2 lead for Falcons, a 3-3 split for WYLDE, and surely you got to think they would be able to go on and win this, but this is the Falcons. They have caused upset after upset, and a round win here, and that crowd will absolutely light up because they know that Falcons on defense can frustrate WYLDE and maybe just use that frustration to get themselves into the final.
Early stages of this round, it looks like Falcons very much taking the drone game very importantly this time. Down below, Mad Skills with 2 nades in his pocket as well. He's going to look to try and use those displaced players of WYLDE from these key power positions such as Lady, Gisela and Corey falling back. They don't want anything to deal with this initial injury. They don't want to fight.
They don't want to give away the opening pick.
They don't. They know how much, I mean, 3 times so far, they've lost it. They do not want to give away that opening pick at all. And the biggest thing is, no one's down below. And guess what? If there's solid information upstairs, those nades from Sledge, oh, that could be a nightmare for WYLDE.
And you know that Falcons love to use them. The drone going in, clearing out closet to enter through that side of the map. Corey holding a very tight pixel in with that DMR, which is such a good weapon to have, holding those long angles. But Joker is already up to Zombie, looking towards. Here is the nade being prepped. Corey just about gets away with his life, and he'll fall again. Joker right up though. He is going to get the kill onto Corey, as once again Falcons get the opener, but there's Kaneo to pull it back.
That's what they needed. That will calm the nerves. Kaneo pops off once again to try and quell the momentum of Falcons. Pushing on. Looks primed and ready to dive on into that breach. Will chew itself open. He's got the case in hand, and look how far up he is, but they still have that sledge down below. Aces have been sent to try and dispatch him, but I think he's going to ascend back up the Astro stairs and just play his position there. A shotgun in his back pocket to work with. Oh, kills. Repelled on the Astro window, and he's going to get one to J, leaving Aces between a rock and a hard place. WYLDE going to really feel the bite of pressure now. 45 seconds remain of this round.
And that is twice O'Kills has got the kill from that position. Mad Skills comes under heavy fire from Kaneo and moves back down the stairs, but there's just 30 seconds to go. Falcons trying to pull it back, but there's Aces from the Astro stairs heading the head of Jalad. 25 seconds. Aces with the shotgun at the ready. One player is on the window. He knows, he's identified that's where he is, but there's a player coming from behind. Gets the window, gets the bottom of the stairs. Aces clawing this one back for WYLDE, but it's all down to Q. 10 seconds to go. He's going to have to force it through. There's not much time left. He doesn't have the keys. He needs to make this work. But WYLDE 2-1. There you have it. WYLDE get the 3-3 split. And this is going to be tense going into the Falcons defense.
WYLDE get it level. That's what they needed. They needed themselves back close up and personal at the scoreline of Falcons. Side swap arrives. This is make or break for these teams.
My heart, it's pumping, Whippet. I've got my little watch on, the heart rate is up. You'd swear we are going through a workout because these teams are playing with their emotions. Game number 1 went to the Falcons. Map number 2 went to Wild. This is the 3rd map. This is the last map we will play. And Falcons on defense. Can they clutch this out on home soil, or will Wild march into an all-EU final?
Well, for all the EU fans, I certainly would love to see that, wouldn't you? But look at this lineup. What's Kaneo on? Is he on that Dokkaebi again? Well, getting flashbacks to that 4K against Liquid. Wouldn't mind to see that one again. But we move to the attacking side for WYLDE. How will they fare here? They've been good on this side all competition long. But now, pressure begins to build. Falcons are very aggressive on the defensive side as well. An extended mirror roam won't be the easiest thing to solve. But WYLDE, they've identified this, and they've brought a Lion, Finka, and a Dokkaebi. They want to be fast. They want to be aggressive. They want to be in your face. And look at this, all spawning together. And they won't waste very much time getting this clear started.
Straight up onto the balcony. 6 nades to play with as well. Lion has actually been so useful this tournament as Aces begins the push through. There is the EDE just ringing out, just pausing those defenders in place. And that buys time for WYLDE to push up through the stairs. Corey on the window holding the line of sight. But WYLDE, they're pushing on the other side of the map, but they are very fast about it. Kills though gets the opener onto Corey from that mirror window. Now the information's being passed through. Do WYLDE retreat and fall back? Well, Kills will take down Aces, and the player goes below for the nade, and there's the nade. Catches Kills from Falcons, but still it's a 4v3 and another round opener for Falcons.
That's what they needed. Falcons needed that one. 4-3. They're in a great position. They've shut down Corey and Aces, the 2 most experienced members of this roster, and they've lost the Finka and Lion combination, meaning that a E1D drone and the rest of those adrenal surges no longer available for either of these players to use. An aid sent in towards 90, nothing connects, no one's there. And for the side of WYLDE, time to start getting control, but they don't know about Mad Skills, and he knows about them. The yellow ping is there, and that C4 could be huge, and it gets 2! WYLDE down to 1 player, and it's Gisla all alone against 4. Falcons in control of this round, and I don't think, for as good as Gisla is, they can claw this back.
Well, divide and conquer, isolate all the members of Falcons. Maybe try to catch them out. 1 player on the hunt. Gisla uses the nade and gets 1 back, making it a 1v3. And all of a sudden, things become even more possible. He has a drone in the back pocket. No nades left, but he's got time on his side. 53 seconds. The case is right in front of him. And Whippet, when you've got this much time, you want to use it. Don't force yourself into a position where you're taking on these gunfights too early.
You can't. You can't rush into it, but when time becomes a little bit of a pressure point, you might need to make those risks. 30 seconds left to work with. Everything getting a little bit tense. Every one of these players knows a single mistake could be a massive disaster. He gives himself a direct line of sight. No one's behind bar, but it doesn't matter. Mad Skills finds him. Falcons back in the lead of this series, and what a round that was. What a 2-piece that C4 was.
Oh, it was perfect. It was thrown at the right time, at the right place, and it gives them another round win. 4-3 to Falcons. The home fans are believing. Could WYLDE be sent packing? And on the way home, well, they've got 2 players to thank. Kills and Mad Skills. Both of them getting 2 apiece and just taking apart WYLDE.
Maybe I might change my prediction. Not yet, though. I might wait till the 11th hour to do that, but Falcons seemingly in their element here on Villa, especially in the defense after that round. They look comfortable here. For WYLDE to find an answer will be a different time. And that mirror window that they ran into, by the way, they did not know. WYLDE simply did not know that was there. They ran up those Astro stairs thinking, there's not going to be a mirror window there. Surely, well, we see that in ranked, maybe. Not out here. Not on a semi-final, not on the big stage. Guess what? It's there. And it really took the sting out of that push. They lost the player from it. They lost the second one shortly after. And then that 2-piece C4, leaving Gisla all alone, essentially left that round unwinnable.
And the last time WYLDE entered, they went in through basement, and just look at where O'Kills and Jalad are. They are waiting for WYLDE to enter through the same area once more, but it's going to be a little change. Maybe it's more direct to sight approach as Aces dare somebody to push from that wolf window, but nobody from Falcons is going to take that risk just yet. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to play with. That is an eternity. It's pretty much the whole round. And the Falcons, well, they're setting themselves up. But once again, Whippet, this is another site where nades from below can have a massive impact. And looking at that WYLDE lineup, they've got 6 to play with.
A lot of nades. A lot of potential for those depth charges as well down below. First Ogilvy call goes out. That's going to help keep players in stationary positions for just a moment. 1 nade sent away. That found some damage on the Q. Not enough to down our kill. 2 minutes left of this round already, still early days. Corey trying to remove what utility he can, but look, there's a lot down a basement. On a flank, on a roam. He can pop up essentially anywhere he wants and unravel this round if the information is there. And WYLDE still looking to gather it with that Corey's Twitch drone.
And Joker will take that out, but there's still 2 players watching from that side. Corey repositions himself again. Ace is still playing below with a nade in the back pocket and just hoping that someone pushes his way. This is round 8. Will this be the first round where WYLDE get the opening pick? Well, Kaneo will start dancing, and there you get the first opening pick of this map for WYLDE. Comes in round 8. And will that open the door for them to level the sides again?
Well, they need an opening pick. That's the first start of this one. But if there's a team that can claw it back, it certainly is Falcons. More information gathered by Geisler. They need to get themselves in the building, though. Corey not going to be too keen to take that. A little bit of damage he takes from that drop. But the site is inside of Trophy. And look at Astro. 2 players ready to stack themselves up and go full send. Here arrive WYLDE straight into Astro. Doesn't look like anyone is even aware of this as 4 players now arrive. Gisela finds one, the Q, but Joker, he'll sit and be patient, but caught out by Kaneo. It's all down to this. 2 players remain. Shalad and Madskills. 1 pick now for Madskills. Even all down to him. Case goes down. 30 seconds and he's going to get one to J. Case is planted. Can he recover this one? It's on the opposite side. He's against 3. Does he know where they are? He hears that Claymore go down. He'll creep his way around, and that's going to be so close to him. He swings and gets 1 more. 3 in the round. An ace clutch if he can find this one. Has no information. He has to check every corner, every avenue, and he can't get aces. WYLDE claw around back. And all came from that play of Astro. No one from the side of Jokers watched it at all.
Oh, that was just great identification on the side of WYLDE to realize that that is where the Falcons' defense was. Throwback to the last map on Chalet, they did the same thing again. Where is the defense strong? Well, let's push from the other way. That nade from Aces below allowed Kaneo to jump into that bathroom window and take some control. But this is a tense game. 4-4. Both sides 3 rounds away from a final. Or will we find ourselves going to overtime? But will we go all the way?
I think we might just. These teams look to be so close in this matchup. And you hear the crowd in the background as well. They want this. They want this. They want this to be a scrap and a brawl to decide who goes to face the French super team of BDS in our final. Are you going to change your prediction, though? I was thinking about it. Are you?
I'm going to stick with WYLDE because, you know, if Falcons go on to win this, I'll eat my humble pie. I've made the mistake. I've made the call. Falcons have been absolutely incredible through this tournament. And if whichever side gets to the final, they've earned it. Whichever one of these 2 sides are there, they deserve to be there.
Both these teams have made an absolutely fantastic run through this event so far. Beating teams like MIBR, Liquid, TSM, SSG have all fallen to these 2 teams. A run out attempted, no one there. Early stage of aggression on the side of Falcons. Trying to make an impact early. Get in the face of WYLDE. Make it awkward, make it hard. They're attacking the same site once again. And Corey. Are you thinking about it? I think they're thinking about it. There's no way. Don't repel that. He's got the case in hand. So he might just try and catch someone from that position. He's even a little bit of a wiggle saying, yeah, that's my intention.
There's a devil on one shoulder saying do it. There's a devil on the other saying don't. Part of me wants Corey to go down that little rappel, but we'll have to wait and see. They're going to continue doing their work though, finding out where the defense is strong. Kaneo will rotate back, so it looks like they're going to just completely change things up. And Aces and Kaneo, well, are they going to consider pushing up the main side and starting to take control of the map? Well, yes, Wild have made the decision, they've changed their mind, but they've left Corey back on Wolf window to see what the defenders are going to do. Are they going to go chase it?
Look at every single member of Falcons. They're nowhere near this primary push. So essentially Wild, let's do an opposite clear. They've got massive amounts of control and some early damage done on the Joker in the hands of Corey. Minute 20 left in this round, and here arrive Wild on the doorstep already, and in walks Aces. Gets the opening pick. Kaneo will get one of his own. 5 versus 3, and Wild have decided it's time to go. It's time to rumble. WYLDE will get 1, but can't do it. Aces will find 3. He's gonna get close and brawl, but he finds a 4K, and Wild get the round, and they're back in the lead.
That is just, they did the exact opposite they did last time. You know, they pushed up through bathroom last time. This time they push up from the other side of the map, and both times had the same result. And I see Kaneo getting SMG 12 kills again. Is there anybody in this tournament better on the SMG 12? Is there anyone in Europe better on the SMG 12 than Kaneo?
I'll think about that one. Anyone better than Kaneo on SMG 12? Ooh, that's a hard one. No, I don't think so. I think he might just be the goat. He might just be the goat. After that Liquid 4K, I think he is absolutely goated in that position with that weapon. But Wild found himself in the lead. 5-4 our scoreline.
I've heard players describe the SMG 12 as a door opener, but on the side of Wild, Kaneo just uses it as a head opener as he just cracks them and gives Wild a chance. They are in the lead. They are 1 map away from match point, series point. Falcons desperately want to clear this one back, and the site of this defense will be ABG.
10 seconds to insertion.
The most default site that we have on this map, it's been around, well, it's been the meta since we saw this map's introduction into the competitive pool. Once again, mirror roam extension brought out from the side of Falcons. They will be using that to try and deny pressure from the side of Astro, but I have a feeling Wild don't want to clear. I think they're going to go for at most a half clear and try and execute directly on the study. Aces, after that quad kill, you know what? He's going to be feeling it, and he wants to get right back in the faces of Falcons. That mirror window might just stop him from doing so.
14-4, by the way. Aces is having a game and a half, but WYLDE will get the opener onto Aces, so he will not add to that tally. But still, WYLDE are in position. The phone calls will come out, giving away the position. They want to remove WYLDE, but they can't, because WYLDE will take down Jay. That's 2 for him in the early stages of this round, as Team Falcons have a 5-3 lead. And look at the players they've taken down. Aces and Jay. Jay just hasn't got going in this map at all.
Jay has struggled in this map, and well, look at that, Mad Skills finds 1 more. We're going all the way to round 12. I already feel it, that round 12 is calling us, perhaps even overtime. Kaneo vaults in, and oh no! 3 in the round for WYLDE. And well, as his phone rings in his pocket, he will go hunting inside of Art. And I think it's all but over at this stage now. Gisela last alive. Let's try and wait, and what a peak there. Flawless round for Falcons. And that ties us up back to 5-5.
What a reply after 2 devastating rounds from WYLDE on attack. It is 5-5. This game has been an absolute, I'm not going to say it, I'm going to say it, a barn burner so far. It really has.
You couldn't resist. You simply couldn't resist saying the Castro word. Okay, fair enough. We get in this one, but WYLDE, massive individual performance there, essentially saying, WYLDE, you're not coming in this middle floor. Nope, nope, I own it. No entry for you, tying us up 5 rounds apiece, meaning at minimum we need 12 rounds to separate these sides. Overtime looking more and more likely between these two. As we will see how we go now, as we go back to Trophy and Statue, and the mirror extended roam presence, a theme for the side of Falcons, as they'll set that up inside of AVG.
And it will not surprise me if WYLDE see that and decide to push through the other way. And it's not been a case of them playing this map on all 3 floors. They have just identified where Falcons are weak, and that's where they have pushed from. They're going to use attacker repick. They've brought in Finka, they've brought in Twitch, they've brought in Iana. and Kaneo will continue to use Dokkaebi. But you pointed it out, that Mira can be an issue, because there's always the question, Whippet, is there someone behind the Mira? Is there not? It's just something that the attackers need to work out, and it's something that can cause just a little bit of hesitancy on a push.
That Mira window's popped now inside of Astro. Not the primary push of this one, but I think Wild will still want to take this very, very direct. They can essentially push Master Bedroom. The Mira window's now being cleared. Look at this, some early damage done. Sources yet unknown. Jalad down below on an absolute rampage. A heater now. There's Army Center. Unlucky, I guess. You can't. It doesn't quite work on a Mira window like that one, but can be sent straight to that window ledge and give himself an extra little bit of cover now. He tries to mold the map to his liking so he can be a little bit more comfortable around that Astro window. But Wild will play it patiently. They need this opening pick to get things rolling the way they want.
Can they take a 6th round and guarantee at the minimum overtime for their sides? Because that's what 1 round win for either of these sides does. It guarantees at the bare minimum we are going to overtime. All the Wild players are just getting on position inside this Master Bedroom balcony. Aces begins to move. He's going to drop below where Jalad and Mad Skills are ready and waiting. Aces is going to go all the way down to the basement. But will he be able to get past those 2 Falcons warriors playing by Kitchen?
Won't be an easy one. Will not be easy at all, but they look to make a fast entryway now. Still cautious about someone down in the basement. They just don't have solid information right now. As time drains away, pressure begins to sit on the shoulders of Wild. They'll try and make an impact now, crawling up inside of Onion. Will look to make a push now inside of Astro, and they're going to do it fast on the stairs. Are you ready, Aces? Kaneo gets one. Corey finds it, and this is going to be an explosion from Wild. But they've been met by Banshee soaring, and there's the flank. He's going to cause so much damage. It looks like Falcons are here for a rampage, leaving Wild with only 2 survivors. Jay and Aces.
Mad Skills is low, and Aces is going to get a double as he takes down Jalad and Mad Skills. This is a 2v2 now. Aces can just pause and relax. You've got 40 seconds, but Joker is holding that deadly pixel through the busted open Mira window. Aces needs help from Jay as Jay vaults in bathroom window now. Aces in position as well, but Joker could catch him out. He's waiting for that hairline to be revealed. He sprays around the corner, and he's going to get one, but he's going to get downed. It's a 1v1.
This is a moment now. Ace is one of the most experienced players on this roster. All the pressure upon his shoulders. He'll get to confirm a quality kill needed to clutch this round. He has to check every angle. He's got no information, but an ARX in his hand as well. No case he's going to go hunting, but it looks like the member of Falcons will fall away. Oh! Aces finds it!
Wow!
Wild match point here on Villa, and look how much that means. 1 round away from our grand final tomorrow.
That is the most emotional I have seen Aces in a long time. That is the most emotional we have seen Wild as they pulled that away from the jaws of victory. 18 kills for Aces in this map, and they are on match point. 1 attack away from a final, and for the hometown heroes, if they can pull this round, we're going to overtime.
Oh, don't even tempt me with that thought right now. Aces has come for an absolute brawl. What a performance from him. He wants that top kill bonus at the end of this tournament, doesn't he? As he sits on the very soaring heights of 18 picks and a huge play. 4Ks all around for him as Wild 1 more round, and EU locks out a final for a very long time.
And Wild and Falcons, both of these sides have won so many fans. And Falcons creating lines of sight onto that top floor. We're going back upstairs 1 more time on this Falcons defense. Can they do it, or will Wild, T3 Wild, GSA Wild get to the finals of this Gamers8 tournament?
What a storyline would that be? Wild, the team instead of EU, not even qualified for Challenger League yet. Up against it all, against BDS on the main stage, but Falcons still have 1 more round inside of regulation. They'll force this to overtime. And we will see a lot of that solo roam down below once again on that Legion. Not the combination that we see regularly inside of top flight competition, but it has worked out so well so far.
It has, and GySla will begin droning. Lion using the EDE. But there's the Legion, the goo mine to give away the push as Jalad holds the angle. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to play. Jay roaming down through that first floor. Corey doing the same. Joker is down there. Jalad is down there. And Mad Skills is playing on 90. Jay takes the first bit of damage, but gets himself back into cover. But Mad Skills is watching a tight angle. Will he be able to make it count?
Jay fires away off the wall. No information, but there's the first pick of this one, and we lose the Lion. Jay's not had a massive impact this matchup so far, and he's slain early. No trade for WYLDE, and GySla stunned and tied with that goo mine down below. Decides to rotate away. A little bit of a change of plan for WYLDE. We hear Kaneo trying to open up an angle, trying to get himself a line of sight, trying to force his way in, but Corey takes a mess of damage. Source unknown right now, 25 seconds left to go.
1 minute and 25, and WYLDE are on the balcony. Q peeking the angle in towards Wardrobe, but can WYLDE open it up? GySla will take a lot of damage as he's going to go down to one shot, but with Finka still alive, when that boost comes in a little while, it will push him up again. Corey moving up now to the window. Kaneo chucking another stun grenade over, trying to burn blind, to do whatever he can to just give WYLDE the opener. But there's just 50 seconds to go, and the Falcons are holding their nerves. But look, Aces will miss a massive opportunity, and no kills will get the trade back or the kill back.
Aces slain, 5v3. Corey next to the mantle. He's got an LMG ready to sing. 30 seconds to make something work as WYLDE trying to push through the gauntlet. But oh, here come the Falcons! An ace on the board, but Kaneo will get 2 quick pieces. He looks for a third, but no! Mad Skills sends us to overtime!
Map 3 overtime. This has been a battle and a half as WYLDE are fighting with Falcons and Whippet. Neither side have looked awfully structured on their defenses. Both sides just drawing it out after one phase on attack, one phase on defense. But we're going to take this moment to slow it down, to breathe. There's either 2 or 3 rounds left in this map to see who will be in the final.
A 3-round shootout. Absolutely tense. Both these teams now pushing each other to the absolute limit. Who will it be? Will Falcons make a grand final appearance for the first time for the region? Or will WYLDE lock out the final for an all-EU brawl? The fans want it. Fans here in the arena, all backing Falcons. They want it to get there. But what a matchup it's been. What a performance on Aces. Obviously, what I'm going to bring to and draw to. What an individual performance. Aces is on 18 kills so far.
He's just been the difference maker for WYLDE in this one. And when you look at the side of Falcons, it's been different players at different times being able to get those vitally important kills. And WYLDE, well, how is your nerve? This is a team that is looking to force its way into CL, a team that is trying to build something to push all the way to EUL. Well, it's moments like this that make the best teams.
High pressure makes diamonds, and this is what they're in for now. WYLDE start on the offensive side. AVG will be the bastion that Falcons decide to fortify. It will be the same setup once again, an extension of that mirror roam, locking out master bedroom and statue and trophy to make that an area WYLDE do not want to contest at all.
10 seconds remaining.
And a C4 bomb peak set up by Mad Skills. I called this out in the first half. WYLDE tried this 4 times to no success, and if Mad Skills pulls this off, which he won't. Okay, so
nobody's home. Nobody's home. But we thought about it. There was a chance, but everybody from WYLDE spawning on the southern side. and they're moving fast, getting up the balconies. Kaneo peeking. Corey will move into a position where he can keep an eye on that master bedroom window and the flank over across the window. But Wild are going to go fast. They're going to rush this first attack. They just sprint into sight. There's Jay. Gisela gets the opener, and Kaneo moves in. The case is going down, but O'Kills with that impact will take one down. 4v3, but the case is down, and Wild are looking to take the lead.
In a post-plant situation now, time for the retake of Falcons, but Corey denies the cross of Jalad, leaving it down to a 3 versus 3. It's going to be down to all your mechanics now. You're going to fight, twist, turn, and brawl your way to success. You want this retake? Well, that's going to be Madskills looking for one. O'Kills can't shut down Kaneo. Up close and personal, brawling the SMG-12, leaving it 2 versus 2. Kaneo on a single point of HP. One loose round will be enough, but he's been slain. Gisela alone on an island against 2, and looks like O'Kills will stick it. Yes, he will. Falcons are map and series point.
Wild went for that thing in the back pocket. They rushed onto site, but Falcons, after the plant, recovered and pulled it back. 1 round away now from getting yourself into the final. Wild on defense, and we have seen over the course of this series, Falcons have had Wild's number on attack with it. Can they win one more attack to get into the final, or are Wild going to make us go all the way?
One more round. One more round for Falcons to be the first team to represent their region in an international final. Wild, you're fighting for survival now. There's no other way to put it. Your backs are now against the wall. Round 15 is your only doorway to face BDS tomorrow. And the crowd in there are loving it. What can Wild do? Will the ace up their sleeves be a factor once again? Will Corey find some magic? Will Kaneo come up large again? All must be decided. One more round for Falcons. One round of brawling to survive in Villa for Wild. And we're ready for our action phase.
And O'Kills, we have been singing the praises of aces, but he is 17-9 on the side of the Falcons. Can he add to that tally? Every single time he does, he increases the chance of a Falcons final. O'Kills on the window. He's caught out a couple of players. I think he's caught Jay twice in that same spot over by Astro Window. But Jay has learned from the situation. Madskills getting up towards that 90 window as the drone will spot out one member of Wild. Corey is in position with Aruni, and will he hold this position for much longer?
If the pressure arrives, he won't be able to. Kaneo, with that FMJ in hand, will try and lock it out. But I think Wild, for right now, will be a little bit tentative, a little bit concerned. They won't want to take the risks that they normally do, knowing that sometimes this series they've been punished for it very, very effectively from the side of Falcons. But that default camera has been left up. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
And the longer it stays in place, the more intel that Wild will be able to gather. Jay still roaming around, moving back in towards site now as the first shots in anger will be fired, and O'Kills will take a bag full of damage, but not enough to take him out of the fight. Corey is in a position we've seen up nades used before, and Geese will move up to concrete, but Joker will toss an up nade, but nothing has been found as things just slow down. Once again, Jalad though speeds it up as Gisela will fall. This is a 5v4 as Falcons look to win this one out and book a place in the final.
Corey's still lurking down below, but he'll get close to Joker. He knows a threat is there. So players are so close, and oh, he finds it. Corey falls. No response from Wild at all. And here come the Falcons. It's all down to Aces to keep his team alive, and he can't do it. Falcons book themselves a ticket to face BDS tomorrow for the first time, representing their region region in an international final, and they do it in front of a home crowd.
And MENA will face up against EU as it is BDS against Falcons. They earned every single round that they have won. They have beaten WYLDE, and WYLDE, they knocked out SSG. They beat Liquid, and on the side of the Falcons, they have beaten MIBR. They have just taken apart TSM and now add WYLDE to that list. Can they beat BDS and win Gamers8?
We've all heard of Cinderella runs. We've all heard of it, but it looks like we are about to witness one. The final is just around the corner. We can't believe it ourselves. What a matchup that was. Needing overtime, the separate dumb there on Villa. Oh, what a time.
What a time. And with that, we are going to send it back. And that is the semi-finals over.
Put a game and it's scary, but I'm finna handle it. Break it down like an analyst. I'll be loading up, they wanna package this. Pray for peace, pacifist. I'm never old enough to give a plan to miss. I'm a king, I'm feeling on my chest. Let me do my thing, I'm feeling like a vet. Every time I sing, I'ma put him in a net. I'm in the booth and I can't.
Welcome back, friends, to the analyst desk, and can you believe it? The hometown heroes Falcons take it against WYLDE. And honestly, look, I know I gotta root for the MENA boys. They're my boys, you know, this is my region, but this got real close. And we expected this match between Falcons and WYLDE to be a sick one, but this was down to the wire. I'm loving this, and let's have a chat about it here on the desk. Milosh, with me are Tristan and Twister. Guys, have your hearts recovered from that last map?
Has Twister's heart recovered? Has Twister's heart recovered from Liquid not being in this? I mean, that's honestly, I have my EU bias and I love WYLDE and I raved on about them since the very first match of this whole tournament, but I was rooting for Falcons this whole way, and I even said it after map 1, I don't even see us going to a map 2. I was so biased for Falcons to win this because I just think it's an incredible story and I just love the fact that this is happening. Like, I live for games like this, and I'm just so excited. I can't believe that they've done it.
I think it's just well deserved for them. They played a lot in the whole series, and this final match just showed us how things could have gone if they just begin the tournament like this.
All right, let's pull up some highlights from this fantastic matchup brought to you by Aramco, one of our many sponsors here at Gamers8. And honestly, you could play every round as if it was a highlight, especially on Villa, because there were so many moments that were played beautifully here by both of the squads. I like to focus on Falcons just first because, of course, they won the series, but WYLDE also gave it a hell of a shot. So let's go with Falcons first. What do you think was their X factor today, Tristan?
O-Kills. O-Kills is genuinely right now looking like he's one of the best players in the world. What else can you say?
On this Villa, I would just say that O-Kills went nuke. He was just in every round, every single round. He just got the open kills. We saw in the first half of this map, they just got in all the opening kills. So they were just so aggressive, and O-Kills was just leading every round from them.
There was a moment that we saw, and our jaws dropped when it happened, was when Aces was coming up from the bottom brown stairs, up from the bottom floor, and he saw O-Kills, he saw his feet, and he missed the shots.
Yeah.
And O-Kill swung back, and he got him through the wall. And both players at that point were on like 17, 18 kills, and that was like a heart-in-mouth moment, because if that kill went any other way, that could have been it done.
That would have probably swapped the whole round to go to WYLDE's way, and maybe the entire match, because at that point we're talking about we're going to OT. Every single detail will matter in that case, and the two top fraggers, the people that are really putting in the maximum amount of effort and work into it. You see the crowd going wild. Of course, we have the Falcons Ultras. For any football fans out there, especially in Europe, you'll know exactly how that life is all about. But we talked about Falcons. What about WYLDE? Aces, of course, you're saying top performer, incredible in this matchup. Kaneo also was incredible in it too. What did they just need to get over the little hump?
I think that, and this is going to be harsh to say, and I hate to pick out poor performances, but Jay had a really, really difficult game. I think he ended, what, 1-11, 1-12 or something like that.
He didn't come for the tournament.
And this is like an incredibly talented young player, and we know how good he is. So to see that is difficult. It is really difficult. I think, like you said, Aces, though, was unbelievable in this series. One of the 4K rounds that he got with the double kill on Astra Stairs to then clutch it up as well, 1v2, was... I think WYLDE just really needed that consistency, and I also think, and we spoke about it on the desk before map 3, Kaneo was just completely not able to play his game on the fence at all.
We saw some really good rounds from them. We saw slow rush on the Aviators room, where they just got all the free area for them. We saw that Aces clutch on one of the last rounds against Cubes. So we saw an impressive showing from them, but Jay and Gisla was just missing this game.
Well, let's talk about our MVP for this series. Honestly, this is kind of a tough one, but here he is. O-Kills, our MVP for the matchup. Twister, what do you think about this?
Oh, it's just well deserved. I mean, it could not be just someone else. He was decisive during all the 3 matches, all the 3 maps that we had today. Even on the map that they lost, he was massive. He was able to get all the open kills for his team. He was just there every round for the team.
He is just so mechanically talented, just so gifted, and it was so good to watch him play like that and just be confident, because we said this in the very first game against BDS for Falcons, where they just didn't have that confidence, and it came down to this, and Twister wanted to talk about it as well. They didn't even ban a defensive operator. They were that confident in themselves that they were like, okay, we don't need to target ban them like we have done before. We're just going to go out there, we're going to go crazy, and O-Kills just put on a show for us.
Honestly, at some point, it didn't matter who would have won this game because we got a hell of a showing. Honestly, very happy to see all of this, but also kind of proud of Falcons making it through. The first time ever MENA gets representation at an international event, and the first time they make it through off of a horrendous start. the beginning of the tournament. Now they come back into that grand final where they face off against BDS. And actually, let's take a look at that bracket with our end of day segment brought to you by VOV. Perfect timing for us to talk about said bracket, because if we remember at the beginning of the tournament on the group stage, it's unfortunate to say this, but BDS ran all over Falcons. Falcons were shaking. They just did not know how to control themselves, let alone the game, and they lost horrendously. But now they find themselves incredibly hyped, incredibly talented, and now against BDS, again for the revenge match. They'll be playing tomorrow evening. They'll have the full support of the fans behind them. They'll have their full comfort set up now. They know exactly how things work. The Twister, can they carry it across the line, you think?
For this final match, we will have two different storylines. We can see a BDS that came to this tournament as one of the favorites. They came on a really good shape, and we see the other storyline of Falcons, a team that just grew it up during the tournament, just smashing everyone from every region. They smashed some Brazilian teams, they smashed some EU teams and some NA teams in their way to the grand final.
They also managed to just explode WYLDE. Like, they were just as good at WYLDE as playing that style. And we know that they can play Fundamental Siege. We know that they can play Crazy Siege. We know that they can play whatever operators they want. We keep seeing Legion constantly. Like, Mad Skills loves the Legion. They have the fans behind them as well, not just from the MENA region. You see it all over the Reddit on Twitter. I'm sure you've all seen it. I know you have.
A_Joker_619.
They love him. The people
Best
love
player.
him.
When does he play, huh?
When does he play?
Tomorrow, actually. Good thing you asked the question. It'll be tomorrow evening, and before that, we have a show match planned for everybody. That's going to be a fun time. The desk will be a bit different. The casting will be a bit different. We'll have some loose kind of plays. Also, get more info on that very soon, by the way, and we'll prep you for it tomorrow. Be proud to say it. It'll be my first cast in Arabic, so that'll be a fun time.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Have fun.
I'm definitely going to need it. We'll see how that one goes. But, gentlemen, to wrap it all up, what do you think about today?
Just to resume everything, it was just great matches, and to finalize it, I would just say that we could not have a better final than this. I wish we could have some Brazilian team on the finals, but once we cannot have, I'm just glad that Falcons will be on it.
An all-EU final would have been nice to put some doubters to bed, but hey, I'm so happy the Falcons won. I'm just excited for the match. Like, I want it to be played now. I can't wait to see Falcons play against BDS. The revenge story that we have as well. Were we coming into this thinking that MENA was going to have a revenge story against the European team? It's come out of nowhere, and it's exciting. Really exciting.
Yeah, if you thought WYLDE versus Falcons that had the potential to be a grand final, it was exciting. Don't you worry. Tomorrow, Falcons versus BDS, best of 5 grand final for all the marbles. $400,000 for the winning team. That's quite a bit of cash, not gonna lie. Well, that was all it for today. We're gonna leave you with some highlights to close out the show, and a quick shout out to one of our many sponsors, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib, and thank you for putting our dear Ollie back together. Till then, all take care. We love you so much. Good night.